everyone, Samia here. You guys are looking at the 10-day forecast. Relatively pleasant temperatures here in Arizona, especially compared to the rest of the country, given that it is December. The rest of the country experiencing chillier temperatures than this. If you guys feel like getting away for a weekend, I highly encourage you to make your way to Arizona if you don't live here already. Arizona or Southern California, the only places where you're going to see this kind of weather in the United States in December, well, and Hawaii. We're going to give you guys a quick look at Trump Tower. Here's a live look at Trump Tower, the lobby there. We'll continue with Trump Tower Watch in a little bit, but first we want to give you guys an update on that shooting in Georgia. One officer killed, one injured. The search for the suspect continues. A big reward being given to anyone who can lead authorities to the suspect involved in this shooting. Here's that press conference now.
To this community as well as neighboring communities that there is a reward amount out. The reward amount now has increased to $70,000 for the arrest of the accused in this case. And we're just asking and emphasizing our community to continue supporting our local law enforcement and trying to get this person of interest into custody. Also thanking our community for the support that we received at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. I'd like to echo that. We just want to say thank you to our community. There has been an unbelievable outpouring of support, calls, texts, emails, people lined up at the door to bring food for the officers as they're coming in and getting their new assignments. So we just want to say thank you, and we again want to encourage the community. If you know something, please speak up. Please come forward and talk to us. I'll take a few questions. If I can answer them, I will.
Terry Sanders with NBC News. What are you telling people who live in the area, who have their children go to school today, who have to go about their everyday routine while at the same time knowing that there may be somebody who's armed and dangerous in the area? How do they balance life?
What we're encouraging people to do is to go about your life. Go about your normal activities. The schools are open today. Georgia Southwestern is open. They're preparing for graduation this week. We can't hide and we can't hunker down in fear. So people do need to be cautious. They need to be aware of their surroundings. If someone knows where this man is hiding, they need to tell us so we can get him off the street. We don't have any credible information at this moment of exactly where he is. We have no information that he has left the area, but again, we don't have any information that he has. So we are working on the premise that he is still here locally, and we are following every lead.
One last follow-up. According to cousins at the scene yesterday of the suspected gunman here, he seemed, after the shooting, he encountered them and said that he was despondent and feared that the police were going to kill him. Does that suggest to you that he's suicidal?
I don't know what his frame of mind is. I know that there have been a lot of internet posts. There's been a lot of social media. He has posted social media. There's been a lot of speculation on the social media posts that have been made. We don't know his state of mind at the moment. I'll echo what GBI Director Keenan said yesterday in appealing to him. We want him to turn himself in peacefully. We want a peaceful resolution to this situation. If he turns himself in, he has nothing to fear from us.
So that video online is him doing that?
It appears to be.
Chief, can you talk a little bit about the relationship between the two officers?
I can briefly. They've been friends. They're lifelong friends. They graduated the police academy together. There's been pictures that people have pulled from social media that show them standing in the same uniform. They did work together when they first got started in policing. They were friends until the end. Jody was there for Nick. He heard him dispatched to that call. He knew he was nearby and he responded. He wasn't dispatched to it. He just knew that he was there and he knew that his friend was going to a potentially dangerous call, and he responded to back him up. So they had a very strong relationship, and the families have a strong relationship. I'll take a couple more.
How long was that gap in time? First, you were looking for. Just trying to understand how much time the suspect had to get away. A couple hours?
No, we knew immediately. The officers responded to a domestic dispute. At the time they responded, they did not know who was involved in the dispute. As I stated yesterday, there were already active warrants for the suspect for other altercations earlier in the week for domestic problems that he had been having. The officers did not know who they were dealing with when they got there. As soon as they arrived, they recognized who he was. We knew his name immediately, and we began canvassing the area immediately.
The person that he was involved with the domestic dispute and altercation, are they helping with the investigation?
Yes, they've been very cooperative. They've been taken to a safe place and provided with counselors for their domestic violence.
Chief, as we're getting to that 24-hour mark, is it more challenging for law enforcement officers that we haven't been able to locate him yet?
Clearly, we had hoped to be able to locate him quickly and bring this to a quick resolution. The more time that goes by, the harder it's going to be. That's why we need people to help us. He needs to be located. He needs to turn himself in.
Do you have an officer body cam or any kind of dash cam, anything that shows you what happened, whether the officer who was shot had an opportunity to even pull his weapon? Was he shot in the chest, shot in the back? I mean, how did that happen?
It's still under investigation. The GBI is handling the investigative part of it. I can tell you that gunfire was exchanged. The suspect fired on the two officers. Officer Smar was able to return fire. We don't know if the suspect was hit. If he was, it wasn't serious enough that he couldn't continue to run away. That's all part of the investigation. It happened very quickly.
Video?
There is body cam video. All our officers are issued body cams. GBI is reviewing all that video at this time.
Have you thought about releasing a still image from that of at least the suspect?
Well, we've released the suspect's photo, the latest booking photo. The still, we have a much better photo that shows what he actually looks like. We'll be working with the GBI throughout the day. We are putting together a profile on the suspect to give you a little bit more information about him, and we'll release that a little bit later this morning.
What's the biggest challenge for the when it comes to the search? What's this individual? Are you guys concentrating on that particular area, or is it tough for you to sort of navigate between these different towns?
Well, at this time, we're following up leads from all over. We've had people call in from areas surrounding this area who think they may have seen them. All of our neighboring jurisdictions are working very closely with us. If we get a tip that he may be in a neighboring town, we're calling that agency and they're following up on those tips for us. We've had a lot of tips come in, and we're going to be following up on all of those today, and hopefully we'll be able to locate him.
You know if he was on foot or in a vehicle?
At the time of the incident, he was on foot. What happened after that, we don't know. Thank you very much. We'll have a little bit more.
To search in the semi-rural area, what is that like for you?
Well, we don't have any credible information that he's in a particular spot, so there's not an ongoing physical search. What we're having to do is follow up on leads. So as people call in, they think they've seen him, or they think they have information, or they provide us with the name of someone who may know, we're having to follow up leads one by one. So we're just having to check each.
Helping the suspect get around? Anybody aiding him? If so, give a message to that person.
Well, if anyone is hiding him or aiding him, then our message to them is they need to turn him in. It's the best thing for him. It's the best thing for the community. Thank you very much.
Okay, everyone, that was an update on that shooting in Maracus, Georgia. They are having an award for the arrest of the man suspected in the shooting and killing of a South Georgia police officer. That reward raised to $50,000. We're going to take you now to a live look at Trump Tower. Yes, we're going to continue at Trump Tower Watch. Donald Trump leaving any minute now. Donald Trump will be speaking at OSU this afternoon. We'll be carrying that for you live here on News Now. We are on Trump Tower Watch because it's possible we'll get a Trump sighting today. Again, Donald Trump speaking at Ohio State University. President-elect Trump visit to Columbus to visit with victims and first responders in the Ohio State terror attack. He's expected to hold a private meeting and then make a public statement afterward. We'll be carrying that speech, that public statement, live here on News Now. All right, guys, looks like they're going to cut away from Trump Tower in just a minute. Up, there it is. They are taking us to Capitol Hill. This is a live look at Capitol Hill. In just a couple minutes, Paul Ryan, the Speaker of the House, as well as members of the House and Senate, are expected to sign a bipartisan 21st Century Cures Act. We're going to watch this live here on News Now.
Well, she just got back from the retreat. She did 10 days in the
No, those are manageable. Now, going into the most,
yes.
well, but that's what I'm saying is, you know, as far as being a modified,
Yes, oh yes.
you know, pumping is probably the easiest thing that you can try to get someone.
Well, think of this with subsidies too.
But obesity, no, you're absolutely
You look at the
right.
lifetime numbers of someone who was babies born addicted.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, the mother took the drug heroin. A lifetime for neonatal intensive care unit was a launch of $150,000 million. And especially you going to be there foster care. Spread that over a lifetime. Bill, are you going to be probably going to be in the ICU? Sorry,
I don't know that. I don't know what this is.
You're coming. No, you're not going to be That's what we're going to do. That's a lot of sandals.
Yeah. Heritage actually loves that.
But it's something to really get this way.
You can call my chief of staff because you're making an inquiry on the basis of somebody else.
All right, guys, looks like we have lost that feed from Capitol Hill. Stand by. I'm going to go ahead and reach out to our engineers to see if we can get that back. In the meantime, I want to give you guys a live look at our 10-day forecast once again. This is the weather in Arizona. Very pleasant temperatures here. Maybe some rain next week, but relatively pleasant otherwise here in Phoenix. Okay, guys, looks like we have lost that shot momentarily. Here is a live look at Capitol Hill. Hopefully we'll be getting that shot momentarily. In the meantime, though, I do want to show you guys this video. Senator John McCain paying tribute to Joe Biden yesterday. Let's watch video in case you guys missed it. I'm going to play it for you now. Senator McCain talking about Joe Biden.
A few thoughts directly to the occupant of the chair, to commend his long and honorable service to the United States and to thank him for his friendship. Mr. President, and I know how much you enjoy me calling you Mr. President, you and I have served together in this body for 3 decades. We've been friends for almost 40 years, since I was the Navy's Senate liaison and used to carry your bags on overseas trips. I joked recently that I've resented it ever since. But that was part of my job description, escorting and handling logistics for Senate codels, including making certain everyone's luggage arrived at our destinations. Back then, some senators, unlike the 100 egalitarians who occupy the Senate today, could be a little haughty and high-handed. A few held an exalted opinion of themselves that exceeded the esteem with which their colleagues and constituents held them in. If they paid any attention to staff, it was only because we had annoyed them somehow. But not my friend Joe Biden. He was fair and courteous to everyone, even people who didn't always deserve it. He's always an example of how a powerful person with character and class treats anyone in a subordinate position. He treats them with humility, as God's children, with dignity equal to his own. In the book, The Nightingale Song, the late journalist Bob Timberg wrote about one military liaison officer escorting a Codel to Athens, who joined some of the members in a tavern for a little after-hours merriment and was later observed dancing on a tabletop with Senator Biden's lovely wife, Jill. I don't recall witnessing such an event myself, and I can't testify to it having actually happened. Neither can I imagine the temerity of that rascal, whoever he was. He was lucky the senator whose spouse he made endure the awkward moves he euphemistically called dancing was Joe Biden. Few other senators would have seen the humor in it. Many years have passed since we shared those adventures, and many events have transpired, personal and public, that enriched our lives with the rewards and disappointments, blessings and challenges. We were still young men when we came to the Senate. We're old men now. And although you can't tell from looking at us, the vice president's actually a little younger than me, though we both passed the biblical 70. This place, the United States Senate, has been central to both our lives. Here we worked together on our country's challenges. Here we fought and argued over the country's direction. Here we compromised and joined forces to serve the public interest. Here we watched history made and made our small contributions to it. Neither of us is the shy and retiring type. We've both been known to hold a strong opinion or two, and when circumstances warrant, we would rather make our points emphatically than elliptically. I know that Joe appreciates the adage that I've tried to follow in my public life: a fight not joined is a fight not enjoyed. When we've had differences of opinions over the years, we've managed to make our positions crystal clear to each other. Perhaps in the persistent triumph of hope over experience, we both still cling to the expectation that we can persuade the other that he is mistaken. I think deep down, we probably know better. In addition to being regularly mistaken, here's what I've also known about my friend, an occasional sparring partner. He's a good and decent man, God-fearing and kind, a devoted father and husband, and a genuine patriot who puts our country before himself. I know, too, that it has been a great privilege to call him my friend. Mr. President, if I haven't made clear to you over these many years how much I appreciated your friendship and have admired you, I beg your forgiveness. We've both been privileged to know members of this body who were legends in their own time and are remembered as important historical figures. But I haven't known one who was a better man than you. You are an exemplary public servant, a credit to your family, to the Senate, and to the country. On behalf of the country and the Senate, thank you for your lifetime service to America. Thank you for your example of how to represent your constituents with honor and humility, and how to remain the same good guy that you were when you first got here. And thank you, most of all, for your friendship. My life and the lives of many have been enriched by it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President. Two from Arizona.
I join my colleagues today in addressing a few thoughts.
All right, brother.
All right, guys, so
Later.
that was a
We're
video
gonna be
from
checking in
yesterday.
shortly
John
with the,
McCain paying
live
tribute
bit.
to Joe Biden. All of the senators paid tribute to Joe Biden yesterday on the Senate floor. We're now going to take you live back to Capitol Hill.
Already they're conspiring
waiting
against
on
me.
Paul
Omar,
Ryan
you see how it
to
is?
speak.
Look at my back. You see these holes? You see these holes in my back? Ah, now they're doing it to my face. That's the worst part. Hey, Jay. Jay, before you screw up, let Reggie plug it all in and check it out.
I'll do that. I was here keeping this chair straight.
No, just look over his shoulder. Make sure, you know.
I'm not looking over his. Maybe he should look over mine.
Well, yeah. No.
We do. Are we sure there's no one in here? Okay.
Yeah. Wrong camera, sir. You already fucked up. Next one.
You can always tell how late they are by the camera position.
Now put it on the back, sir. Yeah, either the first one or the second one.
If it don't fit, you must have quit. Remember that?
Jay, let him do it. Gosh.
On one hand, you're telling me to look, and then the other hand,
But I'm conducting it from over here. Can I borrow these things from you? You like that, don't you?
Mine moves a lot. You can have it.
I'm doing it from over here. I'm doing it by remote control. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm exhausted. What happened to that guy that was tall guy? Do you want it? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. It's my shirt. What? How the hell am I supposed to know? That light looks good. The blue light. You need to change filters, brother. Oh, look at that. Oh, nice. Ooh, orange. Tungsten filter on. Orange. Put it back to daylight if you want.
Okay, while we wait for this press conference to begin, I want to go ahead and show you guys some video from this morning. Reid delivering his farewell address on the Senate floor. We're going to play this for you live on News Now.
The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, in this season of peace on earth, we acknowledge that you govern in the affairs of humanity. And if a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without you noticing it, may our lawmakers never think that you are indifferent to what they think, say, and do. Lord, keep them ever mindful of the scarcity of their days and the importance of their work. May they seize life's second chances to fulfill your purposes on earth. Transform the days of our senators into redemptive moments so that they will rise to the challenges of these momentous times. May they strive always to live worthy of your great name. Give them the wisdom to use your precepts to avoid life's pitfalls. Let us pray. Enabling you to guide them through life seasons of darkness to a safe harbor.
All right, guys, we're going to cut into this pre-recording. We have Joe Biden live speaking in Washington, D.C. at an NYU event.
I want to make it clear the main reason I'm here is Bob Bauer told me to be. And I'm delighted to be here. Bob's a great friend, and his advice is only exceeded in its wisdom by his wife, who has been advising me for a long time as well. And I think Bob's one of the great legal minds as well. This is a man who every piece of legal advice he's given me, I am sure, is consistent with what I decided when I got elected as a 29-year-old kid. I remember sitting with my legal advisors and then sitting with, I have the dubious distinction when I filed my campaign finance disclosure as vice president, the lead paragraph in the Washington Post on the front page, and as my wife, the professor, will say, you can Google it, it said, it's probable no man has ever assumed the office of vice president with fewer assets than Joe Biden. I assume they were talking financial and not intellectual. But I would say to the guys helping me with my putative tax return, I'd say just make sure if the foul line is here, make sure you keep me at least 2 feet behind the foul line. And Bob has kept me behind the foul line. I trust his judgment implicitly. When he asked me to join you all here today, I was really happy to say yes, and I wish I could attend the whole day. You're addressing some of the most interesting and emerging issues of modern-day politics. From the role of big money, which I find corrupting in our political system. I'm the first person to ever introduce legislation as a 30-year-old kid to publicly finance our elections. If you want to change overnight, instantaneously, the electoral process in America and the way we handle issues, have public financing. I guarantee you it would change overnight. I remember seeking the nomination in 2008, and I was in New York at a very high-end fundraiser event for me, which was rare, and we were up in the East 80s at Edgar Bronfman's home. And the elite of the Democratic Party in New York were there. And one fella asked me, who I will not mention his name, he said, well, Mr. Chairman, do you talk to ordinary people? And I said, do you think I'd be here with you if I didn't need your money? Which I've been a great fundraiser. It helped me a lot. Ted Kaufman, Senator Kaufman, just about collapsed at the time. But the point is that I hope you spend some time, and really some of you students focus on the role of money in the electoral process. And You know, you're also going to be talking about how the nature of, you know, in my generation, Rod McLuhan used to say the medium is the message. Well, the medium has changed drastically in terms of how we communicate and how we absorb news and how we seek news. It is, and I don't think, I know the baby boom generation hadn't caught up with them, quite frank. I don't think the millennials have either. There is no editorial filter that exists at all. That's both good and bad. It's going to determine an awful lot about how news is absorbed. It's, you know, we kind of self-select these days. We watch what we agree with. Folks who are conservative Republicans, I doubt whether they watch much of CNN or MSNBC. Liberal Democrats don't watch a whole lot of Fox News except for self-defense. But I'm serious. Think about it. Think about how cabined our consumption of news is. And think about the fact that 4 years ago, more people got their news under the age of 40 from Jon Stewart than any other single medium in the country. And so it's neither good nor bad, but it is a change. It's a change in the way we can generate, how to generate consensus in American politics. And you're also, this has been a very tough election. It's been ugly. It's been divisive. It's been coarse. It's been dispiriting. And it was more a battle of personalities than it was ideas, in my view. As Vice President of the United States, I've traveled over 200,000 miles, traveling to meet with virtually every major head of state in the world. I've been doing this a long time. I know I've met every single one. I think every major head of state in the last 35 years, not because I'm important, it just happened to be the jobs I had at the moment. And I find myself embarrassed by the nature and the way in which this campaign was conducted. You know, so much for the shining city on the hill. But the fact of it is that I know there's a sense in the country that maybe, though, that things are worse off than they really are. There's a sense that the country, that our institutions aren't working, and maybe we can never get them to work. For a lot of folks, it feels as if we're more divided than we have been in our history, and that the election brought out the worst in the political system. But you know, I think this is a time to bring a little perspective to probably the only thing I can do, having hung around as long as I have, is try to bring some perspective to the moment. I had a chance to reflect on a number of these issues when I was asked, the great honor, my only political hero I ever had in my career, and I mean this without exception, was Robert Kennedy. He was the only person I respected a lot of people, the only person who was a hero of mine when I was when I was in college and I was in law school. And I had a great honor receiving the Ripple of Hope Award from Ethel Kennedy and the Robert Kennedy at the Robert Kennedy Human Rights Center dinner on Tuesday night. And there were two other awardees more deserving than me, but one of them got up and made a very, very compelling speech about how everything is broken and he's so worried and things have never been the same. A brilliant guy, for real. It was a serious, serious speech. And I was prepared to and asked to talk about how Robert Kennedy, by his daughter, Carrie, how Robert Kennedy's life influenced my career at every stage of my career. And so I was prepared. I started off and I was prepared to talk about when I first became acquainted with him, really was as a high school senior, a junior, when President Kennedy got elected and he got appointed Attorney General. And I was prepared to go through how I followed him when he was in the administration and then when he ran for president, et cetera. And I started to think about it. Things were a hell of a lot worse then than they are now. The nation was a hell of a lot more divided than we are now. And On November 22nd, 1963, when I was a sophomore in college, I was sitting in the steps of called Hullion Hall at my university, University of Delaware, in a warm November day, and we heard that our hero, the generational hero, John Kennedy, had been assassinated. It was stunning, absolutely stunning, because he was the guy that convinced my generation almost overnight that politics was noble, that we could fundamentally change the trajectory of the nation, that there wasn't much we couldn't do. When I graduated, the Vietnam War was raging. There were serious, serious divisions. Family members did not speak to one another. Your best friends split on the issue. Some deciding to head to Canada, others deciding that this was a noble endeavor and to move, and most of us thinking it didn't make sense, but we were ready to go because that's what we were supposed to do. My last year in law school, 1968, January of that year, after being told the war is coming to an end, the Tet Offensive occurred. And all of a sudden, there was a great comedian then, wry and outlandish comedian named Lenny Bruce, because they kept been talking about the previous 2 years, the light at the end of the tunnel. He said, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. It's a freight train. And it was a freight train. A train that ran over a man who dreamt of being president his whole life, but concluded after the Tet Offensive on May 31st that he was not going to run for re-election. Lyndon Johnson did something that no one who ever had known him his whole life ever thought was within the possibility that he would walk away from power. March 4th, I had just gone to my physical for my draft board, and I was waiting in the airport in Syracuse, New York, for a package to come from home. Sitting in the parking lot of Hancock Airport and heard Dr. King had been assassinated. I got engaged in public life because of Dr. King. My state was segregated by law. My state was a border state. My state still had Mrs. Murphy's rule on housing. You could not discriminate against anyone seeking a room unless you had 4 or fewer rooms in your house. It wasn't until 1968 we elected the first black state senator. That's how I got involved in sit-ins when I was in high school, in college, in law school. He was assassinated. My city was one of those cities partially burned to the ground. My hometown that I was going to go home to in June, Wilmington, Delaware, was the only city in America since Reconstruction occupied by the military for 7 months, with military on every corner with drawn bayonets. On June 6th, I graduated. And shortly after I strode across that stage to accept my diploma, my only political hero was murdered after being named the putative nominee for the Democratic Party. Imagine, those of you who are in school here, imagine if in the last primary that determined Barack to be the president, had he been assassinated. Imagine what would have happened. In August, the Democratic Convention, more than 10,000 protesters clashed in the streets for the whole world to see with 20,000 policemen and National Guard. It was chaos. It was chaos. The 70s, things continued to break. As a young public defender, after having gotten a job with the most prestigious law firm in the state, the oldest law firm, a white shoe firm, as we used to say. After 6 months of being there, I realized I couldn't do it. And to the chagrin of all my parents and everyone who knew me, I walked across, those of you who've done federal cases in Delaware, and a lot of corporate cases are done there. I walked across Rodney Square from the federal courthouse after just having won. I didn't win. I sat second chair with the senior partner, a major case for Catalytic Construction Company and Getty Oil. I walked across the square into the basement of the building. It was catty corner. And I asked for a job as a public defender. I'll never forget what Franny Kearns, the guy who ran it, looked at me and said, "Don't you work for Prickett?" He said, "Do you know what you're doing?" I knew what I was doing. Killed.
Okay, guys, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties with this Joe Biden feed. Stand by while we work to get it fixed. In the meantime, I do want to take you guys to the Capitol. Looks like Democrats and Republicans working together for a bipartisan bill that was just signed. Looks like we have cut into a feed now of Trump Tower. Guys, this is Trump Tower Watch here on News Now. While we give you guys a live look at Trump Tower, I also want to play for you in the corner Harry Reid's farewell speech from the Senate floor. I can play that in the corner for you while we give you guys a live look at Trump Tower here on News Now.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
And it looks like they've cut back now to Paul Ryan's speech, so we're going to listen to this instead. Stand by.
And we would not be here if it were not for the tireless, relentless work by so many people that are here standing today, like Fred Upton. And now we have a lot to show for it. I just want to say to all those legislators here, fantastic. You guys just did such a good job. Look what we had to show for it. More money for medical research, a streamlined process for approving new drugs and devices. That means millions of patients will get the treatments that they need. I'm talking about people like our good friend here, Max Schill. Speeding up medical innovation could mean fewer surgeries and less hassle for Max. Oh, it could mean millions of Americans get to live longer, healthier lives. If that doesn't convince you that we need this bill, then I don't know what will. I'd also be remiss if I did not recognize the good work of Congressman Tim Murphy. Tim Murphy, just like everybody else on Cures, works so hard on getting mental health reform over the finish line, crisscrossing America, listening, doing hearings, talking to people about how to fix these issues. He's led the charge to bring attention and the resources to mental health issues. But all of you have worked very hard to put the patient back in charge. That's what this is all about. I'm so proud of all of the accomplishments of these members, and I simply want to say thank you and job well done. Thank you.
Well, the Speaker covered the significance of this, and there are a whole lot of people here who deserve recognition, but I'm going to single out one member of the Senate who did more than anything, I think, to acquaint us all with the significance of this. This is, I think, the most significant piece of legislation passed by this Congress. It will have the greatest impact on the future. And the fellow who educated us in the Senate Republican Conference about this was Senator Lamar Alexander. And I want to single him out for special recognition. I also want to thank the President and the Vice President. You know, this is a classic example of incredible bipartisan cooperation. The President had a particular interest in precision medicine. The Vice President, obviously, in the cancer moonshot. I had an interest in regenerative medicine. We all kind of pulled together here. When a bill like this passes with a very big margin, I think a lot of times people think, well, that was easy. Some of the toughest things, Leader Pelosi, I think, would agree, some of the toughest things to do around here actually, in the end, do end up passing by a very large majority, but it was really hard to put all the pieces together. So everybody behind us here played an important role in this, and I'm pleased to be here today. I think this is an exciting way to end this session. Thank you.
The 21st Century Cures Act represents a vital step forward, one that is very important to modernize and strengthen our nation's pursuit of life-saving treatments. The National Institutes of Health has the biblical power to cure. Where there is scientific opportunity, I think we have a moral responsibility to allocate resources. That's part of what this legislation does. We're providing reforms and resources that will accelerate innovative biomedical research, precision medicine, as is an interest of President Obama, brain research, very important. And I want to particularly salute Vice President Biden because he really advocated for not only his moonshot, cancer moonshot initiative, but for the entire bill, bringing clarity to its purpose and votes for its success. Frank Pallone, our ranking member on Energy and Commerce, and Diana DeGette have made this legislation their lives work for a very long time. Their knowledge, their persistence, they're traveling the country, again, to have the best possible input, working in a bipartisan way, as the Speaker and the leader mentioned, which was very, very important. And I'm very pleased that finally we have the $1 billion in opioid funding needed for the epidemic of addiction. We're also making improvements in mental health and substance disorder services. And that was a very bipartisan initiative as well. I'm also pleased to have a letter from the Speaker saying that, promising that Congress will meet its responsibility to robustly fund these commitments in the years ahead, not just in the 2017 appropriation. Accelerating, don't worry, okay?
Yes.
You heard it. Don't worry. I'm relieved. Accelerating development of cures and protecting the health and safety of the American people depends fully funding the FDA and the NIH. And may I say that when we make these investments and we come forward with cures or interventions, we want them to be available to all Americans. We will continue to try to work in a bipartisan way to champion the robust investment in innovation and R&D that powers new miracles, going back to that biblical power to cure. And I join the Speaker in saying I can think of no better way than to start the holidays into signing this legislation which makes America more healthy. Thank you. Leo, to Mr. Upton.
Well, thank you. I'm Fred Upton. And this has been a great couple of years because that's how long it has taken. We have worked not only both sides of the aisle, but both sides of the country, from north to south, from east to west. And we did something that Congress is often accused of not doing, and that is listening. We listened to every group that was out there, the researchers, the scientists, particularly the patient groups. Clock's ticking. Folks that have a disease know that it will take them without a cure. This bill is going to fix that problem because it expedites the approval of drugs and devices, and it is coupled with literally billions of dollars in more research that will find the answer for those cures years ahead of what it otherwise would have been. I want to thank my colleagues on our committee. You'll remember that this bill passed our committee 51-0. It was no easy task. Republicans and Democrats, but particularly I want to thank my partners, Frank Pallone and Diana DeGette. I thank the leadership on both sides of the aisle, particularly Lamar Alexander, who just did an outstanding job as we cobbled this thing together to get the 94 votes yesterday, the 392 votes the week before in the House. And just want to close just saying, you know what really made this important? It's personal. It's personal to everybody out there, our colleagues, our staff, our constituents. It is going to find the answer. And it's important that we did it right. We also want to thank the administration, because without them, it would not be a reality when President Obama signs it into law next week. So thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred, and you and Representatives DeGette and Pallone have set a remarkably good example for the United States Senate, and we're grateful for that.
Say that again.
I'll say it again next Christmas when we do the same thing. Dr. Francis Collins, who is the remarkable leader of the National Institutes of Health, he calls it the National Institutes of Hope, predicted in a hearing before our committee that the following could happen in the next 10 years. Artificial pancreas for people with diabetes. Medicine that would identify Alzheimer's before the symptoms are apparent, and then once identified would help retard the progression of Alzheimer's. A vaccine for Zika, a vaccine for HIV/AIDS, a vaccine for universal flu, which killed 30,000 people last year. Heart transplant doctors, like former Majority Leader Bill Frist, will be out of business because instead we'll begin to use regenerative medicine to use your own cells to restore your own heart. This is Dr. Collins talking. And the real answer to the opioid addiction, which would be non-addictive pain medicines. He sees those coming in 10 years. These are truly medical miracles. This legislation helps make that dream come true in two ways. One, a surge of funding for the research. And second, to move all those cures and treatments more rapidly through the investment and regulatory process and into doctors' offices and into medicine cabinets so people can use them, hopefully, at a lower cost. That is why the President said this is an opportunity we can't miss. That's why the Vice President was making phone calls to Senator all week. That's why Speaker Ryan put this as part of his agenda for leadership. And that's why Mitch McConnell said this was the most significant piece of legislation for the year. I want to especially thank the Speaker, Ryan, and Senator McConnell, because they have so many, as Nancy knows, they have so many conflicting demands as leaders and as speakers. But they cleared a pathway for a very complex bill with many important differences of opinion. And without that, it simply would not be here today. Last year, we presented President Obama with what he called a Christmas miracle. After a long time, we helped affect the lives of 50 million children by fixing No Child Left Behind. This is a second Christmas miracle, a medical miracle that the President will be presented that affects even more people. It's the way Congress ought to work, and I'm privileged to have been a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to sound a little like Senator Alexander in what I say. First of all, I think this was a significant bill that became even more significant as the leadership of everyone here got more and more involved. I have to start out by saying that, first of all, Fred Upton and Diana DeGette, from the very beginning, as Fred said, were determined to go around the country and listen, and knew and want our country to continue to be innovative. The feeling that those two had was that there wasn't enough innovation, that there may be too many restrictions, or there wasn't enough money being spent at NIH on research for diseases that we hadn't found a cure, and that we could do more as a country to accomplish that. And so that was 21st Century Cures. But as time went on, we had these other bills that were just as important: mental health reform, dealing with opiates. Some of you know we passed an opiate package, and the President signed it back in July, but there wasn't the funding. And also the cancer moonshot, which was a really innovative idea on the part of President Obama and Vice President Biden. And so all this evolved into a package now that really is truly remarkable, that we were able to combine all these in one rubric, if you will, under the auspices of 21st Century Cures. And so I just want to thank the leadership, really. I have to thank Nancy Pelosi, our leadership on both the House and the Senate side, because there were many times when I met with Nancy, and there were the naysayers that said, we can't do all this, we can't put all this together, there's not enough time. And she said, there is enough time, we are going to do this. I hear the naysayers, but they're wrong. This overall is a really great bill, and it is. And so I want to thank everyone here for putting this together. I think it's remarkable that we are able to accomplish so much in this last few days of the session. And now I'd like to introduce Diana DeGette, because if there was anybody who absolutely refused to say no and said, we're doing this, it's going to get done every day, every hour in my year, it was my colleague, Congresswoman DeGette. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Frank. It was almost exactly 3 years ago today that Fred Upton came up to me on the floor, and he said, Diana, I'm thinking about doing a little bill to help kind of revise the way we do biomedical research so that we can get cures much more quickly from the research lab to the approval to the patient. And I'm wondering, would you want to help me with that? So I said, sure, Fred. And then I went back to my office and told my staff. So you can imagine 3 years later, as we stand here with all of our wonderful compadres on the Energy and Commerce Committee from both sides of the aisle, what a special moment this is for us. But it's not just special for all of us. It's really special for all of the patients of America, people for whom we need to have hope during this season. People like Max, people like my daughter Francesca, people like so many other Americans who have diseases for which we don't yet have a cure. And that's really when this Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to bring that hope to those Americans. Everybody has said what a team effort it was, and it was a team effort. Our friends in the Senate on both sides of the aisle, our leadership in the House, Speaker Ryan, Leader Pelosi. I wasn't the only one who refused to say no.
Okay, looks like they have cut out of that feed. They're taking us now to the room where Paul Ryan will be giving us an update, his weekly press conference. Stand by. Paul Ryan's weekly press conference about to start momentarily.
Well, this holiday season, like any holiday season, is time for making lists. So today, I would like to offer one of my own. These are just some of the things that the 114th Congress has achieved for the American people. The first real entitlement reform in nearly 2 decades. The first long-term highway bill in more than a decade. The biggest rewrite of our education laws in 15 years. The first permanent ban on taxing access to the internet. A law to better judge policy-based evidence instead of just inputs, something I worked on. New sanctions packages for both North Korea and Iran. A strengthened visa waiver program to keep Americans safe. The end of the 40-year ban on exporting crude oil. Permanent renewal of tax relief for small businesses and families. Renewal of trade promotion authority to get better deals for America's workers. The first rewrite of our nation's trade enforcement laws in a generation. FOIA reforms to make government more open and more transparent. Reforms to fight human trafficking and to expand services for its victims. A Bill of Rights for the survivors of sexual assault. Reforms to help our veterans, including the Clay Hunt Suicide Prevention for Americans Veterans Act. Reforms to level the playing field for American manufacturers. A law to prevent a taxpayer bailout of Puerto Rico and allow the island to retake control of its future. Resources to tackle the Zika virus. Landmark legislation to combat opioid addiction and to support long-term recovery. Landmark legislation to accelerate the development of cures of rare diseases, as well as the most significant mental health reform in more than a decade. And when our defense bill becomes law, as it's about to, our troops will see their biggest pay raise in 6 years. My predecessor, John Boehner, was a big part of that work, of course. He used to say that about 90% of what we do around here is bipartisan. The other 10% gets all the attention. Bipartisanship is not rare, it is just rarely noted. On that note, I'd be happy to take your questions. Erica. I will work that out with the Trump administration. I would defer you to the Judiciary Committee, which is in charge of that. I'm sure the Judiciary Committee is working with the Trump administration, the transition team on these things. I'd refer you to those guys. Manu.
You said in comments this week that a replacement for Obamacare is not coming until next football season. Are you concerned, though, if a repeal takes effect early next year, it could throw the system into chaos?
That's the point I was trying to make on 60 Minutes, I think is what you're talking about, which is there needs to be a reasonable transition period so that people don't have the rug pulled out from under them. And so that's the point we're trying to make here, which is there clearly will need to be a transition period so that people will not have that rug pulled out from under them that you're talking about. That's obviously something that we intend on doing.
How quickly will you move on a replacement?
We'll get to that next year. We're going to work with we just had a meeting with all our authorizers this morning about working on this with the Senate and the transition team. Those talks are ongoing.
President-elect Trump has asked for a call for a 35% tariff on companies going overseas. Is this something you've talked to him about?
I think we just had this question on Tuesday. We believe that the best way to get at this issue is through comprehensive tax reform. So what he's trying to get at is making American businesses more competitive and making it more likely that American businesses stay in America, manufacture in America, and sell things overseas. We believe the best way to solve that very important goal is comprehensive tax reform. You go over here. Christina. We're going to have these kinds of conversations. I don't have an opinion on exactly what that timeline will be. There's a lot of moving parts, and we have a lot of dialogue that we have to have with just our friends in the Senate and with the White House on the transition. So it's just premature to suggest that we know exactly how long this transition is. Here's what I know. Obamacare is hurting people. We are seeing consistent double-digit premium increases, huge deductible increases, and the insurers are pulling out. The largest health insurance company.
All right, guys, now we've lost that feed. I'm not exactly sure what is going on with our feeds today. I apologize for that, but we do have some breaking news anyways. I want to go ahead and show you guys this tweet that just was sent out. A Fox News alert. The manhunt for the person who killed the Georgia officer is apparently over. That person they were looking for reportedly found dead. This is breaking news. We just got word of this in the last couple of minutes. Wanted to go ahead and show you guys that tweet there. Breaking news, manhunt over, man who killed Georgia officer reportedly found dead. That is our breaking news update. I want to go ahead and show you guys a live look at New York City. While I have you, this is a live look at New York City. We're going to continue with Harry Reid on the Senate floor delivering his farewell this morning. Stand by. Oh, actually, never mind. We have Trump Tower Watch live now.
About our state of our military. We talked a lot about cyber security, and overall I found it to be a very interesting and a very informed conversation on the part of the President-elect.
So, can you confirm that you're in the running for Secretary of State?
I would, well, when I first heard there was a short list, I thought they were referring to a list of short people, which, as you see, I would definitely be on that list. But in terms of any job, I would say, why don't you talk to the folks upstairs?
How is it different being vetted by the President-elect and being vetted by Hillary Clinton's team? What are some of the differences in the topics that you discussed?
I think it's all about service, and I think that it's very consistent across the partisan divide, if you will, on these kinds of national security issues. And that's pretty heartening, I think, for the country. Thanks, everybody. It's great being with you today.
Thank you, sir.
All right, guys, that was the brief interview we got from Trump Tower Watch. Going to take you now to the Senate floor. Harry Reid's farewell address on the Senate floor from this morning.
Mr. President, it seems like any speech about the Democratic leader requires a mention of Searchlight, Nevada. Now, there's a reason why that is. You can't begin to understand the man until you understand where it all began. And here's where it began. A tiny mining town at the southern tip of Nevada, 1 teacher, 0 indoor plumbing, miles of desert. That's Searchlight. At least the Searchlight Harry Reid knew when he was growing up. It's the kind of place where you might learn to drive at 13 or spend your summer roping cattle with a cowboy named Sharky. In fact, if your name is Harry Reid, that's exactly what you did. Harry grew up in a tiny wooden shack with a tin roof, hitchhiked more than 40 miles to school, had a father who toiled in the hard rock mines. It goes without saying this was not an easy life. It taught some tough lessons. But Harry had his escapes. He found one in the snap and crackle of his radio. Now, Searchlight didn't exactly have a radio station of its own, but every now and then Harry could pick up a faint signal from California. And during the regular season, it carried his favorite baseball team, the Indians. He can still rattle off Cleveland's 1948 roster. Just ask him. Harry played some baseball himself. He was the catcher in high school, and during his sophomore year, Harry's team was crowned Nevada state champions. Later, after a close game on the California coast, his team won the Nevada, Arizona, California tri-state playoffs as well. Harry still treasures the big white jackets each member of the team received. Not because, understand, he was the best player on the team. Harry says he wasn't, but because of what that jacket represented, his hard work, his contributions, his worth. Harry, like many young men, once dreamed of a life in the majors, of cheering crowds and commissioners' trophies. So did I. I wanted to throw fastballs for the Dodgers. Harry wanted to play center field at Fenway. We wound up as managers of 2 unruly franchises instead. As the leaders of our parties, we're charged with picking the batting order, controlling the pitch selection, and trying our best to manage 100 opening day starters. It isn't always easy. Baseball, as Harry has often pointed out, provides a nice reprieve from the serious work of the Senate. So no matter how contentious the issue before us, we try to put politics aside, at least briefly, to trade our views on the Nats and Bryce Harper. Harry is probably looking forward to having even more time to dedicate as a fan of the sport and never having to miss another game because of votes. But if there's one thing that Harry loves more than baseball, it's his wife Landra and the family they built together. When Harry first met Landra Gould, the two of them were in high school, and Harry was hardly conflicted about his feelings for her. She looked like she belonged in the movies, he recalled. She was smart, too, and she'd been places. Out of my league, that's for sure. But if there's one thing we know about Harry, he doesn't give up easily. Wasn't long before the two of them were heading off on their first date. It started, as many dates do, with a movie, and ended, as no dates do, with Landra push-starting his car. Now, Harry worried, as many of us might, that this could well be their first date and their last date. But then he looked over at Landra. She smiled as she pushed along beside him. It was the kind of smile he said, "Who cares about the car? I'm with you." It's a smile that stayed with him ever since. There are moments, Harry said, that turn a life, that stay with you until the last breath. And this was one of those moments for me. The Reids have never been strangers to pushing through challenges. They've confronted a lot over nearly 6 decades of marriage. But hand in hand, sweat on the brow, they've always moved forward together. Through it all, Landra has never stopped smiling, and Harry has never stopped counting every lucky star for Landra. His idea of the perfect night out is still a quiet night in with her. Landra is his confidant, his high school sweetheart, and his best friend. She's his everything. And for a guy who grew up with nothing, that's something. Harry Reid didn't have an easy childhood. He faced tragedy from a young age. There were times when he just wanted to leave Searchlight and never look back. But these experiences helped shape him, too. This is a guy who's seen it all. He's been on the wrong side of electoral nail-biters. He's been on the other side of them, too. He even won a primary against somebody named God Almighty. Harry will now retire as the longest-serving U.S. Senator from his state, with some 3 decades of Senate service behind him. It's clear that Harry and I have 2 very different worldviews, 2 different ways of doing things, and 2 different sets of legislative priorities. But through the years, we've come to understand some things about one another, and we've endeavored to keep our disagreements professional rather than personal. We've also found some common ground through baseball. I hardly know what it's like to serve here without Harry. He came into office just a couple of short years after I did, but I do know this. Come next month, you'll know where to find him. He'll be right next to Landra, writing new chapters, making new memories, continuing a love story that began with a smile more than 50 years ago. So today, the Senate recognizes the Democratic leader for his many years of service to Nevada, to the country, and to his party. We wish him and Landra the best as they set off on their next journey.
Thank you very much for those nice remarks. I've had for years, especially press and others, how do you get along with Mitch McConnell? It's obviously not very good. And simple, everybody, he and I understand our relationship. We're both lawyers. I've been to court lots of times, over 100 jury trials. And when I would go to those trials, I had really fixed on my opponent. How could he feel that way about an issue? He's wrong on the law, he's wrong on the facts, and we're going to take care of this in court. And fortunately, I was fairly blessed with my trial. It turned out okay most of the time. But Mitch and I understand that's what we do here. When the trial's over, I have to walk out of the courtroom with Neil Gallitz or whoever it was. It was over with. It was gone. We're friends. We were there, each doing our thing to affect our cause. And that's what we do here. McConnell and Reid don't need to be hugging out here every day. That isn't what we do. We're advocates for our cause. I do the very best I can. He does the best he can. And he laid that out just fine a few minutes ago. So this is not a love session for Reid and McConnell, although I want everyone to know here, Mitch McConnell is my friend.
He and his wonderful wife have been kind and thoughtful to us. I've said that before. Let me repeat it. When Lander was in that really dreadful accident, they were there. Letters, flowers, they took care of us. When Lander had the devastating breast cancer, they were there. When I hurt myself, Mitch called me. So everybody, go ahead and make up all the stories you want about how we hate each other. Go ahead, but we don't. If it makes a better story, go ahead and do it. But maybe somebody should write this. Thank you very much, Mitch. Okay, everybody, now, my final speech. History of Searchlight starts this way, the first paragraph of that book. Searchlight is like many Nevada towns and cities. It would never have come to be had gold not been discovered. Situated on rocky, windy, and arid terrain without artesian well or surface water of any kind, the place we call Searchlight was not a gathering spot for Indian or animal. Searchlight. It's a long ways from Searchlight to the United States Senate. I grew up during World War II in Searchlight. As Senator McConnell mentioned, my dad was a miner, hard rock miner, underground miner. But work wasn't very good in Searchlight. The mines during World War II were especially gone all over America, but especially in Nevada. There were a few things that went on after the war, promotions, and he would work, and sometimes they would pay him, sometimes with bad checks that would bounce, sometimes they wouldn't pay him, they would just leave. My mom worked really hard. We had this old Maytag washer. Lines were outside. She worked really hard. Searchlight was about 250 people then. It had seen its better days. Searchlight was discovered in 1898. Gold was discovered. And for 15 or 18 years, it was a booming, booming town. It was one of the most modern cities in all Nevada. It had electricity. Turn of the century electricity. Telegraph. Telephones. It had a fire station, fire trucks. It had roads with signs on them designating the name of the street. It had a railroad. And when I grew up, that was all gone. Searchlight, as I said, was 250 people. So you may ask, how did my mother work so hard in a town where there was 250 people? We had at that time no mines, but 13 brothels at one time in Searchlight. 13, not over the time, but one time. The biggest was the El Rey Club. So that tells everyone what Wash, my mom, did, from the casinos and from the brothels. And she worked really hard. She ironed, she washed. And as I look back on my growing up in Searchlight, I never felt during the time I was a boy that I was deprived of anything. I never went hungry. Sometimes we didn't have, I guess, what my mom wanted, but we were fine. But as I look back, it wasn't that good, I guess. We had no inside toilet. We had a toilet outside. You had to walk about 50 yards to that. My dad didn't want close to the house. And we had a good time even with that. My poor mother, wonderful woman she was. My younger brother and I, she sometimes, just to be funny, she would go to the toilet, which had tin walls, it was made out of tin, and we would throw rocks at that. And, "Let me out," she would say. Didn't sound like much fun, but it was fun at the time. as I look back on stuff, when I started elementary school, there was one teacher for grades 1 through 4, and then another teacher for grade 5 through 8. But when I got to the 5th grade, there was not enough. Weren't enough students for 2 teachers. So one teacher taught all 8 grades. And I learned at that time, in that little school, that you can really learn. I have never, ever forgotten a woman by the name of Mrs. Pickard. I can still see her, those glasses, just a stereotype, spinster teacher. But she was a teacher. She taught me that education was good, to learn is good. And when I graduated, we had a large graduating class, 6 kids. And presiding officer from Nevada, you should feel good about me. I graduated in the top third of my class. My parents did the best they could. My dad never graduated from the 8th grade. My mom didn't graduate from high school. In Searchlight, this is probably no surprise to anyone, there was never, ever a church service in Searchlight that I can ever remember. There was no church. Nobody, no preachers, no nothing regarding religion. That's how I was raised. My brother and I were born in our houses. There was no hospital. That had long since gone. I can remember, and I didn't go to a dentist until I was 14 years old. But I was fortunate. I was born with nice teeth, especially on the top. The bottoms aren't so good. But rarely have I had a cavity of any kind. Just fortunate in that regard. We didn't go to doctors. It was a rare occasion. There was no one to go to. I can remember my father having such a bad toothache. I watched him pull a tooth with a pair of scissors, a pair of pliers. My mother was hit in the face with a softball when she was a young woman in Searchlight, and it ruined her teeth. As I was growing up, I saw her teeth disappear. A few less, and finally no teeth. My mom had no teeth. My brother was riding his bicycle and slid on the dirt, broke his leg. Never went to the doctor. I can remember, as it were, 10 minutes ago, my brother Larry on that bed, couldn't touch the bed, it hurt him so much. But it healed. The bottom part of one leg is bent, but it heals. It healed. I can remember once a TB wagon came through Searchlight, the only time I remember. There was, people had tuberculosis and TB. I remember Con Hudgens had TB. I don't remember who else. You know, we had miners over there that had silicosis, some of them, my dad included. My mom had one of those tests. She went in a big truck and had her chest x-rayed. I guess that's what they did. And a few weeks later, she got a postcard that said her test was positive, that she should go see a doctor. Never went to see a doctor. And I worried about that so much. I can't imagine how my mother must have felt. But obviously it was a false positive. But think about that. Never went to the doctor. They told you have tuberculosis. I never, and you know, as I learned more about my dad, I know how important healthcare would have been for him, to be able to see somebody to try to explain more about my dad so he can understand himself a little better. So So I haven't done, I'm sure I haven't done all the good in life I could do, but I am here to tell everyone there's one thing I did in my life that I'm so proud of, and I'll always be. I hope I'm not boasting. If I am, I'm sorry. I worked long hours in a service station. As Mitch indicated, there was no high school in Searchlight, so I went to school in Henderson, Nevada. And I worked in a standard station. I worked really hard, long hours. I took all the hours they would give me. I saved up enough money. I had $250. I was going to buy my mother some teeth. And I went to a man, he was a big shot, named a school after him. He's on the school board in Las Vegas. He married this beautiful woman from Searchlight. I went to him. Never met him before, but Dr. Smith, here's who I am. His name was J.D. Smith. I said, I want to buy my mother some teeth. He said, I don't do credit here. He insulted me. So I went to Dr. Marshall from Henderson and bought my mom some teeth. It changed my mother's life. My mother had teeth. So my parents lived in Searchlight until they both died. I think a number of people here, some, at least my staff, knows that my dad killed himself. I can remember that day so plainly. I'd been out, I spent 2 hours with Muhammad Ali, him and I, one of his handlers and one of my staff. It was so, for me who has always wanted to be an athlete, that was great. Some of you know I fought, but he was in a different world than me. But he was nice, he was generous with his time, and so much fun. He said, pay no attention to me. He said, I'm finding some white guy and we go cause some trouble out here. He kicked the walls and yelled and screamed, and I was happy. I went to my car, got to my office, and my receptionist, Joni, said to me, Mr. Reid, your mom's on the phone. And I talk to my mother all the time, many, many times a week. And she said, your pop shot himself. So she lived in Searchlight. It took me an hour and a half to get out there. And I can still remember seeing my dad on that bed. And I was so sad because my dad never had a chance. He was depressed always. He was reclusive. I did things, so he never came to anything that I did. I never felt bad that he didn't because I knew my dad. My mom came to everything that she could. But I felt bad about that. And I'll talk a little more about suicide in a little bit. But I think everyone can understand a little bit of why I've been such an avid supporter of Obamacare, health care. So I was ashamed, embarrassed about Searchlight. When I went to college, was in high school, law school, I just didn't want to talk about Searchlight. I was kind of embarrassed about it. I mean, look, it's kind of a crummy place. I didn't show people pictures of my home. So many years later, I was a young man, and I was in government, and Alex Haley, the famous writer who wrote the book Roots, was a speaker at a University of Nevada Foundation dinner in Reno. And he gave this speech. It was stunning. It was so good. And basically what he said to everyone there, and he directed, I thought, direct remarks to me, of course he didn't, but he said, be proud of who you are. You can't escape who you are. And I walked out of that event that night a different person, a new man. From that day forward, I was from Searchlight. I'd bought, when I got out of law school, I bought little pieces of property, So I had contacts there. My parents lived there. I went there all the time. But I became Harry Reid, the guy from Searchlight. So one thing people ask me all the time, you've done okay. Tell me what you think are the important aspects, especially young people ask all the time. Young is a relative term. What would you recommend? What do you think was your way to success? And I tell them all the same thing. I didn't make it in life because of my athletic prowess. I didn't make it because of my good looks. I didn't make it because I'm a genius. I made it because I worked hard. And I tell everyone, whatever you want to try to do, make sure you're going to work as hard as you can at trying to do what you want to do. And I believe that's a lesson for everyone. The little boy from Searchlight has been able to be part of a changing state of Nevada. I'm grateful I've been part of that change. When I graduated from law school, the population of Nevada was less than 300,000 people. The state of Nevada is now 3 million people. It grew from one member of Congress from 1864 to 82. One is all we had. Now we have 4. During my 34 years in Congress, I've seen the country change. I've seen Nevada change. The changes in the country and Nevada have been for the better. Now I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about some of the things that I've been able to do as a member of the United States Senate. I know it's long and somewhat tedious. I've been here a long time, so please be patient. My legislation, reducing tax burdens. I'm sorry he's not here. David Pryor from Arkansas. David Pryor, I don't want to hurt the feelings of any of my very, very capable friends, but the best legislator I've ever served with in state government, federal government, is David Pryor. He was good. Not a big speecher, but he was good at getting things done. The first speech I gave as a member of the Senate, I was way back there with where Cory Booker is right now. And I gave a speech. I tried to do it in the House. It was called the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. I couldn't get Jake Pickle, the chair of that subcommittee on Ways and Means, even to talk to me over the House. But I came over here and I gave that speech. And David Pryor was presiding. He was subcommittee chair of a committee dealing with that and finance. Chuck Grassley was also listening to my speech. Pryor sent me a note when I finished and said, I want to help you with this. Grassley did the same thing. So my first speech led to the passage of the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights with the help of David Pryor and Chuck Grassley. It was landmark legislation. It put the taxpayer on a more equal footing with the tax collector. Everybody liked that so much we've done 2 iterations of it since then to make it even stronger. Source tax, I'm sure is just a boring thing to everybody, but it wasn't boring to people that came from California and tried to retire someplace else. The state of California was merciless in going after people. They had the law on their side. They thought if you worked in California, it didn't matter where you went, they would go after you for your pension, is what it amounted to. And I tried for 15 years to get that changed, and I got it changed. No longer can California, all due respect to Feinstein and Boxer, can they do that. They can't do that anymore. If you retire in California and move someplace else, they can't tax that money. Mortgage tax relief. We all participated in that. I initiated it too when the collapse of Wall Street took place, and that was a big help. Tax incentives for solar and geothermal. Really important. I'll talk a little more about that. Payment in lieu of taxes. All my Western senators will appreciate that. It was just a couple of 4 years ago, 5 years ago, that we were able to fully fund PILT, payment in lieu of taxes. worked very hard with Caucus, with Wyden, and we did things to take care of some issues that they had. That's the first time that had ever been fully funded. Cancellation of indebtedness. That's a buzzword for people that understand taxes a little better, but what happened is people, when everything collapsed, they would try to get out of a debt they had. They couldn't because the IRS would tax them at the value of it when they bought it. When it didn't work, it was unfair. And we got that changed. That was in the stimulus bill. We got that changed. Let's talk about the economy a little bit. Now, I know some of my Democrat colleagues said, why did you do that? Here's what I did. I worked with Republican Senator Don Nichols from Oklahoma, who was a Republican president, okay? And so the worm turns, but Don and I talked about this. We knew that the administrations would change, and it would affect every president, Democrat and Republican. And it was called the Congressional Review Act. And what that said is the president promulgates a regulation, Congress has a chance to look it over to see if it's too burdensome, too costly, too unfair. And we've done that quite a few times. And that was because of Reid and Nichols. That was legislation that I did, and it was great when we had Republican presidents, not so great when we had Democratic presidents. But it was fair. One of the things that's been so important to the state of Nevada has been a man by the name of Kirk Kerkorian, an uneducated man. He flew over the North Atlantic during World War II, ferrying planes to England at great personal sacrifice to himself. But he had, as I said, no education. Parents were from Armenia. But he became one of America's legendary entrepreneurs. And I, many, many years ago, as a young lawyer, met him, and for many, many years helped him, and especially his brother, with their legal issues. He's the man that helped create Las Vegas the way it is, and he did something unique. He decided he was going to build something on the Las Vegas Strip called City Center. And for those of you who go to Nevada, look at that sometime. You could be in the middle of New York City. You would think you were there. This is a magnificent operation. Well, it started before the recession. They were desperate to get it finished. More than 10,000 people worked on that project. I would drive by there and count the cranes. 25, 30 cranes at one time there doing that work. Well, I interceded in that. I did some things that probably a lot of people wouldn't do, but I did it because I thought it was very important that that operation didn't shut down. Kerkorian already put billions of dollars of his own money in it. And they had an investor from one of the Middle Eastern countries. And I did a lot of things I say that a lot of you wouldn't do, but I did it. And I saved that project. I'm not going into detail, but I called people that I would doubt that any of you would call.
Hey guys, that was part one of Harry Reid's farewell address. We're going to cut out of this, though, to take you to a massive pileup in Michigan. This is Fowlerville, Michigan. Approximately 40 cars involved. 2 people reported dead in this massive crash. This is breaking news out of Michigan. We're going to work to get you guys some more info, but these are live images coming in out of Fowlerville, Michigan. We're getting a new update. 3 people apparently dead in this massive pileup. Approximately 40 cars involved. A deadly crash, Fowlerville, Michigan. You can see the conditions of the streets. A very snowy environment. Winter conditions. A deadly pileup. Fowlerville, Michigan. And now we're going to cut out of this deadly pileup to take you live to Nancy Pelosi's weekly press conference. Nancy Pelosi live.
Her weekly address. Sources Fox, Exalt Channel 2.
Disqualifying as a district judge by the standards of 1986. 30 years later, President Trump wants to make him the chief law enforcement in America. In fact, in recent years, Senator Sessions' conduct toward Latino and immigrant families has only grown more disturbing. So that's it. We appoint somebody who's anti-civil rights, voting rights, immigrant rights, et cetera, LGBT rights, as the Attorney General. Now we go to EPA. EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. As Oklahoma's Attorney General, Scott Pruitt brazenly used his office as a vehicle for an agenda of big polluters and climate deniers in the courts. With control of EPA, Pruitt could do immense damage to the air our children breathe and the water they drink. By the way, what Pruitt stands for is exactly the same thing, the same agenda that the Republicans in the House of Representatives espouse almost every day that we are here. So this isn't different from the Republicans in Congress. Democrats will continue to fight for clean air and clean water and the clean energy investments that protect God's creation and good-paying jobs. Now we go to Social Security and Medicare. Naming Budget Chairman Tom Price to head HHS is clear signal that Republicans will try to end Medicare and force seniors to pay more. Speaker Ryan, House GOP, as we have discussed before, has always had a dream of ending the Medicare guarantee. And that is a nightmare. His dream is a nightmare for the American people. Medicare and guarantee, they're synonymous. Take away the guarantee, you destroy Medicare. Democrats will fight Republicans' efforts to destroy Medicare, just as we did in 2005 when President Bush tried to privatize Social Security. Destroying Medicare and making seniors pay more is not what the American people voted for in November. Democrats in Congress and millions of Americans across the country are going to make it very, very clear. Hands off Medicare. ACA. After years of the GOP's fevered, fact-free crusade against the Affordable Care Act, Republicans' repeal plan will have a cold, hard consequences for the American people, for millions of American people. Working families will bear the brunt of Republicans' blind contempt for the Affordable Care Act. Under the ACA, just think of this. Did you know this? Under the ACA complementary initiatives, 95% of America's children are covered. In addition to the 20 million people who are previously uninsured, with the newfound health security, the ACA protects about over 123 million Americans with pre-existing conditions. And in ending the discrimination against their even getting coverage, also removes any limit on their coverage, lifetime limits on their coverage. And by state basis, we will have a strong advocacy for what this means in the lives of the American people. It has made a tremendous difference. It's about cost. The costs are growing at the slowest rate ever since the cost had been measured. It's about quality, the quality of health care that people have, and their stories are the best testimonies to that. And quantity, the number of people covered. The bigger the pool, the lower the cost, the better the care, the healthier the country. So this you will see a state-by-state basis, doctors, hospitals, patient advocates. They're our strongest voices, and faith groups will be stepping forward to express the consequences of the Republican repeal of ACA. Now for what's happening today. This morning we had a lovely signing ceremony for the Cures Act. We're all very proud to participate in that and to stick with it to the end. There were some things right at the end were dropped from the Cures Act that we were hoping would be in it, and one of them relates to Families First. We thought, therefore, that it would be in the CR, but it is not. We come to the final business of the 2014 Congress. We're disappointed that we're not voting on a more robust CR that meets the needs of the American people. In all of these negotiations on these end-of-session investments, whether it's an omnibus or a continuing resolution as it is this year, we've always had a four-post negotiation, House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans. This year, the Republicans decided it would just be Senate Republicans and Senate Democrats. Senate Republicans and House Republicans. Senate Republicans and House Republicans. $1.7 trillion budget bill, spending bill. And they decided that they would establish what the priorities were. We never treated them that way. But we don't agonize, not to just to state a fact. That this is a bill that is a missed opportunity in so many ways. We didn't get our Families First. They played a number on Flint that should be clearly in that bill, that it's spelled out in the way that Flint would receive the money. Instead, they used it as a trick for the word of bill. So for that, these and other reasons, that missed opportunity, leaving the coal miners abandoned. When we try to get initiatives for renewables, they said we're fossil fuel guys. So we said, okay, well, let's honor the work of the miners and their families. Suppose you worked for a company, as these miners have done, that went bankrupt or insolvent, and then they said to you, you no longer have your pension or your health benefits. Feature that in your own life. Well, that's what happened to them. And so the request was for like a 5-year pension and health care benefit initiative, or maybe into perpetuity. There's a Republican bill by Congressman McKinley that does helps these families so much. A lot of them widows, And the Republicans have rejected that. So instead of 5 years, it's going to be 4 months. 4 months from now to April. Really appalling. But for these and other reasons, I will be opposing the CR. Members will do what they do, but the fact is that it's such a missed opportunity. And it's really kind of sad because there's so many things that we could do to meet the needs of the American people working together in a bipartisan way. We did that with making many concessions on the Cures bill, and just really disappointed that they've gone down this path now. So I will be opposing it. Some of our members will vote for it, some against. I don't know. I haven't whipped it or anything. I'm just telling. In fact, you're probably the first to know officially, and that I will be opposing that. But I'll leave here and go speak on the floor on it. It's so sad. Yes, sir.
What would you say to Donald Trump in his proposal to keep jobs and companies in the U.S., and to do so he's going to have a 35% tariff if they go overseas? Could you talk a little bit about the consequences of something like that?
Well, I know the speaker told you tax reform or something was the answer to this. Look, we live in a global economy. Any initiatives that we take in terms of trade have a consequence for us. I do not support TPP. I did not support TPP, and except for 28 Democrats in the House, we overwhelmingly opposed it. The Republicans overwhelmingly supported it, and that's how they got to 218, 190 Republicans and 28 Democrats. That we live in a global economy, we should address our trade relationships is very important, starting with the worker. But the idea that we were going to go down that path, it doesn't seem well thought out. It doesn't look like a formula for success, and it certainly will invite reciprocity. And what we want to do is to promote our exports, not to have them tariffed highly in other countries. So I think this is more of a PR thing because it doesn't really sound like a serious proposal in terms of trade. But it gets an applause. It brings people to their feet, but not to their senses, and has to where we have to go on these things. Yes, sir.
Since 2011, Republicans have arguably weaponized the debt ceiling by using it as a way to try and force concessions by the White House. Now that the shoe will be on the other foot next year, you guys have said that's something shouldn't be messed with, generally speaking. I'm wondering if you're rethinking that stance now that...
No, I mean, the point is that we have supported or opposed lifting the debt ceiling, but never letting it go down. You know, those people have made their point. But what the Republicans did was to put in doubt as to whether the debt ceiling would be lifted. Even just the discussion of it lowered our rating. And so you can't mess with it in that regard. Can you use it as discussion? Can you use it as leverage? But you should never use it to say, if you don't do this, we're going to take it down. And that's a difference between a discussion and a negotiation than an absolute declaration that you're going to not lift the debt ceiling.
So it sounds like you're saying you're not planning on using it the way they used it.
Well, I don't think anybody should use it the way they use it, to lower the credit rating of the good faith and credit of the United States of America. I don't even think we should have to take the vote. The Constitution calls for that. It should never be in doubt. And they placed it in doubt, and that had a bad consequence for us. So we're not placing in doubt whether it will be lifted, but we have reserved the right to negotiate, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. Just depends on what the circumstances are at the time. But it'll be interesting to see what the President of the United States will be saying at the time. Yes, Carol.
Yes, Madam Leader, what's your position on the rider that Dianne Feinstein and Kevin McCarthy wrote into the water bill? It's caused a rare rift between California's two senators. Do you have a position on it?
Yes, I do. First of all, in terms of how it was done, again, nobody wants to hear about process, but it is policy in some respects. This was something that we had been negotiating the word of bill for a while, and like 2 hours before it was supposed to be posted, they came up with this thick bill that saying this is now going to be in it. We didn't even see the bill until hours later. So from that standpoint, it was suspicious. It isn't a water bill. It is a natural resources bill. Although it pertains to water, but it should be a natural resources, so it doesn't belong here. So with all of the importance of it, to have it just be something that's parachuted in with tons of pages and very little time before it is now included, and it's something that we've been talking about for weeks and really trying to come to terms. We had concerns about not having Buy America in Werder. We have concerns about why are they putting a piece of Flint in Werder. We have concerns that they have taken the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund, which has billions of dollars that could be used for dredging, and it was our understanding that that was going to be addressed in the bill. They took all the stuff out that we anticipate might be coming and then put this bill in, knowing that it was controversial and required much more attention. I have concerns that it undermines the Endangered Species Act. I have enormous respect for Senator Feinstein and the time that she has put in on all of this. I do respect the fact that this is Senator Boxer's committee. It's her bill. It's her position. It's her leaving of Congress, and that they would do that for substantive reasons. I oppose it. I oppose that provision. But also, it's just another indication of an arrogance, not speaking of Senator Feinstein now, but of the Republicans, of an arrogance of take it or leave it. In my view, they have hijacked the good intentions of everyone in terms of the children of Flint and put something on there that people don't want to support, but then have to make a choice between the children and that. And the children could have been addressed in the CR completely. You know, there's authorization in the CR, there's appropriation in the CR, but they said, oh, the authorization has to be in WRDA. We have to have an authorization. Well, the $1.7 trillion bill probably has $250 billion worth of unauthorized language, but they're holding the WRDA, the children of Flint, to a different standard, and that's really unfortunate. And then to combine it with what some of us consider a poison pill is a problem. So it was, in my view, not worthy of the subject, and this is a serious subject, the water issue in California. How they did it is unworthy of the seriousness of the subject that needs to be addressed, and just gives the next administration an opportunity to make matters worse as they build on what would be in this bill should it pass, which I think it will. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the Republicans say that they want Democrats to work with them on a replacement for Obamacare. Yeah. Assuming that they go ahead with the path that they appear to be on, which is to repeal the Affordable Care Act, or the major part of it, through reconciliation early in the new year, is it thinkable that Democrats would work with them on a replacement at that point?
No, well, we're fighting the repeal right now. We're fighting the repeal. But we had this question last week. If people have good ideas, I certainly have some things I would like to change. You know, well, we're a bicameral legislature, but there's some things that the Senate wanted that I didn't. And, you know, we can have a discussion about how we can make some improvements in that regard. So that you never pass any bill of any consequence that you don't say in its implementation, how could we do better? Or from what we have learned from its implementation, how can we address some of those concerns? Or even we didn't like it to begin, parts of it, like the Cadillac tax or something like that. Yeah, I'd like to get rid of that. But the fact is that right now it's really important for the Republicans in Congress to know the harm that they will do to people throughout our country. Fault us for not messaging clearly enough as the bill was being passed, and they were allowed to misrepresent, I don't even say the fact, misrepresent an illusion that they wanted the public to have about this legislation. But the fact is that some of the people who opposed it then are some of our strongest supporters now. So we're going to fight this out because this is a pillar of health and economic security for America's working families. And just to recap, because maybe you weren't here last week, but I said this, 75% of the American people receive their health insurance on the job. Of the remaining 25%, a large chunk of those are those who now have health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. Some people are left out. They haven't stepped up or they can't afford to participate. Whatever it is, we still have to address that. But that's a small percentage. So we're saying 75% are covered, 20 million more. 95% of America's children are covered now. And that's a beautiful thing. Again, 123 million people with pre-existing medical conditions don't have to worry about being discriminated against for health insurance. You have no lifetime limits. These were all levers that the insurance industry used.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this because a group is speaking out here in Phoenix in support of the Affordable Care Act.
Made up of community health providers, individuals, and health centers. Our plan is to have a public discussion about our morals, the principles we share of what's right and wrong, and the consequences of repealing the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, what other people call Obamacare, or the ACA. The ACA was created with the aspirations of a nation where everyone has health care. We believe that the healthy and the sick, the rich and the poor, the children and the adults, all should have health care coverage because it makes us more resilient. Because in this longest running democracy on record, it is irresponsible to allow each other to be uninsured and to be left vulnerable to the then everyday health emergencies that come without prevention and without health care. Opponents of the ACA would state that the rules make it, that the rules are trying to take away freedoms
and force people to do things they shouldn't have to. These are different morals. These are their own selfish principles of what's right and wrong, and an ignorance that chooses not to understand how our individual resiliency is dependent on the strength and health of our community, our neighbors. But we know the benefits of healthcare coverage for all. For everyone, the benefits for everyone will always outweigh any trumped-up fears that might be out there. Because we know the substance of the Affordable Health Care Act is exactly what the new American majority, our women, people of color, and millennials have needed and wanted for too long. It's no surprise to us when we hear that Latinos, African Americans, and Native Americans and our youth are significantly uninsured at higher rates than the population as a whole. But it was the boldness to cover everybody and the moral leadership exemplified by President Obama and other Democrats in championing health care coverage for all that spoke to me and to many others of our new American majority. In the Democratic vision framed in Stephen Phillips' new New York Times bestseller book, Brown is the New White, he helped me understand that the moral principles my family instilled in me are the same that are built into the ACA. The moral argument for how caring for the sick is our responsibility, the responsibility of a humane society, a just civilization, and a true democracy are all reliant on healthcare coverage for all. It is unconscionable to find so much of our society and our leadership elect would shrink at the responsibility of providing healthcare for all. As President Obama said, if we allow for the end of affordable healthcare, as Americans, we would not be living up to our highest ideals. We cannot allow for people to sink or swim in terms of healthcare coverage. We can't stand for people having to choose between paying for medicine or making ends meet. We can't have a society where families have to decide between selling or bankruptcy-level debt to pay for family members' treatment. In any kind of democracy, we shouldn't have to beg mercy for a collective good that we cannot otherwise achieve individually. At the root of providing healthcare, public healthcare, is a moral and civic responsibility. This is not a left or right issue. This is not a political game. If we don't act quickly, publicly, and unapologetically, millions of hardworking adults and precious children, hundreds of thousands of whom will be Arizonans, will be left out on the side of the road. But not just by Trump and Republicans, by the result of us who don't act. Individually, you can't afford to find yourself without affordable healthcare coverage. This is going to be a very dark 4 years we'll be enduring together. Don't kid yourself about how easy it will be to find yourself jobless, seriously ill, or have to change careers. The chances of Trump tweeting about your industry and you losing your job are way too high. We need to have affordable healthcare coverage for everybody. For Arizona families, this consequence without healthcare will be catastrophic. If the ACA is repealed, 425,338 Arizonans will lose their healthcare coverage. When we have to cover what's left in access, it'll cost us $3.28 million. That is a Grand Canyon-size chunk of our budget that is already strapped. We've gone years with the underfunded schools. We've gone years with funding too many occupancy rates in prisons. This kind of hit to our budget will wreak havoc to everything else that we're trying to do in Arizona. Right now, I'm going to pass it off to Dr. Swaggart, who's going to share some of what are the impacts of what this will be to our healthcare providers. Thank you.
Good morning. So my name is Dr. John Swaggart. That's John-Swagert. So I'm the Chief Executive Officer here at Mountain Park Health Center, and I want to thank you for coming and welcome you this morning. So Mountain Park Health Center is a nonprofit community health center. We take care of patients from all walks of life. We provide primary health care, so it's pediatrics, obstetrics, internal medicine, family medicine. We have dentistry and pharmacies as well. We have about 800 employees, and we take care of about 80,000 people across the valley from 7 different clinics, much like the one that's behind me here. So I myself, I'm the chief executive, as I said, but I'm also an obstetrician. And in the course of my career, I've had the privilege of delivering about 5,000 Arizona babies. So I know a little bit of something about healthcare administration and also the delivery of healthcare, I guess delivery there again. And this morning, what I want to do is I want to talk about some concerns I have with repeal of the Affordable Care Act without a suitable replacement in place first. And there are really three concerns that I want to talk to you about this morning. The first is, we know change is coming. We understand that. But health care takes time to plan. It's a complex system. It takes time to hire physicians. It takes time to build clinical systems that can produce the kind of quality that we expect and that our patients deserve. And it's not a light switch that can be shut on and off. So if we allow it to unravel, it's not going to come back overnight. So that's the first of my concerns. The second concern that I have is really for our patients. They are scared, and they're worried, and they're stressed. And we know stress is not good for health. I'd be an irresponsible physician if I didn't mention that stress is a bad thing for health, the health of our communities. And I'd like to be able to reassure them that they will be able to find care in this coming year, particularly those with chronic conditions like diabetes. I'd like to be able to reassure them that they'll have a place to go to get care in this next year, but right now, I can't do that. The third concern that I have is really that abrupt repeal without replacement would undo so much of the hard work we've done with our 80,000 patients, getting them used to coming in for preventive care. That's what we want, preventive, low-cost care, instead of high-cost emergency room care after the opportunity for prevention is gone. So those are my three main concerns I want to share with you today. There are certainly others. Whatever happens with health care, Mountain Park Health Center will be here. We'll use our resources to take care of as many patients as we possibly can. We'll adapt to what happens. But it is my fervent hope that Congress will be thoughtful about coming up with a replacement for the Affordable Care Act that keeps our work and our patients in mind before repealing the Affordable Care Act. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I want to step back in, and I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Juan Mendez. I am the Senator-elect from District 26, representing Tempe, Mesa, the Salt River, Maricopa Indian community, and a little bit of South Phoenix. Next, we're going to hear one of the stories of somebody who has to deal with this precarious situation that we're forcing everyone into. I want to hear from, we'll be hearing from someone who's recently graduated from ASU, who's in the job market looking for a job, and is at the same time having to manage their health care. So next, we'll hear from Austin Stumpf.
Thanks, Senator. Hi, everybody. My name's Austin Stumpf. I recently graduated from Arizona State University. I'm 23 years old, and for the last 10 years, I've been living with Crohn's disease. I'm going to start off by saying I've never done anything like this before, but I feel like it's important that stories like mine get told, because there are people who are worried out there, and we need to fight back. So many of you don't know what Crohn's disease is, but it's an autoimmune disease that the best way it was explained to me, my immune system creates proteins that attack my intestines because they think they're foreign objects. So obviously treating a disease like that comes with a lot of lifestyle changes and a lot of treatments. There's no cure. Managing this disease is everything. So there are good days and there are bad days. I have it better than a lot of people do, but even that comes with bad days. Even on the good days, I find myself every building I walk into, the first thing I do is find out where the nearest restroom is, just because you never know what's going to happen. String enough bad days together and flare-ups happen. When flare-ups happen, sometimes those can cause lasting damage. 2 years ago, I had to have a surgery to remove parts of my intestines that had been scarred and then patch them back up together. Obviously, treatments like that, and then daily medications I take, and one medication in particular that I take every 8 weeks. These costs add up. I could not treat my disease without good health care coverage, and I have good health care coverage because of the provisions of the ACA. Right now I'm 23. My parents have great health care coverage. I'm fortunate enough to stay on that coverage until I'm 26 if the provision is still in place. But right now we don't know if that's the case. If I got thrown into the open market for searching for health care coverage, Crohn's is a pre-existing condition. If they repealed the ban on not covering people with pre-existing conditions, I would have a very hard time purchasing health care coverage. And finally, I have one treatment I take is every 8 weeks. I go to a hospital, I have an infusion through an IV. That itself, each dosage pre-insurance costs 5 figures. And 6 times a year, that adds up. If the ban on lifetime and annual caps was repealed, I'd be struggling quite a bit. Now, that's the story I think a lot of people have, is that the face of the uninsured is diverse, it's different. It's not necessarily what you'd think. It's people who are productive members of society every single day, just trying to live normal lives. The ACA helped so many of us be able to have some semblance of a normal life. And throwing those people back into confusion, into a state of chaos is frightening. So I would encourage our leaders to think about people like me, people who can stay on their parents' plans, who are sick and have nothing they can do to cure it, who are just trying to manage themselves and be productive members of society. Think about those people before you act. Numbers on spreadsheets are important. Look at the faces too. You need to do that. So with that, I'd like to turn it back over to the Senator-elect.
I'm gonna close it up really quick, and then we're gonna take some questions. So I just want to end it with saying, we all pay taxes. We're all worthy of health care. We should be expecting health care the same way we expect protection from the police and fire and safety. That's how we should be. That's how responsible we are to each other in our democracy. It is irresponsible to threaten the repeal of our health care without a replacement that comes in the very next day. This throws out all kinds of insecurity in everyday people's lives, in our business, and in our economy, and there's so much more at stake here in Arizona. This scenario of threatening to take away our health care doesn't just move the country back, it moves us back to worse, where we will have more uninsured than we used to have before the Affordable Health Care Act. So that's the kind of stakes that we have right now. So I'm going to invite you to join our public campaign, our public discussion about our morals, right? The principles that we all share about what's right and wrong, and what the real consequences are going to be if we repeal this Affordable Health Care Act. So thank you, and we'll take some questions.
Politically, Donald Trump has to appeal Obamacare versus see what the tenet of this campaign. So it's going to be repealed probably on day one. The question's going to be how long a period there's going to be before something comes next, how slow the phase out of Obamacare is, and what takes its place. What practical suggestions do you have, Doctor, for what ought to replace the Affordable Care Act if it needs to go?
Well, I can certainly speak to the issue of Medicaid and our state access. Access in Arizona is actually something we should be very proud of. It's a very effective and very well-run entity, and it could be a model for the way the rest of the country provides care for people in lower income situations. And so my belief is that that's one of the pieces that should be protected and reinforced in any replacement bill for the Affordable Care Act.
If we just needed to change the name to Trump Care, I think we're all fine doing that. We understand that, I mean, for the way that this is played out in everyday people's lives and the way this has already been played out in business and healthcare, we can't afford, no one's going to make any changes, the same way that it's impossible to make changes to Medicare for the older population. Our community, the new American majority, has latched onto this. They're using this, it's making their lives work. And if we just need to change the name, then we're fine with that. We're going to keep our healthcare if we organize together.
Senator, I wanted to ask you and address the comments that have come up, Lonnie Jones, Women's Health Coalition, in regards to the first day repealing Obamacare. A lot of people don't understand how our government works. He's not a dictator. He can't just sign a piece of paper and it's gone. It's law and it has to go through congressional process. So for us to think that because he made a campaign promise on day one he's going to sign a piece of paper, that's not going to happen.
Exactly. We have to hold him accountable to our democracy and our concern for our community.
Exactly. So that's what I think today is all about, to start letting Congress know how this does affect our everyday lives. And we represent a lot of the community members. I'm here today with the Clio Foundation and Phoenix Day, and we serve the community members that come in to do their applications for access and Obamacare. We know what they're going through, and without it, a lot of people's lives would just be devastated. So we're here to support you.
Thank you.
So Donald Trump has softened his language since winning the election on this. He's talking about keeping some of the more popular components and elements of Obamacare.
The concern is that we can't stand to lose any of the components of the Affordable Health Care Act. This is an intricate thing. This isn't just where he can come in and decide that this doesn't stand with his tastes. This isn't a left or right issue. This is healthcare.
We're seeing premiums increase here in Arizona, upwards of 100% in some cases. That has to be.
I can address that, Senator.
Well, I prefer if the senator addressed that because he's a proponent.
Yeah, I mean, the status of the Affordable Health Care Act right now is the result of the relentless attacks that have been put on healthcare and people not wanting to make this work. As soon as we can get more coverage and full coverage, then a lot of the costs will come down and the Affordable Health Care will go on working. The Affordable Health Care Act was not just one thing that went into effect when Obama first rolled it out. The Affordable Health Care Act was many provisions that were going to be rolled out throughout the years coming, and many of the key parts have not been implemented yet. So as soon as the full Affordable Health Care Act takes effect, a lot of the trouble that we see now will go away.
But I would like to add that the premiums for us, because I am a member of who receives their health care, our premiums didn't go up a lot, a couple of dollars. It is the portion that the federal government subsidizes us. So that's a misnomer out in the community, thinking that, oh my God, my premiums are going to go up, 100%. No, they're not. No, they haven't.
Thank you.
So that's part of the miscommunication.
I have a practical question. It's true Mr. Trump did soften his rhetoric somewhat. He praised getting rid of the lifetime caps provision, allowing young people to stay in their parents' plan until they're 26 and not banning people from insurance or conditions. Those are the good things. At the same time, though, he wants to, and it's a Republican article of faith, Republicans, let's remember, have majorities in both the House and the Senate. They want to get rid of the individual mandate so people don't have to participate in the system and don't have a tax penalty if they don't pay. How can we keep all the good things if we get rid of the individual mandate? Specific.
Well, I don't see the individual mandate as something that can go away. It's integral to making the Affordable Health Care Act work. The idea that everybody has coverage is what allows for us to keep it affordable. So, I mean, just because it's rhetoric doesn't mean that we have to succumb to their perverted ideas of what individuality is.
Doctor, do you have something to say about this on a practical level? Because this is what they want to get rid of specifically.
Yeah, well, obviously I'm not a politician, and so this is not my expertise as how these will be legislated. But but we all know that healthcare is very expensive, and we know there has to be some way that we all participate in that, and some of it has to be about what we think is right for the people in our community who, in our case as a community health center, who don't all have the means and will need some help affording the health care that they need. Younger and healthier people will need to participate in this system if, that seems to make sense from an insurance standpoint. I believe that's going to be hard to figure a way around that. I don't have an answer for that. I can only say that it's so much easier to take care of patients who have some kind of insurance. Taking care of a patient without insurance from a clinical standpoint is very challenging because you worry, are they going to get the medications that you've prescribed? Are they going to follow the recommendations? Do they have any chance of doing the things that you're recommending them that they do to stay healthy and stay out of the emergency room? So thinking of how we're going to pay for this thing. I'm not sure we can afford to have a whole lot of people that don't have insurance using our emergency rooms. That's kind of rolling the clock back 10 years, and I don't think that's a sustainable way to go. So.
Well, I mean, to that point too, what would happen to patients like Austin if they did get rid of that mandate? What do you think the practical effects of that would be?
Well, I'm pretty sure I know what would happen if he lost his insurance coverage. I mean, that much.
If the mandate went away, what would be the effect?
I guess I can't answer that question.
Well, I guess to give you a different scenario of why this shouldn't happen and why it doesn't happen in every other part of society, it would be, we would lose the idea of what public safety is if we allowed you to pull out your tax money and say that you were going to start providing your own police force, right? That would make society fall apart. If we allowed you to say that you're going to cut off from the rest of society and start providing your own health care, we lose health care for everybody else. So we can't afford for for that concern of just one person. We have to think about providing health care for the community.
I'd like to just piggyback off of that and just say that, it's common sense that people like me are not cheap to cover. I mean, we're expensive to cover, and that's part of the problems with figuring out how to pay for the popular provisions of the bill. And I just think it's irresponsible for them to be talking about a full repeal in the first place without having a replacement in effect. Because you can say all you want that you support keeping people on their parents' plans until they're 26, or that you support covering people with pre-existing conditions, but tell me how you're going to do it. Because if you don't figure out how you're going to do it before you repeal, then the rest of us are left in limbo, and the insurance companies are going to try to figure out how to price this out themselves. And it's up to our policymakers to make real responsible decisions instead of playing these games.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. If you want to do individual stand-ups with folks, feel free. And I'm Rod. This is DJ. We organize this with help from Mountain Park and Janie. And if you have follow-up questions on the policy stuff, we'd love to share information with you and appreciate you being here today. Thank you. Thank you. That was really wonderful. Thank you. What's your name?
All right, guys, it looks like that press conference is over, so we're going to take you live back to Trump Tower Watch, inside Trump Tower in Manhattan, New York. We periodically take you to Trump Tower Watch because you never know who will enter or exit that golden lobby, those elevators at Trump Tower. Again, Donald Trump speaking at Ohio State University. He's going to be giving a statement after meeting with the victims of last week's attack. That'll be aired live here on News Now in a couple hours. In the meantime, we do want to give you guys a live look at Trump Tower Watch. Plus, Josh Earnest, the White House press secretary, holding his daily briefing. We're going to show you that in the corner of your screen now.
The President agrees with Vice President Biden that this was embarrassing.
Look, there are plenty of times where I think all Americans, certainly a large number of Americans, were disturbed by what they saw. And but our opportunity to have that debate has, well, first of all, there was ample opportunity to have that debate, and I don't think there was any mystery in the minds of too many voters about who they were voting for, but they decided.
Okay, and we keep hearing more calls for briefings by members members of Congress want to be briefed on that Russian intelligence on hacking. So what is the status of that?
Yeah. I can tell you that those kinds of briefings and the provision of that information continues on the part of the intelligence community to members.
Okay, everyone, we are going to actually cut out of Trump Tower and Josh Earnest because we're getting an update on the Georgia shooting. As I mentioned earlier, the suspect has been found. That person confirmed dead.
Important that we locate and bring him into custody. In this case, he has committed suicide. But he was a very dangerous individual. He was a convicted felon, and he had a criminal history record of 32 pages. This community came together. They worked with law enforcement, and they contributed to a reward fund which went forward with information which led us to where he was at. So the outcome is that there has been no other members of this community or law enforcement who have been harmed by Mr. Hembrick, and it is over with. This law enforcement agency and the men and women in this community can now go forward with healing. We've got one officer killed in the line of duty, and the other is fighting for his life as we speak. But the perpetrator of these heinous crimes against law enforcement is not here. Thank you.
I would like to conclude by thanking our community here in Americus, Sumter County, and in the state of Georgia. We have had an unbelievable outpouring of support. The prayers that have gone out for the agency, for the families involved. Our thoughts and prayers continue to be with them, with all the families that are involved in this tragedy. Be glad to answer any questions I can.
Can you talk about the 911?
I'm sorry.
Talk about the 911 calls that you got this morning. I know you don't identify the person who did it. Can you kind of describe what they saw, what they told you, and how you all reacted?
I'll let Colonel Bryant, he's the one that actually received the call. It didn't come through 911. It was a tip that was phoned in directly to him from somebody who knew him. So I'll let him step up and tell you how that happened.
We received a call this morning from a citizen that asked for to contact myself. I reached out to him via cell phone and made contact with him, and that's when he disclosed the information about the accused being located at a residence here in Americus, and that's when we turned that information over to the police department.
Did he see him going into the building, or he knew that he...
Yes, he identified and indicated that he did. He was there when he came into the residence. The caller actually knew the gentleman and was there when he came to the house.
Is that the caller family?
That he was found inside of?
At this point, we do know whose house it is. However, we're not releasing that information just yet.
Was the person aiding him?
No, he was not. The person actually knew of him, and one of the things that he knew about the situation, and he wanted to get away and contact law enforcement as quickly as he could, and that's what he done this morning.
That person can now be eligible for the reward money?
The way the process goes, that person should be eligible, yes.
How long was the negotiation to get to them?
Negotiations, Chief?
I don't have the exact time. I would say almost an hour. We were over there at least an hour. A lot of the media were there during the whole thing. We never got any response from inside the house. They just continued to try before reaching the door to try to get somebody to respond.
If I could ask you inside away from the home.
There was no one else inside the home.
If I could ask a question to you and to the GBI.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned a long, lengthy record. When you look at that record, and this is also for the GBI, do you wonder what he was even doing out on the streets to begin with?
I'll let the GBI take that one.
Well, you just have to look at the criminal history record. He's a career criminal, and that's all. The record will speak for itself. I don't pass judgments on the criminal justice system. I just know that he was a convicted felon in a possession of a firearm, and he wreaked havoc on this community. And law enforcement officers performing their duty have died and are fighting for their lives.
Should he have been out?
I'm not going to speak to that. The criminal justice system is what the criminal justice system is. Best in the world. It's not perfect, but in this case, we got tragic consequences.
Sir, the original domestic violence call, was it a legitimate domestic violence
Yes.
call? Was it a setup, or what?
No, it was a legitimate call. The officers responded to a legitimate domestic violence call.
On arrival, there was clear evidence that violence had taken place in the residence. The victim and her child were there at the time that they encountered the suspect. They were able to get her out afterward and get her to a safe place. So it was a legitimate call.
How was that victim doing now? Was she badly injured?
No, not physically.
Do we know if he received any of the gunfire? I know that they exchanged gunfire. Was he injured at all by that?
I do not know at this point. The GBI is still working that crime scene. Of course, he'll be taken for an autopsy, and they'll be able to determine what, if any, injuries he has other than the one that he inflicted on himself.
Do you believe he's been inside that home since yesterday, or has he been?
We don't know yet. We still have to debrief the gentleman that gave us the information. It does not appear that he had been there since yesterday. So where he was from this morning, short before we got the call, and through the night when we've been looking for him, I don't know. But hopefully that will all come out in the investigation.
Officers escorted an elderly woman from the neighborhood. Was she in the house with them? Was they keeping her clear?
No, there were 2 occupied dwellings next to the house that he was barricaded in. We evacuated the residents of both those houses just to make sure that they were safe. They were taken to a local hotel, and they've since returned home.
Have you made any other arrests?
No, not at this time. The investigation is ongoing, and I'm sure the GBI will tell you if we determine that someone was intentionally harboring this man, then they will face justice.
Can I ask you a question?
Do you believe that the gun that was used in this horrific incident is the gun that he used to kill himself?
The investigation will have to go forward. They'll have to do ballistic tests and try to determine that. There's no way to know right now.
Do we have any idea of the relationship between the suspect and the woman from the initial domestic violence call or domestic dispute call?
They had a relationship. I'd rather not do anything that's going to identify her or put her in any further jeopardy or any further distress.
Could I ask a question to the representative from the university? Does Officer Jody Smith know about his friend dying?
I can't say for certain if Officer Smith knows about the condition of his friend. It's uncertain right now. That's all I can say about that.
Is he conscious?
I won't comment on his condition other than to say it's critical.
What do you have to say about Smith? Can anybody talk about who he was, why he was on the force?
I'll let Chief Tracy talk about Officer Smith. I'll be glad to tell you about Officer Smart.
Yes, please.
What would you like to know about Officer Smith?
Just what he was like. How
Fine, intelligent young man. He was attending college, getting married spring. He'd worked with us a while, had a good bit of experience, just a really good guy.
Thank you.
Okay.
How about Officer Smart? What can you tell us about him?
I'll leave that to you.
There's been a lot of posts on social media of support. It's been very clear from the beginning, from all the posts that people have been able to find on Facebook. Nick and Jody were very close friends. They've been friends since high school. They went to the police academy together. They graduated police academy together. They initially worked together. Their career paths took them in different directions. Their career paths brought them back into the same town of Americus. So they were very close to each other. When Jody heard the call and he knew that Nick was on his way, even though we already had America's Police Department officers who were coming as backup, we always dispatch 2 officers to any domestic call because you never know what you're going to encounter. He heard that call over the radio and he took it upon himself to respond and back up his friend. I can't say enough about them. They are model officers. They're both heroes in my opinion. They were there together. They were there together through it. And even after the shooting, they were together throughout the whole ordeal. So my heart goes out to their families. Our job now is to support them in any way that we can to make sure that Nick is honored in the days to come and that his family's taken care of. Thank you very much.
One more question. We're hearing that the Americas officer had a body cam. Is there any way that we could get that footage if that's true?
He did have a body cam, and we're working through the process. It's evidence. The GBI will work through that. So we had a discussion this morning about the process to release that.
So we're going to ask Pastor from the NAACP.
Sure. Pastor Wright.
The community's response to all of this. You heard the chief saying how the community came together and actually helped track this man down. Could you comment on how the community reacted to all of this?
Well, certainly, anytime that's this type of incident occurs, and in light of everything that happens all over the United States, I would just like to say that for our community, let's stay calm. Let the officers do their job, the GBI, and then we will just observe everything, watch everything closely, and then don't make any rash decisions or judgments about right or wrong. That we believe that everything will be done accordingly to the law, and that justice will be done, and that at this point we don't see anything that has been done that was not done correctly and by the book.
Can somebody confirm that Smith was engaged to a Smar's sister?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, guys, that was an update on that shooting that took place yesterday. We now learn that the suspect dead. Self-inflicted gunshot wound. We're going to take you live now back to Josh Earnest, the daily White House briefing taking place right now, plus Trump Tower Watch here on News Now.
I don't have anything on that, but we'll follow up with you.
Josh, anything else on the schedule today? All you've got on the schedule is the congressional ball.
Yeah.
What's you working on today?
Just a couple of meetings around with staff today. But other than
And it looks like Josh Earnest just wrapping up
spending
now,
time
so
with members
we've
of
missed
Congress.
most of that White House daily briefing.
So,
we may
not
show it to you a
necessarily.
little bit later on. In the meantime, we will continue with Trump Tower Watch here on News Now. And while we continue with Trump Tower Watch, I want to go ahead and show you guys this video from earlier today. Members of Congress, both Republicans and Democrats, coming together to sign the 21st Century Cures Act. A major move by Congress.
Thank you, Fred, and you and Representatives Taguette and Pallone have set a remarkably good example for the United States Senate, and we're grateful for that.
Say that again.
I'll say it again next Christmas when we do the same thing. Dr. Francis Collins, who is the remarkable leader of the National Institutes of Health, he calls it the National Institutes of Hope, predicted in a hearing before our committee that the following could happen in the next 10 years. Artificial pancreas for people with diabetes. Medicine that would identify Alzheimer's before the symptoms are apparent, and then once identified would help retard the progression of Alzheimer's. A vaccine for Zika, a vaccine for HIV/AIDS, a vaccine for universal flu, which killed 30,000 people last year. Heart transplant doctors, like former Majority Leader Bill Frist, will be out of business because instead we'll begin to use regenerative medicine to use your own cells to restore your own heart. This is Dr. Collins talking. And the real answer to the opioid addiction, which would be non-addictive pain medicines. He sees those coming in 10 years. These are truly medical miracles. This legislation helps make that dream come true in two ways. One, a surge of funding for the research, and second, to move all those cures and treatments more rapidly through the investment and regulatory process and into doctors' offices and into medicine cabinets so people can use them, hopefully, at a lower cost. That is why the President said this is an opportunity we can't miss. That's why the Vice President was making phone calls to Senator all week. That's why Speaker Ryan put this as part of his agenda for leadership. And that's why Mitch McConnell said this was the most significant piece of legislation for the year. I want to especially thank the Speaker, Ryan, and Senator McConnell, because they have so many, as Nancy knows, they have so many conflicting demands as leaders and as speakers. But they cleared a pathway for a very complex bill with many important differences of opinion. And without that, it simply would not be here today. Last year, we presented President Obama with what he called a Christmas miracle. After a long time, we helped affect the lives of 50 million children by fixing No Child Left Behind. This is a second Christmas miracle, a medical miracle that the President will be presented that affects even more people. It's the way Congress ought to work, and I'm privileged to have been a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to sound a little like Senator Alexander in what I say. First of all, I think this was a significant bill that became even more significant as the leadership of everyone here got more and more involved. I have to start out by saying that, first of all, Fred Upton and Diana DeGette from the very beginning, as Fred said, were determined to go around the country and listen and knew and want our country to continue to be innovative. The feeling that those two had was that there wasn't enough innovation, that there may be too many restrictions, or there wasn't enough money being spent at NIH on research for diseases that we hadn't found a cure, and that we could do more as a country to accomplish that. And so that was 21st century cures. But as time went on, we had these other bills that were just as important: mental health reform, dealing with opiates. Some of you know we passed an opiate package, and the President signed it back in July, but there wasn't the funding. And also the cancer moonshot, which was a really innovative idea on the part of President Obama and Vice President Biden. And so all this evolved into a package now that really is truly remarkable, that we're able to combine all these in one rubric, if you will, under the auspices of 21st century cures. And so I just want to thank the leadership, really. I have to thank Nancy Pelosi, our leadership on both the House and the Senate side, because there were many times when I met with Nancy, and there were the naysayers that said, we can't do all this, we can't put all this together, there's not enough time. And she said, there is enough time, we are going to do this. I hear the naysayers, but they're wrong. This overall is a really great bill, and it is. And so I want to thank everyone here for putting this together. I think it's remarkable that we are able to accomplish so much in this last few days of the session. And now I'd like to introduce Diana DeGette, because if there was anybody who absolutely refused to say no and said, we're doing this, it's going to get done every day, every hour in my year, it was my colleague, Congresswoman DeGette. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Frank. It was almost exactly 3 years ago today that Fred Upton came up to me on the floor, and he said, Diana, I'm thinking about doing a little bill to help kind of revise the way we do biomedical research so that we can get cures much more quickly from the research lab to the approval to the patient. And I'm wondering, would you want to help me with that? So I said, sure, Fred. And then I went back to my office and told my staff. So you can imagine 3 years later, as we stand here with all of our wonderful compadres on the Energy and Commerce Committee from both sides of the aisle, what a special moment this is for us. But it's not just special for all of us. It's really special for all of the patients of America, people for whom we need to have hope during this season. People like Max, people like my daughter Francesca, people like so many other Americans who have diseases for which we don't yet have a cure. And that's really when this Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to bring that hope to those Americans. Everybody has said what a team effort it was, and it was a team effort. Our friends in the Senate on both sides of the aisle, our leadership in the House, Speaker Ryan, Leader Pelosi. I wasn't the only one who refused to say no. There were those many late-night phone calls with Fred and his staff, and of course, everybody on this committee. I do think that there's one group, though, that deserves our thanks more than anybody else, and that's the incredible staffs that we have on all sides. Yeah. So we give them a big round of applause. Just one thing in conclusion. Some commentators have said this is the way Congress used to work. And guess what? I hope this will be a new day opening the door in Congress working this way again to solve the very serious problems we have facing this country. I now want to introduce the star of our show, Max. So Max,
Super Max.
Yeah. Max, by the way, he was with us every step of the way. He was.
Hi, my name is Max. Thank you for supporting Cures. Cures will help people feel better. Cures is more than hope. It's action. Thank you for working with each other on Cures. Cheers to Cures!
Awesome.
Now we're going to sign some bills here.
Go over there with
Yeah, come right over here. Come on, Max, right here.
Max is the star.
I know, we're just, yeah.
Support.
Thank you for coming today.
that's what should have been done. Not a big break for Kentucky, because doing the infrastructure deal is going to be just dynamic. And, you know, with driverless cars and drones and all the rest, commenting pilots and that. You know, there's an undersecretary in education in Iran, and the name that just popped in my head, I don't know how you can do this. I know he's interested.
Yeah, I gotta go to work. I gotta go speak to him. Then I'll come back.
Fred's got to speak to Alberta, and then he's going to come back for a picture. We're going to
And for those of you just joining us, wanted to give you a heads up. Donald Trump will be speaking after his meeting with victims of the Ohio State attack. We'll be hearing from Donald Trump in about an hour here on News Now. We encourage you to stay with us. And in the meantime, here's a look at the golden elevators in the Trump Tower lobby here on Fox 10 News Now. Kellyanne Conway spotted during Trump Tower Watch Live, the lobby of Trump Tower in Manhattan. All right, guys, we're getting the State Department daily briefing. Stand by.
The delivery of aid, of desperately needed humanitarian aid, as well as the safe departure of those who wish to leave the city. As you've seen, Foreign Minister Lavrov did announce technical discussions in Geneva on Saturday. The specific nature of those talks, these follow-on discussions are still being worked out. As these technical discussions are finalized, I'll have more to offer. It might be later today, it might be tomorrow.
Foreign Minister Lavrov also mentioned that there'd been that the Syrian army had suspended action to allow civilians to leave the city. Do you have any confirmation that that's happening?
Yeah, I separately, we did see that. I have no confirmation of that. There was Foreign Minister Lavrov did say the Syrian regime had suspended their military operations in Aleppo. You know, obviously we would support any decrease in the violence visited on the Syrian people, but for confirmation on that, we would refer you to Foreign Minister Lavrov to speak to, or the Syrian regime themselves.
So how optimistic are you at this point that there is going to be some sort of agreement on the rebel withdrawal and improvement in the humanitarian conditions?
Well, what I would say is that, you know, we continue to look at the modalities and the granularities of these technical talks. You know, we remain engaged If we believe these technical talks will be useful, we will certainly move forward with them. There's still discussions that are happening now, and when I have an update, I'll certainly provide it. Hey, Agana.
When you say withdrawal, that would include any civilians and also opposition forces?
It would be anyone who is interested in leaving. You know, but our position all along has been that people shouldn't have to leave their homes. So, hi.
Hello.
Felicia.
So Jan Egelan said earlier today, I
Mhm.
guess after Lavrov said that the Syrian army had stopped their offensive, that they had received authorization to get into eastern Aleppo. Do you have any information on whether the UN will have access?
Well, we saw that announcement. We remain hopeful, is how I'd characterize it, that this new authorization would allow for this vital humanitarian aid to go into the people of eastern Aleppo. But we're realistic about the continued violence taking place and the difficulty for the UN in moving this aid forward.
And they haven't had any access.
You know, I'd refer you to the UN for details on that. It's my understanding, though, that the people of Aleppo have not received an aid delivery since July. Hi, Mohammed. Nice to see you.
Thank you. You said we are preparing for our next step.
That would be these technical discussions. That was what I meant.
Okay, and do you have any number how many civilians are stuck right now in Aleppo?
No, that would be a question I think would best be directed at the UN. They would, because they would be the ones who would be governing that aid delivery, they would be the ones taking a look at that. I'd direct you there.
And you also have any idea how many civilians had been killed so far in the last 4 weeks?
You know, again, this is something I think probably the UN would be best to speak to. I would say in a situation like that, in a complex situation where we frankly don't have people on the ground, it would be irresponsible for me to estimate.
Thank you.
Samir.
What's the expectations from the Paris meeting on Saturday?
You know, for the Syria, you're talking about these technical discussions, or you're talking about the ministerial meeting? You know, I'm not going to get ahead of that. I think you saw that, you know, from the statement earlier this week, as well as Secretary Kerry's very clear position that he will continue to press forward. You know, we will continue to push for a cessation of hostilities. We will continue to push for the delivery of aid. We will continue to push for space so there can be some sort of political dialogue. You know, we're looking forward to those discussions. We'll see where that goes. Okay, thank you. Nike.
Right, Ghana?
Yeah, let's go to Ghana.
Do you have any update? It seems that the Electoral Commission is delaying to announce the official result.
Well, we understand that might be delayed because voting was postponed in Jamman North constituency until today, I believe. And it's my understanding, and again, I'm going to refer you to the Ghanaians, it's their election, they're the experts on it, is that they delay the results. Our final results are expected 72 hours after the conclusion of voting. So that's my understanding on that. But just specifically on that, you know, we note that Ghana has a long tradition of peaceful democratic elections, and we congratulate them on their sustained commitment to democracy. This was the best briefing ever. You guys got anything else, Mohammed?
Back to Syria. Separate to Russia's plan on suspending the violence in Aleppo, is there any specific plan that U.S. is
you know, as I said at the top, we continue to have these technical discussions, or we are having discussions about the modalities of the technical discussions. As we have more clarity on that, you know, I'll certainly let you know. But at this, I'm not going to get into specifics. Sure, no, of course.
It's like a little bit jargony. I just when you say the discussions about modalities, can you just lay out a little?
So what we are anticipating doing as we continue to look to have the technical discussions that Foreign Minister Lavrov spoke about today is we're looking for the details of structure, topics, who would participate. And we should have more on that soon. It's great. Ma'am?
Ariana Television Network. As you know, a month ago, ICC, International Criminal Court in the Netherlands, announced that they are going to start soon the case for the people who are involved regarding criminal cases to work on them and bring them into justice.
Do you think that Afghan government agreement is important, or just whatever they wanted to do it, they can do, or Afghanistan government also should show their agreement?
So we spoke about this quite at length when this case came out. We spoke about the U.S. view that we felt that as the U.S. is not party to this, we did not feel that this was a step that we would do. In terms of the Afghan government, I would ask you to direct your questions to the Afghan government. That would be something for them to speak to. Okay. Thanks. One more, Matt.
South Korea.
Yeah.
There's going to be an impeachment vote, by the sounds of it, on Friday against President Park. Could you say a little bit about how this political uncertainty has impacted the alliance relations between the U.S. and South Korea?
Well, we've spoken about this before. You know, our alliance with the Republic of Korea remains strong. You know, this is an internal matter for the people of Korea. We would point you to the Korean government to speak to this. But our relationship with the Korean government is strong, is deep, is solid. We don't see any impact.
And has the embassy had any, or has the U.S. government had any direct contact with President Park in the last, this month?
I would have nothing to read out on that. Hi.
Just to follow up on that question, do you see any impact on discussions on North Korea or on the trilateral talks that are scheduled for later this month?
Okay, well, I think our position, as you know, on the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula is well known. I'm not going to get ahead of any talks, but our position hasn't changed on that. Okay. Hi. Of course.
Thank you. Yesterday, Mark was asked about the report, amnesty report, and there were some remarks. I just wanted to ask, you have some disagreement over the amnesty report, I think. Where does the U.S. government got their facts when it comes to Turkey Southeast?
Their facts in terms of what?
There were some disagreements, for example, enforced dislocation of the Turkey's Kurds.
Mm-hmm.
And the Mark stated that there is no enforced dislocation. There are dozens of witnesses spoke to amnesty report. I am curious, where does the U.S. government get their facts that there is no enforced dislocation?
Okay, well, I think you're conflating a couple different things. So I'm going to let, certainly Amnesty speak to their own report, and I'll let the Turkish government speak to their own assessment on the facts. We've been very clear about our concern over the fate of the residents of Sur and other cities in Turkey's southeast, whose lives have been profoundly affected by the violence between the PKK and Turkish security forces. We note again, as we've said several times, the PKK is a U.S. designated foreign terrorist organization. We call again for the PKK to lay down its arms, and we ask the Turkish government to respond in ways that reinforce the rule of law, and they also respect fundamental freedoms.
So I got this statement. The question was yesterday, to repeat that question, what is your understanding whether there is a enforced dislocation of Turkey's Kurds, or do you disagree?
No, as I said, the question is the impact on the residents of the area. I'm not going to call out any particular group, but we have been very clear about our concern on all residents of that area because of this fighting. I'm not going to characterize it. I'd let Amnesty speak to their own report. Ilhan. Saeed.
Sorry for being late.
It's always nice to see you, though.
So this claim by the Russians that the Syrian army stopped operation in Aleppo, you probably already addressed that.
I did.
But how is it impacting what's going on?
I think you've seen this claim is about 2 hours old.
Okay.
One, we can't confirm it. Two, I'm not going to characterize it.
But that, in your view or your understanding, does it call for the departure or, of the fighters from the whatever?
I would let Foreign Minister Lavrov's team speak directly to his statement. It would certainly not be for me to speak for the foreign minister. As we've said, I'm not in a position to confirm that. We've seen these reports as well. We would welcome anything that improves the lives of the Syrian people who have been bombarded in the city, for weeks on end.
So are we likely to see in the next couple of days, some sort of an agreement?
As I said, we're taking a look at getting to a point where we can have these technical talks. As soon as I have something to share, I certainly will.
Okay, and my last question.
Of course.
Is, will the United States consider arming the rebels once again, or at least the moderate opposition?
No, we've had this conversation on it. Our position has not changed.
Because the fighting is still ongoing, in the countryside, and Homs and Hama and Latakia. And many
we've been very clear. Even if Aleppo falls, certainly the war's not over. But our position has not changed on that. Okay, Lori.
Do you have a readout on the meeting that Special Envoy Brett McGurk had with the Chancellor of the Kurdistan Region Security Council this morning?
Actually, this was sort of a follow-on meeting to the meetings that the special presidential envoy had in Iraq. So it continued those conversations. I would point you to the incredibly extensive media note that we put out yesterday from his meetings in Iraq.
So there wasn't anything different?
No, so it was a continuation of those.
Okay, I have two more questions.
Sure.
The Masroor Barzani, the Chancellor of the Kurdistan Region Security Council, just gave a talk at the Wilson Center. And he remarked that before there was ISIS, there was Al-Qaeda in Iraq, and after ISIS, there's likely to be something else unless we get this right. What he said was that the root cause of this radicalism was a political failure in Iraq. What would be your comment on that observation? Would you tend to agree, or do you think it's not?
I wouldn't speak to the Chancellor's remarks. That would be for him to explain that. I would say that we continue to stand with the people of Iraq. We have been very supportive of the reforms that this government has continued to advance through their legislative process. We believe in a democratic, unified Iraq. We think that's the future of the country. I'd also note, though, too, that they have made enormous gains fighting Daesh. We never said that this would be an easy fight, but we are really seeing progress on the ground.
Because something else, not only he, but many others have said, is there's been so much bloodshed, and it's still very immediate in people's minds and their hearts, that it's impossible for people to go back to what existed before, because they don't trust, one element doesn't trust another. Is that something a perspective you're sympathetic to?
I think we're sympathetic to the idea that the people of Iraq have certainly suffered. They've suffered under Daesh. They suffered under, the range of violent extremism within their own country. However, we have faith in the people of Iraq. We continue to believe that they're making significant progress.
Okay. My second question then involves the remarks of Henri Barkey, who worked in this building under in the Clinton years. So, and he made the observation that countries like Turkey and Jordan, which are hosting millions of refugees from this ISIS crisis, their burden is recognized, and they get the kind of support that comes with recognition of the burden of caring for these refugees. But the Kurdistan region hosts 1.8 million, it shelters 1.8 million people, and Barkey made this observation, and doesn't receive the same kind of recognition nor the same kind of support. And the Chancellor agreed. He suggested the issue was that these were technically internally displaced persons, and he emphasized that they really did need more help for the humanitarian needs of these people, particularly with the winter now upon us. And I wondered if you had any plans to increase your support for the IDPs that the Kurdistan region is sheltering, or to mobilize international support for that humanitarian need?
Well, I've got nothing to announce as of right now, and I would let Mr. Barkey, as a private citizen, speak for himself, of course. We're very cognizant of the impact that internally displaced people and those fleeing violence have in Iraq. We're very cognizant of the need for aid. The United States continues to supply aid to the government of Iraq, and will continue to look to meet needs as they emerge. Saeed.
follow up
Sure.
on that issue. I mean, he talked about the Iraqi people suffering from Al-Qaeda and ISIS,
Mhm.
so on, but they also suffered from the war and occupation and so on.
Mm.
And what was missing, I mean, I remember being there for so long, it was missing is national reconciliation. What is missing today in this dialogue is national reconciliation. After all, the current prime minister is of the same party as the former prime minister. What is being done? What is the United States or your administration in its final week doing to sort of reignite, a path for national reconciliation?
Well, I think we have seen progress. We have seen important steps taken on reform. We have seen efforts made across sectarian lines. We're not saying the work is done. I don't think for any of us in any of the countries, including my own, work is ever done on this. But we do recognize when progress has been made, Saeed. Great. Matt?
One last one on Asia.
Sure.
The Philippine government said today that it was highly unlikely that it would allow the United States to use its country as a base for freedom of navigation operations in the South China Sea. I wondered if you had any response to that.
No, I haven't seen the comment, so I couldn't speak specifically to that. But our opinion, our view, our adherence to freedom of navigation is well known. We will fly, we will sail anywhere within international waters, and we will continue that. Thank you, guys. Oh, wait, no, Saeed. No, I'm always happy to talk to you.
Questions
Of course.
on the Palestinian-Israeli issue. First of all, what is your reaction to the passage of the first step of the annexation bill or the legitimization?
Yeah, we've spoken about this several times over the last couple days. As we
new
said,
measures were taken yesterday and early today.
yeah,
so.
I would just reiterate what we've said before. We're deeply concerned. We view this as a way that is paving for the unprecedented legalization of these outposts deep in the West Bank. Thousands of settlement housing units. These are illegal under Israeli law. We believe this would be profoundly damaging to prospects for a two-state solution.
Now, also, let me just follow up on the issue
course.
of the Palestinian delegation coming to town next
Sure,
week.
yes.
Okay, so if you have any more information to share with us on that.
Yeah, thank you. This is a question on the Palestinian dialogue. I think you asked yesterday.
Right.
So the State Department is hosting a political dialogue. This is one of a series that we do with the Palestinians. It's led by the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs, Stu Jones. The dialogue will take place December 12th. The discussion, this particular one, will touch on a number of issues of mutual interest. This includes civil society, travel issues, countering violent extremism. As I mentioned, we have a series of these dialogues. We've recently held a dialogue on educational issues, which I think we talked about with Samir maybe a couple weeks ago. We've also held one on economic issues. This has been in the works for several months, and we look forward to it.
So, but the top negotiator is coming, and the advisor to Abbas is coming, and so on. So it seems very political. The delegation itself is quite political. Are they not going to discuss issues or initiative that the administration might be taking in its final weeks? On the peace process?
So Middle East peace is not on the agenda for this particular dialogue.
Right, but that one would expect that this issue would come up, right?
Well, not for in this dialogue. It's certainly not on the agenda. This is very much focused, as I mentioned, on civil society issues, violent extremism.
And finally, have you developed a position on the peace conference in Paris?
I have no update from what Mark said yesterday on that. We continue to look at it, and we're in touch with the French. Michael?
You don't have answer. You told me, but it's. I saw yesterday and today that you have 10 readouts about the meetings that the secretary had in Brussels. And you don't have one about the meeting between the secretary and Mr. Çavuşoğlu.
Well, what I could say is the secretary enjoyed its meeting with the Turkish foreign minister. They discussed a range of issues of bilateral importance.
Yeah.
This was on the margins of NATO, talked about the alliance.
But according to the Turks, they discussed Cyprus. And Cyprus, is a very...
I have no details to read out on that.
Is it possible
Michael.
to ask now that...
I did, and I just have nothing to offer on that.
And also, if you can find out if the secretary met with the Greek foreign minister. I asked her.
Okay. Yes, I have no meeting to read out on that either.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
All right, everybody. Well, that is the wrapping up of that State Department briefing. Coming up shortly, we'll have Donald Trump speaking at OSU and Hillary Clinton to appear at a Reid event today. Let's take you to look at the Dow right now. All right, you guys, we're back inside Trump Tower, where anything could happen. Anyone could come out of those elevators. You're watching this live with us right now on the Fox News Now stream. Last time we caught Donald Trump coming right out of his elevator. Let's put that in the upper right-hand corner so you guys can see the last time We saw Donald Trump walk right out of those elevators you see right now, and usually he comes over to the media and chats for a little bit. Hopefully, we see someone today that will talk to the media. Earlier, we did see his campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway. Let's put in the upper right-hand corner Donald Trump in Trump Tower, the last time we saw him there.
Good morning, how are you? Good morning, how are you? Everything fine? We've got some great people coming in today. You'll see them.
What are you going to talk about with Mayor Bowser from Washington, D.C. today?
Well, we're going to talk about a lot of things to a lot of people. We have a lot of people coming up. Great group of people. Doing very well. Thank you all very much.
You tweeted this morning about canceling the contract for the new Air Force One. Is that something you're seriously trying to do?
Well, the plane is totally out.
Taking you to some breaking news, this is Donald Trump departing LaGuardia Airport right now. There's the big Trump plane that you're seeing. This is out of LaGuardia Airport, which is in New York, and this is live right now on the Fox News Now stream. Donald Trump leaving LaGuardia Airport. At one of his rallies, he explained how fed up he is with the airports. He called LaGuardia like a third world country, saying we really need to clean up our airports. Again, this is his plane leaving LaGuardia Airport in New York right now. You can see it over there on the right. He recently came out with a statement saying he's very disappointed with Air Force One and how expensive it is, asking for a, quote, refund. Saying the plane is just way too expensive and that they should find another way to fly without spending all that money for Air Force One. People were recently asking him if he would prefer to fly in the Trump plane, but security would prefer him to fly in Air Force One since it is more secure than Donald Trump's plane. And we're watching it. It's about to take off at LaGuardia Airport here in New York. If you're watching with us, have you ever been to LaGuardia Airport, and do you agree that it could be cleaned up a little bit? It is very busy there. Let us know in the chat section. We are reading your comments. We appreciate you watching with us on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody, well, let's take you back inside Trump Tower. As we told you, we will be showing Donald Trump in Ohio on the Fox News Now stream in just a little bit. He was recently in Cincinnati, Ohio for his first thank you rally. This is part of his thank you tour where he's going to visit all the states that voted for him and the states that he turned red in the election. I'm going to put in the upper right-hand corner the last time Donald Trump visited Ohio. Let's hear what he had to say.
Who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. That I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Wow. Thank you. So, I didn't know this. I love you too. Look at this place. So I didn't know what came with this position. And I didn't know that they closed down the roads around the stadium for an hour and a half. We got to work out a new deal with our Secret Service, but we love them, right? Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being so patient. Thank you. Oh, you're going to be happy. We're all going to be happy. I'm here today for one main reason, to say thank you to Ohio. Thank you. We won the state by almost 10 points, which they say is totally unheard of. In fact, I don't know if you know, but at the beginning, they say you have to win Ohio. You must win Ohio, right? You heard it over and over and over. And we started off sort of even, and then we were 1 up and 2 up. We didn't have much help at the top levels, you know that, right? And that turned out it didn't matter. But we had help with the people, and that's what really did matter. So I kept hearing, you must win Ohio. You cannot win the presidency without Ohio. So we started really, we were about even, right, at the beginning. And then point by point by point. And then we had a couple of little troughs. But with Ohio, there was no trough. It just kept getting better and better. Just better and better. And the end result is incredible. I love you, Ohio. This is a great place, great people. I have so many friends. Thank you. Thank you. In the true sense, history called and the people of this great state answered. And you're going to be very happy. We're going to say right now, what are we going to do? We're going to make America great again. You watch. You went out and you pounded the pavement, organized your fellow citizens, and propelled to victory a grassroots movement, the likes of which the world has never seen before. This is what they say. Today on one of the networks, they said, maybe Andrew Jackson? I said, when was that? It was like in the 1838? And then somebody else said, well, that was great, but nothing like what happened here, okay? So it really has been fun. And more importantly, I heard Mike saying about what happened today in Indiana. We're going to do that all over the country. We're going to do it all over the country. Carrier, thank you, Carrier. Today we made history, and now the real work begins. That is the second reason that I'm here today. I'm going to discuss our action plan to make America great again. We're going to discuss. Although we did have a lot of fun fighting Hillary, didn't we? Okay. Right? And by the way, the people are continuing to pour in, so let them come in. We could wait a half hour, an hour, but I don't think we're going to do that, right? Let them pour in. Let's blame them for being late, right? But as I said, just today I was in Indianapolis to announce that we're saving the jobs at the Carrier plant from going to Mexico, 1,100 jobs. And I'm asking all companies to keep their jobs in America, and we will work to make America a better environment for workers and businesses. And we will crack down on all foreign trade abuses that undermine your ability and your company's ability to compete. Those days are over when those companies are going to leave. We have so many problems to fix in our country, but I know that if we set aside our differences, and we do have differences, we're a very divided nation, but we're not going to be divided for long. I've always brought people together. I know you find that hard to believe, although this group probably doesn't find it hard to believe. But we are going to bring our country together, all of our country. We're going to find common ground, and we will get the job done properly. We'll get it done properly. And so importantly, America will start winning again, big league. We're going to win again. But to succeed, we must enlist the effort of all Americans. For too long, Washington has tried to put us in boxes. They separate us by race, by age, by income, by geography, by place of birth. We spend too much time focusing on what divides us. Now is the time to embrace the one thing that truly unites us. You know what that is? America, America. It's America. Because when America is unified, nothing is beyond our reach. I mean that. You're going to see. You're going to see. We're going to have a country that was never so great. You watch, in so many different ways. You hear a lot of talk about how we're becoming a globalized world. But the relationships people value in this country are local. Family, city, state, country, they're local. We'll compete in the world. We want to compete in the world. But we're going to compete in the world where it's a two-way road, not a one-way road. The advantages are going to come back to our country, and they haven't for many, many years. There is no global anthem, no global currency, no certificate of global citizenship. We pledge allegiance to one flag, and that flag is the American flag. From now on, it's going to be America first, okay? America first. We're going to put ourselves first. We seek peace and harmony with the nations of the world, but that means recognizing the right of every country, including our own, to look after its citizens. We would put other countries first. We had people running our country that truly didn't know what the hell they were doing, okay? Didn't know what they were doing. We're going to defend the American worker. Look what's happened right here. They forgot about the American worker. They forgot that it was the American worker who truly built our country. We are not going to forget, believe me. One of the reasons we're so divided today is because our government has failed to protect the interests of the American workers and their families, making it too easy for us to see ourselves as distinct groups and not unified as a whole. We're not unified. We're going to be. Washington's politicians have spent so long appealing to competing interests, they've forgotten how to appeal to the national interest, combining the skills and talents of our people in a common cause. And we have unbelievable talent. But that is all about to change. Our goal is to strengthen the bonds of trust between citizens, to restore our sense of membership in a shared national community. Global is wonderful, but right now we want to focus on our national community. Never again will anyone's interests come before the interests of the American people. It's not going to happen again. And over the last 2 weeks, since our victory, I've spoken to many foreign leaders. And I will tell you, they have such respect for us. They all tell me how this was amazing. They all tell me how they sat in their magnificent rooms in different countries throughout the world. These are the leaders, the prime ministers, the presidents, all of them. How they sat in their magnificent rooms watching in wonderment and hearing how people came to vote that didn't vote in 20 years. People came to vote that haven't voted before. And they had Trump shirts on, and they had Make America Great hats on, and they had buttons pouring off. And they thought it was amazing. And honestly, one of them told me, I truly respect the United States again because of what happened. We're going to seek a truly inclusive society where we support each other, love each other, and look out for each other. And that means that people coming into our country have to be people that have the potential to love us, not to hate us. We condemn bigotry and prejudice in all of its forms. We denounce all of the hatred, and we forcefully reject the language of exclusion and separation. We're going to come together. We have no choice. We have to, and it's better. It's better. We seek a future where every American child is fully included in the American dream. We're going to have our own American dream. And we're going to bring back the American dream. The problems that plague our inner cities or that afflict poor rural communities, that we do have, those rural communities, some of them are poor. We're going to help those people. We're going to rebuild those communities. They're not permanent features of American life. They can be fixed, and together we're going to fix them. We are going to fix them. We've spent, as of this week, according to the latest count, we've spent $6 trillion in the Middle East. And the Middle East today is far worse than it's ever been. You will see changes very quickly. A shrinking you will see it. A shrinking workforce and flat wages are not the new normal. And we're not even talking about flat. We're talking about wages where some of you in this audience, hardworking, incredible Americans, were making more money 20 years ago than you're making today. And today, you're older and you're working harder. And in many cases, you have 2 jobs. Some of that's because of Obamacare. And by the way, we are repealing and replacing Obamacare. We can reverse the stagnation and usher in a period of true opportunity and growth. Endless gridlock is not a way of life any longer. We don't have to accept that. Government can be responsive, and we can become proud again of how Washington works. And I've spoken to Democrats, and I said to them, look, we can't go on with this gridlock. It's gone on for so many years. It's gone on for so many years. They can't get together. We're going to get together. And I believe they want to get together. You know why? Because it's time, and the people are angry. They're angry. And they're going to get together. We're going to make joint decisions. We are, and the nice part, our victory was so great. We have the House, we have the Senate, and we have the presidency. But we want to get them on board also. People are constantly telling me and telling you to reduce our expectations. Those people are fools. They're fools. But this campaign proved that the old rules no longer apply, that anything we want for our country is now possible. Anything we want, right? Now is not the time to downsize our dreams, but to set our sights higher than ever before for our country. Now is the time to push for real, profound change that restores the full promise of America for all of its people. And those people are great people. I got to know them, believe me, over the last 18 months. And what we've created is a movement, and it's a beautiful thing. You take a look here, the roads are all gridlocked, all locked down, all secured up, and people pour in. It's an amazing thing. Now is the time to unlock the potential of millions of Americans left on the sidelines, their talents unused, their dreams unrealized, and their aspirations totally forgotten. And these are people of great talent. This is the moment. This is our chance. This is our window for action. This is the hour when the great deeds can be done and our highest hopes can come true. We're going to do it, folks. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Thank you. I love you too. Guy. Some guy. Look at this guy. And I do love him. He's a rough-looking cookie, though, I'll tell you. We have a lot of love, believe me. going to be a lot of love in our country. Driven by these goals, I'm working to assemble a detailed action plan for America. My plan begins with a bold structural reform to create millions of new jobs and rapidly expand our economic growth. And you see what's happening with taxes. You see what's happening with regulations, which are totally out of control. Right now, we punish companies for doing business in America. They're actually punished. That's why they're leaving. And by the way, I have to say this. We are going to reduce taxes to a point that are incredible. For the middle class in particular, but for our companies. And we're going to reduce the regulations. But if a company wants to still leave the state of Ohio or Pennsylvania, or how about North Carolina? How well did we do in North Carolina, right? Remember when they said, he cannot win North Carolina. So we had just won Ohio, Iowa, and we had just won Florida. Breaking news, Donald Trump has won Florida. They say, whoa. And we won it big. But then the people back there, the extremely dishonest press, said, right? Very dishonest people. How about, how dishonest, how about when a major anchor who hosted a debate started crying when she realized that we won? How about that? Tears. No, tell me this isn't true. And you know what she doesn't understand? Things are going to be much better now. She doesn't understand. I mean, think of it. We won in a landslide. That was a landslide. And we didn't have the press. The press was brutal. You know what? Hey, in the great state of Ohio, we didn't have the upper echelon of politician either, did we? But I will say this. I will say this. And it was very nice. Your governor, John Kasich, called me after the election and was very nice. He said, congratulations, that was amazing. He couldn't believe how much we won Ohio by, or the election by. Remember, you cannot get to 270, the dishonest press. There is no road. Folks, how many times did we hear this? There is no path to 270. There is no path. There is no path. There is no path for Donald Trump. Texas is in play. Do you remember that one? Now, as a Republican, I'm supposed to win Texas. As a Republican, I'm supposed to win Georgia. As a Republican, I'm supposed to win the great state of Utah. I love Utah. Love those states. Remember when they said Donald Trump is going to lose to some guy I never even heard of? Who was that guy? He is going to lose to this guy. But the people of Utah were amazing, and we trounced them. We trounced. And by the way, Hillary came in second, and that guy came in third. I'm still trying to figure out what was he going to prove. Did he want to, I wanted to find what the hell was he trying to prove? I guess he wanted us to lose the Supreme Court. That's about the only thing he was going to get. But think of it. They said, I'll tell you what, just 2-3 weeks before the election. And my friends would tell me just the opposite. They live in Texas and Georgia. They said, Georgia is in play. Texas is in play. That means like we're even. And then we won in a landslide, both states. I said, what happened? Right? They go, for weeks, Texas is in play. Then you turn on the television like 2 minutes later, Donald Trump has won Texas, you know. These are very, very dishonest people. Okay. I love this stuff. Should I go on with this just a little bit longer? I love it. How about it's like 12 o'clock in the evening, and Pennsylvania, I'm leading by a lot, and we couldn't get off 98%. They didn't want to call it. We're leading by so much that it's impossible. I lost every other vote, and they refused to call. Then at 3 o'clock, I'll never forget, I watched a particular person, and we won Wisconsin. And we won Pennsylvania, right? And that person is doing the map. And that person was saying for months that there's no way that Donald Trump can break the blue wall, right? We didn't break it, we shattered that sucker. We shattered it. We shattered it. Man, that poor wall is busted up. So, I'll never forget it though, because it felt so good. You know, more so because they kept saying there's no path and all this nonsense. So, and I go out and I see the people like this, and I'd say, how are we going to lose? I mean, how are we going to lose? But what happened? So they'd say, we win Wisconsin. Donald Trump, 38 years or so. Donald Trump has won Michigan. And then they're looking at the map, they're saying, oh, wow. There's no way for Hillary Clinton to become president. Donald Trump is president of the United States. Oh, amazing. It's amazing. Really amazing. And one of the announcers, I have to tell you, from ESPN. Now, they cover football and boxing and everything, right? And he went out, he said, I got to tell you, that event last night, meaning the election results, was better than any fight, any baseball game, any football game. He said that was the most exciting event I've ever seen, and it was politics. And then you look at the NFL. Well, now they should start recovering. But their ratings were so far down. And you know what the reason was? This. Because this business is tougher than the NFL. It's crazy. The people liked it. Their ratings were down 20 or 21%. And it was because of us. So we had a lot of fun. The bottom line is we won. We won. We won big. Whether it's producing steel, building cars, or curing disease, we want the next generation of innovation and production to happen right here in America and right here in Ohio, right? First on taxes. We're going to massively lower taxes and make America the best place in the world to hire, to invest, to grow, to create, and to expand. We're going to do that. On regulation, we're going to eliminate every single wasteful regulation that undermines the ability of our workers and our companies to compete with companies from foreign lands. We're going to do that. We have the greatest competitors on earth. And by the way, I've put on some of the greatest business people in the world. One of the networks said, why, he put on a billionaire at Commerce. Well, that's because this guy knows how to make money, folks. He knows how to make money. I'd like to put on a guy that failed all his life, but we don't want that, do we? No, I put on a killer, and I've been honest. I said, I am going to be putting on the greatest killers you've ever seen. We need that. It's time. It's time. It's time. We have a great, great cabinet, I'll tell you. It's coming, and wait till you see what we have next week. Are we doing a good job with our cabinet and our people? And I don't want to tell you this because I want to save the suspense for next week. So I will not tell you. I refuse to tell, and don't let it outside of this room. Do you promise? Raise your hand. Promise. So I will not tell you that one of our great, great generals, don't let it outside, right? And of course, the press is very honest. They'll never let this go. Even though it's all live, they got about 7 stations live. We are going to appoint Mad Dog Mattis as our Secretary of Defense. But we're not announcing it till Monday, so don't tell anybody. Mad Dog. He's great. He is great. I asked one of the generals, I love the generals, and I won't use his name, but he probably would come forward. But I said to him, you're a good general, aren't you? Yes, sir, I am. I said, so how do you compare to General Mattis? How do you compare to Mad Dog? Sir, he's better than I am. I loved it. I said, I love you to say that. They love him. So we're going to be announcing him on Monday of next week. Keep it inside the room, but that's what we have, and he's our best.
This is breaking news. This is a press conference live about that 40-car pileup in Michigan. Let's hear what they have to say.
Specific questions, I'll answer them. At approximately 9:47 a.m. this morning, the Livingston County Sheriff's Office responded to westbound I-96 for a serious injury accident involving approximately 40 vehicles that took place near the 125-mile marker west of Fowlerville, but east of Wallace Road, which is the Livingston County border. There are 3 confirmed fatalities with this accident. We have not yet identified those victims. 11 other victims were transported from the scene by Livingston County Ambulance, Meridian Township Fire, or NISA EMS to Sparrow and or Livingston County, or St. Joe's of Livingston Hospital. None of these injuries were life-threatening. Others involved in the crash were taken from the scene via Livingston Essential Transport Services to Fowlerville PD and village offices to give statements and to be unified with their loved ones. Westbound I-96 continues to be closed at this time for the accident investigation and vehicle removal. It was closed from M59 to M52 until further notice. Eastbound lanes were opened at approximately 2:50 p.m. The accident is believed to be weather-related. Alcohol does not appear to be a factor at this time. The agencies that were out there, in addition to the Livingston County Sheriff's Office, we had the Michigan State Police, Fowlerville Police, Howell Police, Ingham County Sheriff's Department, Livingston County Accident Reconstruction Team, Fowlerville Fire, Howell Fire, Brighton Fire, Green Oak, Putnam Fire, Meridian Township Fire, Leroy Fire Department, Livingston County EMS, NISA EMS, DART, the American Red Cross, Livingston Essential Transportation System, and Livingston County Emergency Management. So. That's it, and with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Lieutenant, can you talk
Well,
about how...
let's just do it. Let's do it one at a time. Go ahead.
Can you talk about the first responders? We were getting reports people were trapped just as they arrived on scene. What was it like, especially in that backup in the back where you had all those cars kind of cramped in there? What was it like as they went to try and rescue people?
It was very chaotic for them to be able to get to all of the victims, to be able to assess the situation. So some were trapped in just because of mechanical things with their cars and things like that. So
Are you able to pinpoint how it started? I mean, I know...
I believe it to be weather related it's still under investigation, but we believe it due to the slick roads and there was a whiteout conditions that were going on at the time. We believe that was a contributing factor.
But you don't know if it was a semi or a car that may have...
We don't know what vehicle started the chain reaction at this point, no.
Lieutenant, I know there are 3 fatalities, and names have not been identified.
Correct.
Do you know the age range, male, female, anything you can...
At this time, no, we don't have any of that information. And once we do, we will update the press releases and things like that once we identified the victims and notified their next of kin.
Can you paraphrase what witnesses told you as far as was there like a snowburst or a whiteout and or what they told you?
That's from what of the witnesses that we had talked to, it was just whiteout conditions and it just caused the chain reaction of accidents. Don't know what started first, what collision, what was the first collision, what was the first harmful event, we don't know.
Have any drivers been ticketed at all because of this?
Everything is under investigation. It's way too preliminary to be able to go after, to figure out any kind of fault at that time.
Is that possible?
It's possible, but only for the fact that it's possible. Yes, it is possible.
Do we know if the 2 people that did die, are they involved with the semi and the car that happened the first accident?
Well, there's 3 people that passed, and they're involved in the main accident, or the first part of the pileup. Yes.
Can you, I know it might be speculation, but there's a guardrail there, and
Yes.
you can see how the cars weren't able to spill into the median. When you look at that, I mean, I know you're a veteran of seeing crashes, maybe something like this. I know we had a 100-car pileup, 8 or 9 years ago.
Yep.
But did that hurt in this case, a guardrail being there?
I couldn't say, and again, until we're done with the entire investigation, I wouldn't make that judgment. That's what we're investigating at this point. All I know is that if the guardrail is not there, there's also a river that flows underneath there, so there's any number of potential hazards there. So
Coming east to west, it seemed like they're up over a little bit of a hill. I mean, did people convey that as they kind of came up over that, they just didn't have time to stop? Or I'm interested if you can paraphrase what they told you.
We don't have any, like I say, we only talked to just very few people, and now we're going to still be gathering statements and things like that as we go along as part of our investigation. So.
When folks do find themselves in pileups like this, what is
Sure.
the best thing somebody should do?
Slow down. I mean, really, that's for all of it. For the weather related, it's just you need to drive according to conditions and in a safe and prudent manner.
If somebody is stuck where they can't get their vehicle out, is it a good idea to get out with, possibly gas leaking, so on and so forth?
It's all going to be your own assessment of what your safety is. As far as the other hazards, whether there's other traffic that you have to worry about coming up from behind you, or the elements that are out there, it's going to be your own personal assessment there. You're much safer to stay in your vehicle normally because of obviously traffic moving on an interstate at those speeds. So.
At that hour, had it been snowing for a while? Had it been clear? I mean,
to the best of my recollection, it had been snowing for a little while, but it really became heavy, just popped up.
Are the 3 fatalities in 3 separate cars?
There's 2 different vehicles.
And then how many emergency responders did you have, and how long did it take for them to get everyone out of the car?
How many we had, I can't give you a number total. I would say roughly, I really couldn't guess, probably 50 to 75 between fire departments, EMSs, the police, took a while to get to them, also because of the fact of the amount of traffic and and just not being able to even get emergency vehicles up there. So that's where we started shutting down the roads and things and restricting the traffic, and then getting the traffic out of the way so we could get our emergency vehicles up there.
Was one of the people killed a semi-driver, and can you say, were they?
We have not identified anybody at this time, so we don't have that information. And as I'm not, and until we do, we're not releasing that information.
Did they die at the hospital or at the scene?
What's that?
At the scene or at the hospital?
I'm sorry.
Did they die at the scene or in the hospital?
They're all of my, to the best of my knowledge, everybody was pronounced deceased at the scene.
Lieutenant, certainly a tragedy here. What do you say to the community, people that are wondering at home if their loved ones were the ones, were the ones that died? Because, we drove by, talked to a few people, and we're like, oh my God, I wonder if it's anybody we know. Anything comforting? Again, it's a tragedy, but anything comforting you can kind of...
The only thing comforting I could say is, obviously, if you can't get in touch with their loved ones, we have the people that were taken from the scene were taken to the Fowlerville Police Department and the village offices, which is where there would be a reunification. And then just to check with the hospitals, either Sparrow or St. Joe Livingston. But again, none of those people were transported with serious injuries, so they should be able to make contact with their loved ones. So.
Is traffic now closed at Fowlerville, or where is the closed?
It's closed at 59. Westbound is closed at 59. Is being diverted off there.
Do you have an ETA on how long this type of thing would take to untangle?
Probably, well, yeah. It's probably going to be another couple hours, at least another 2 hours, and that's just to be able, the logistics, to finish up the investigation and try to get all of those vehicles off of westbound to be able to open it back up.
Do you think it might be open in time for rush hour?
Very possible. Like I say, 2 hours, probably, I would guess, somewhere between 5 and 6 it would probably get back open. That's not... We don't know, but that's just a best guess right now based on what we're dealing with out there and how many vehicles that we have to remove.
Would you say the assessment, measurements, et cetera, part of it is done and now it's cleanup or removal, or not?
They're finishing up that process right now. And so I think that they're probably just about finished with that part, and that they're going to start moving vehicles very soon. So.
Do you have a final total on how many vehicles were involved?
Not approximately 40, but we won't know really until, because it was with as many vehicles were there together, it was very hard to assess the exact number until we get them all pulled apart. Yes, sir.
Eastbound was shut down just to get emergency vehicles to?
Right, to be able to get emergency vehicles to the scene, and also to be able to divert the traffic that had been stuck between the Fowlerville exit and the accident scene off, so they weren't stuck out there for hours without any facilities or food or water or anything like that. So. And we were able to turn them around and get them back on the other way. So.
Not to grind it, but it sounds
That's
like
right.
this hit very quick.
It did.
And obviously one of the first times of the season we've encountered it, but I guess I don't know any thought in regard to how quickly this just hit. And I'm assuming people were driving and there were no issues with the road conditions or the weather leading up to that, few minutes.
It was lightly snowing, so I mean, and the ground was getting wet, and obviously, as we know, it was a little windy out, and things start, as the ground is getting to that temperature, it's starting to ice over and things like that. But then you compounded with the quick snow squall or whiteout, and I think we're all contributing factors.
Are you able to ascertain if people were driving too quickly?
No, I can't say that at all until we finish out with, the investigation. So. Yes, sir.
What's the name of that river bridge?
Now you're gonna put me on this. You're gonna put me on the spot here.
It's on Google.
Yeah. I was just gonna say I think it's Shiawassee. So.
Are the people who they're still at the police department, you said, or the community offices? Or?
There are still people that are waiting. Most of those people, from my understanding, are people whose vehicles may not have been damaged in the crash, or just waiting to be able to, once we're removed, to be able to take their vehicles and things like that. But
at its peak, how far was traffic backed up, or are people stopped? I mean, from that scene.
That I can't answer you. I know we started shutting the freeway down at Fowlerville, and then we ended up having to move it back to M59 and to be able to.
That's what, 3, 4, 5 miles?
It's 4 miles between M59 and Fowlerville, and the accident scene's approximately about 3 miles
So doing the math,
from
6, 7
Fowlerville.
mile backup, or is that not accurate?
I wouldn't say that they were backed up because we were diverting the traffic off. So I mean, it was in segments. So
And did you have accidents on eastbound from like Gawker slowdown type stuff or not?
we didn't have, to my knowledge, there wasn't any on eastbound Gawkers. We did have some other just property damage accidents and things like that. No injuries, but further back because of the backup. But
So eastbound was closed as a precaution, not because of actual accidents?
correct. It was to be able to get the resources that we needed into the scene to manage the scene. So. Anything?
I know alcohol not a factor, but is it?
We're not going to be able to tell that really until we get through the investigation.
Was it, I think we talked earlier, were there multiple accidents when
That's all of what's under investigation. Anything I would tell you right now would be purely speculation. So.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Is your last name
Can you
just
say the
S-A-N-D?
name and title for us?
Sure. Lieutenant Eric Sanborn, ERIC, and then it's S-A-N, B as in boy, O-R-N. And we will update when westbound is back open. We'll update the press release and we'll send it out. So.
Do you know when you might have an update as to the victims?
I wouldn't guess. I would guess it wouldn't be before tomorrow, quite frankly, to be able to identify them and their families. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
West Branch Red City.
All right, everybody, what looks like that just wrapped up. Let's take you back to Donald Trump, who was speaking in Cincinnati earlier this month.
So I will not tell you that one of our great, great generals, don't let it outside, right? And of course, the press is very honest. They'll never let this go. Even though it's all live, they got about 7 stations live. We are going to appoint Mad Dog Mattis as our Secretary of Defense. But we're not announcing it till Monday, so don't tell anybody. Mad Dog. He's great. He is great. I asked one of the generals, I love the generals, and I won't use his name, but he probably would come forward. But I said to him, "You're a good general, aren't you?" "Yes, sir, I am." I said, "So how do you compare to General Mattis? How do you compare to Mad Dog?" "Sir, he's better than I am." I loved it. I said, "I love you to say that." They love him. So we're going to be announcing him on Monday of next week. Keep it inside the room, but that's what we have, and he's our best. They say he's the closest thing to General George Patton that we have, and it's about time. It's about time. Okay. So I gave up a little secret. My people over there are probably saying, "You weren't supposed to do that, Mr. Trump." On energy, we will pursue energy independence and cancel the job-killing restrictions on the production of shale energy, oil, natural gas, and clean coal, and we're going to put the miners of Ohio back to work. On infrastructure, we will build new roads, tunnels, bridges, railways, airports, schools, and hospitals, including major projects in the inner cities. There's such potential in the inner cities. We're not using our potential. Remember when I would make the speeches, I'd say, what the hell do you have to lose? The African American community was so great to me in this election. They were so great to me. Amazing. I couldn't believe it. I started off at a low number, and every week, boom, boom, boom. And I got it up to a number that's higher than all of the Republican candidates for years. And it was great. The Hispanic community, I did great with the Hispanic community. Great. Higher than people that were supposed to have done well. I felt it. And is this really a big surprise? We did great with women. Can you believe it? Great with women. A couple of polls came in. A couple of polls came in the early states, and they said, we don't believe it. He's doing well with women. But every time I went out, I saw those beautiful pink signs, right? Women for Trump, and I knew we were going to do well. So we did great with women. We did great with everybody. We will deepen our harbors and new lanes of commerce across the nation. We have harbors that ships can't even go into. We will have two simple rules when it comes They don't know that Hillary lost a couple of weeks ago. They forgot. I don't know. Where do these people come from? Oh, well. They're taking her back home to mom. No, it's true. It's true. They don't realize. They don't know. You know, a lot of the people that protested, we said, did you vote? No, I didn't vote. They don't vote. They never vote. And do you agree with my stance that if people burn the American flag, there should be consequence, right? Think so. Think so. We will have two simple rules when it comes to this massive rebuilding effort. Buy American and hire American. We're going to do it ourselves. We're going to do it ourselves. And that will be our new mantra. On trade, the history of nations teaches us that the strength of a country and its trade and manufacturing sector is vital to both its economic prosperity and national security, because we don't do that. Our borders are weak, our trade is terrible. You're going to see a turn that is so big, and it's going to happen so fast. And we started today in Indiana.
All right, you guys, we just wanted to take you to some breaking news here real quick. We take you back to Donald Trump in just a moment, but we did want to let you guys know about some breaking news here. John Glenn, first U.S. astronaut to orbit Earth, who later spent 24 years representing Ohio in the Senate, has died at 95. That just came out. This is breaking news. John Glenn, first U.S. astronaut to orbit Earth, and later spent 24 years representing Ohio in the Senate, has died at age 95. And we're working to get you guys more information on that story. Here's a live look at the White House right now. We're going to take you back to Donald Trump, who was speaking in Cincinnati, Ohio earlier this month. And coming up in just a few moments, we'll have Trump live at Ohio State University.
That's just the beginning. Our trade deficit now is nearly $800 billion a year. It's a chronic drag on growth and a destroyer. It destroys the wealth of our country and jobs. And jobs. Ohio has lost 1/3 of its manufacturing jobs since NAFTA. And you know the nice part? Now I don't have to say, signed by Bill Clinton and approved by Hillary. Who cares? All I can tell you is that NAFTA is a disaster. What difference does it make? We will fix NAFTA, or we'll terminate it and start all over again. America has lost 70,000 factories. Hard to believe. I always say that's a typo. 70,000 factories since China joined the World Trade Organization. Think of it. In the year 2000, America had nearly 20 million manufacturing jobs in the Rust Belt, okay? Today, we have only 12.3 million manufacturing jobs left in the Rust Belt. We're gonna bring them back. We're gonna bring them back. We're gonna bring them back. The Rust Belt has been hammered. And one of the reasons I won. It's one of the reasons I won. Ohio, as an example, is down from 1.2 million manufacturing jobs in the year 2000 to only 690,000 jobs today. Not going to happen anymore, folks. Or take Michigan. They're down from 900,000 manufacturing jobs in the year 2000 to only 600,000 manufacturing jobs today. I see these numbers and it's sad. But what isn't sad, because this is all about hope, but it's real hope because we're going to turn that around so fast. And we don't want Ford leaving and going to Mexico to build its small cars. We don't want it. We're going to turn it all around. We're living through the greatest jobs theft in the history of the world. I've been saying it for months. It used to be the cars were made in Flint, right? And you couldn't drink the water in Mexico. Today, the cars are made in Mexico, and you can't drink the water in Flint, Michigan. You know that, right? What a difference. But we're turning that around. You made a good point. What a terrible thing that was, too. Gross incompetence on so many levels. The era of economic surrender is over. We're going to fight for every last American job. It's time to remove the rust from the Rust Belt and usher in a new industrial revolution. We're going to do it. On health care reform, we will repeal Obamacare. We have no choice. And we will finally fix health care for America's incredible, staggering. For whatever reason, people in uniforms like Trump, I don't know, I have to figure that out. These are great people. We're going to take care of our veterans. And we're working right now on somebody to run the Veterans Administration who will be terrific, believe me, terrific. And I'll be watching, too. I'll be watching. On child care, I'm asking Congress to pass legislation to support the American family and make safe and affordable child care accessible to all. It's so important. Our agenda will fight to increase pay and opportunities for women in the workforce. Support women entrepreneurs. Who's a women entrepreneur here? Who's a women? A lot of them. Hate to tell you, men, generally speaking, they're better than you are. Now, if I said it the other way around, I'd be in big trouble, don't you? And we're going to make sure that no one is penalized for the decision to have a family. Right now, they're penalized. On crime, the murder rate has experienced its largest increase in 45 years in our country. Think of that. We're going to support the incredible men and women of law enforcement. They are incredible people. My administration will marshal federal resources to bring this crime wave to an end, most in 45 years. We believe all Americans have the right to live in safety and peace, and we will never back down in fighting to deliver that security to every community in our land and to our inner cities that have been forsaken. Take care of our inner cities and the people in our inner cities. On defense, we will begin a major national effort to rebuild our badly depleted military. Have no choice. We have no choice. You look at this world, it's a tinderbox. We have no choice. And we want a strong military, and we don't want to have to use it. Ideally, we don't have to use it, although we will destroy ISIS. At the same time, we will pursue a new foreign policy that finally learns from the mistakes of the past. We will stop looking to topple regimes and overthrow governments, folks. Remember, $6 trillion, $6 trillion in the Middle East. $6 trillion. Our goal is stability, not chaos. Because we want to rebuild our country. It's time. It's time. We will partner with any nation that is willing to join us in the effort to defeat ISIS and radical Islamic terrorism. Okay, we have to say the term. Have to say the term. In our dealings with other countries, we will seek shared interests wherever possible and pursue a new era of peace, understanding, and goodwill. On immigration, we will restore the sovereignty of the United States. We will restore the sovereignty. We will finally end illegal immigration. Have to. We will construct a great wall at the border. Dismantle the criminal cartels and liberate our communities from the epidemic of gang violence and drugs pouring into our nation. We will ask Congress to reform our visa and immigration programs to protect jobs and wages for American workers. I love American workers. I love these people. You know what I call the American workers? The forgotten men and women of our nation, and those men and women came out to vote. Nobody ever thought that was going to happen. They came out by the millions. These are great, great people. To keep our nation secure from terrorism and extremism, we will suspend immigration from regions where it cannot be safely processed. We have regions of the world, people are pouring in. I don't have to say who's letting them in anymore. I just have to say they're pouring into our country. We don't need San Bernardino. We don't need another Orlando. We don't need another World Trade Center. We don't need Paris. You look at Paris, you look at Nice, you look all over the world, look what's happening to Germany. We don't need that, folks. We have enough problems, believe me. Your state has just experienced a violent atrocity at the great Ohio State University. And that is a great place. That further demonstrates the security threats are created, and these are just threats that are stupidly created by our very, very stupid politicians, refugee programs. We offer our thoughts, prayers, and deepest sympathies to the victims, and our hearts go out to the entire community of Ohio State. What a great place. Great place. We're with you, and we will stand with you every single step of the way. The job of the president is to keep America safe, and that will always be my highest priority. We will do everything in our power to keep the scourge of terrorism out of our country. We're going to keep it out of our country. Just so you understand, people are pouring in from regions of the Middle East. We have no idea who they are, where they come from, what they're thinking, and we're going to stop that dead cold flat. And you just take a look at what just happened in your state. Just take a good look and really think about it. Ethics reform will be a crucial part of our 100-day plan as well. We're going to drain the swamp of corruption in Washington, D.C. Drain the swamp. Thank you. I will impose a 5-year ban on executive branch officials becoming lobbyists and a lifetime ban on officials becoming lobbyists for a foreign government. Change is not going to be easy. I am going to need you to fight as hard for these proposals as you fought for this great campaign of ours. We are going to need our government and this movement to be more engaged and more vigilant than ever before to help us accomplish the reforms and overcome decades of stalemate and gridlock. We're going to get it done, folks. Now that you put me in this position, even if you don't help me one bit, I'm going to get it done, believe me. Don't worry about it. Be easier if you help, but that's all right. Don't worry, I'll get it done. Importantly, we are all going to have open arms, and we're going to invite everyone from all political persuasions to join our movement to help us achieve our goals for this country. Great schools, safe neighborhoods, a thriving economy, and a government that answers only to the people, our people. We are going to have to dig deep, and I know you and I and all of the people working with us are up to the task. There are a lot of people working with us. Every single day, you will be the agents of change. Change for our country, but good change, great change. Americans must ignore the pessimists and embrace the optimism that has always been the central ingredient of the American character. We are the nation that won 2 world wars, that dug out the Panama Canal, that put a man on the moon and satellites all over space. But somewhere along the way, we started thinking small. I'm asking you to dream big again. And bold and daring things for your country will happen once again. I'm asking you to join me in this next chapter of this unbelievable and unprecedented movement as we work toward prosperity at home, peace abroad, and new frontiers in science, technology, and space. I am asking you to... Is that right? Yeah. I love this guy. He's a believer. You are a believer, right? He's a believer. I'm asking you to believe in America once again. We have many challenges, but this is truly an exciting time to be alive. There's been no time like it. The script is not yet written. We do not know what the next page will read. But I'll tell you, it's going to be a great page. But for the first time in a long time, what we do know is that the pages will be authored by each one of you. Each one of you. Americans will be the captains of their own destiny once again. You know, I talk about our great movement, and you are the movement. I'm the messenger. I'm just really the messenger. Although I've been a very good messenger, let's face it, right? I've been a pretty good messenger. So once again, I want to thank Ohio. I want to thank the great people of Ohio. It's an incredible place, an incredible state. There's been nothing like it. And remember this, it was when they called the landslide that we had in Ohio that these extremely dishonest people started saying, something's happening very big tonight. Something's happening very big. And I've been saying it to you for many months, but I'll say it one last time tonight. We are going to come together and make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ohio. Thank you.
All right, everybody. That was Donald Trump in Cincinnati, Ohio earlier this month. Let's take you to a live look of the White House right now. Coming up shortly, we're going to have Donald Trump speaking at Ohio State University. That's next on the Fox News Now stream. Donald Trump held his second thank you rally earlier this week in, let me double check where that was, North Carolina. Fayetteville, to be exact. We're going to take you to that event before Donald Trump speaks live at Ohio State University today.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Wow, thank you. Thank you. So the weather was really bad. Really bad. And they said, you know, these are great people in North Carolina. They won't mind. No, but they said they won't mind, sir, if you canceled and made it another time. And I said, what? And they said, we have a big crowd, but they won't mind just because the weather was so terrible. So I said, you got to be kidding. So we've been driving for 2 hours. We landed at like a long ways, but there was no way that we weren't showing up tonight. That I can tell you. That I can tell you. Yeah, we couldn't land at your local airport. We landed a long ways away. I said, boy, let's put it this way. The drive was about 3 times longer than the flight. But we made it. That's all that matters, right? We made it. And I'm here today for one main reason, to thank you, the people of North Carolina, for being so incredible. We want to thank you. You went out and pounded the pavement. You organized your fellow citizens and propelled to victory a grassroots movement, the likes of which nobody has ever seen before. And that's beyond our country. And I want to give a special thank you to the incredible military families, service members, and veterans of North Carolina. And they were great. You saw what happened with the military. I got such numbers. Oh, those numbers are good. We don't talk about numbers. We bring people together. But boy, were those numbers good. And our veterans, do we love our veterans? We love our veterans. But your state's legacy of service is an inspiration to us all. North Carolina has produced many of the finest soldiers, airmen, sailors, and Marines the world has ever seen. So true. Our men and women in uniform represent the absolute best of us. We must follow their example, working in unison toward a shared goal across every social, racial, and economic line. They understand that to accomplish the mission, we must all be pulling in the same direction. We have to get together. They know that we must leave no man or woman behind. These patriots have shed their blood to defend our country in distant fields of battle across the earth. Our debt to them is eternal and everlasting. Amazing people. Amazing people. And you know, we have a very special person here tonight who we're going to introduce very shortly. Boy, it's been such a popular choice. We salute their sacrifice and we salute the flag they fought to protect. We love our flag, right? We love our flag. We love our flag, and we don't like it when we see people ripping up our flag and burning our flag. We don't like it. We don't like it. And we'll see what we're going to do about that, okay? We're going to see. Tomorrow is the 75th anniversary of Pearl Harbor. It's a milestone that marks the ultimate sacrifice of those who wear the great uniform. It's a reminder, too, of the valiant efforts of America's fighting men and women who have liberated millions from tyranny and oppression. Now today, our brave men and women are the first in line defense against radical Islamic terrorism, words that some people don't like to say, an ideology of death that slaughters innocent men, women, and children. We're going to protect our people. We're going to protect our country, believe me. In every generation, a new threat to freedom arises. And just as we defeated these threats, we faced generations in the past, and you understand that, so too will we defeat the forces of terrorism. It's unseen in many cases, but we're going to defeat that force, and we're going to defeat it strongly and quickly. Believe me. We will prevail. We stand here today just miles from Fort Bragg, the home of heroes. It's a home of heroes. Our special forces at Fort Bragg have been the tip of the spear in fighting terrorism. The motto of our Army Special Forces is to free the oppressed. And that is exactly what they have been doing and will continue to do. At this very moment, soldiers from Fort Bragg are deployed in 90 countries around the world. Can you believe that? 90 countries. Based in Fort Bragg is the 82nd Airborne Division, also known as the All-American Division. We stand in awe of their achievements. We really do. Not far from here sits 45% of the entire United States Marine Corps at Camp Lejeune. I've been to Camp Lejeune. We love Camp Lejeune. 12,000 citizen soldiers fill the ranks of the North Carolina Army and Air National Guard. The National Guard rushed to the scene to help the victims of Hurricane Matthew and so many other catastrophes. And we continue to send our thoughts and prayers to those recovering in its wake. The military families in North Carolina are a national treasure, and it will be the duty of my administration to ensure that we protect those who protect us. And I just want to tell you that we are going to be taking care of our veterans. And I'm right now working. These are great, great people. And they haven't been treated fairly. And I'm right now working on picking the people that are going to be helping our veterans, and they are really.
All right, everybody, we're going to take you to some breaking news right now where Senator Bill Nelson is on the Senate floor speaking about John Glenn's death that just happened.
But he was not.
There are no required background checks on anyone associated with these regional centers. The investment level is lower than Congress ever intended. Gerrymandering continues, and rural and urban distressed areas then lose out. Site visits or even audits are not required. There's no transparency on how funds are spent, who is paid, and what investors are told about the projects that they're investing in. The preferential treatment we have seen in the past is enabled without a strict code of conduct rules. Now, that's just some of the things that are wrong. So, the four of us on the two committees in a bicameral and bipartisan way tried to address awareness and to have process for dialogue leading to reform. My committee held 2 hearings this year. The House held 1. Staff met with very interested stakeholders that asked, and we offered more concessions than we did last year. To top it off, we were ready to provide even a 6-year reauthorization. This would have provided long-term stability for investors and regional centers. But let's talk about why this package was not acceptable to some, and most notably, not to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce that was the most rigid in not compromising. Here's a list of issues raised by this leading voice of business in opposition to our package. They want, in effect, one investment level. They don't want any meaningful discount for rural or urban distressed areas. And don't forget, this law was passed 20 years ago to help rural and high employment areas. That's the purpose of it. They don't want visas set aside for areas that Congress selected as targeted employment areas for fear that investors in affluent areas would have to wait slightly longer for a visa. They didn't want to incentivize foreign investors to fund manufacturing projects that create long-term and sustainable and then real jobs in this country that we desperately need. They wanted to make it harder for rural areas to qualify at a discount investment level, even though it's common knowledge that small and rural communities have a harder time attracting capital. They wanted certifications and compliance measures to be delegated to the agency. They did not want Congress to dictate transparencies and reporting requirements. And we must remember, our job is to legislate, not to delegate. Delegating authority to the executive branch on this program would result in more of the same, because even by the departments in charge, there's very little oversight or monitoring now, even if it might be required by law, but not enough of it is required by law. That's why you get away with all this stuff. The chamber didn't like a provision saying a foreign national had to be 18 years old to invest and obtain a green card through the program. They would like children as young as 14 to be able to make these major financial decisions and invest up to $1 million, a 14-year-old to do that. They wanted restrictions on where investor funds came from lifted. Our package limited a foreign national from taking out a questionable loan or taking gifts from unknown sources. And one way to find out what's wrong is to follow the money. We wanted to be sure that those investing were doing so because they obtained funds lawfully. The Chamber of Commerce wanted no such restrictions. They wanted foreign governments and even sovereign wealth funds to own EB-5 projects. They wanted to delay rules saying foreign governments could not own or administer regional centers by requiring bureaucratic rulemaking. Despite the changes we made this year on this very strict provision, they continued to water it down in every negotiating session that we had. They didn't want regional centers to have to consult with local officials about EB-5 projects to ensure that economic development efforts were coordinated. They wanted to do away with a requirement that a foreign investor would have to create at least one direct job before obtaining a green card. Now, here you got a situation where a program was instituted 25 years ago to create jobs, particularly in rural America and high unemployment areas, to create jobs, and they don't even want the investors to show that they're going to create at least one job. Right now, then, they use economic modeling to show indirect jobs. Neither the existence of those jobs nor the location of those jobs can truly be verified. Now, when you have the federal government setting up a program like this that's supposed to create jobs in rural areas and high unemployment areas, Wouldn't you think there ought to be a way of showing those jobs are actually created? They raise new concerns about provisions that have been discussed way back since last June, such as requiring regional centers to pay a fee to an enforcement and monitoring fund. They wanted, now believe this, they wanted a 3-day notification of a site visit by the agencies to determine if regional centers truly exist. Sure, tell the inspectors you're coming so you can get everything in order before the inspectors get there. They fought efforts to require transparency of how investor funds were used. Now, this is a major problem of the existing program. Nearly every story of fraud relates to how regional center operators use EB-5 funds for their own personal gain and luxury. This program is meant to create jobs, not to help individuals in charge of the program have personal gain and, more importantly, even the luxury that might go with that. But the kicker in all of this is that these business interests insist on more visas and to make those visas even cheaper. They want Congress to increase immigration numbers through controversial recapture mechanisms or by exempting certain people from the annual cap. The pro-EB-5 groups want more visas for an already faulty program, which makes more money and puts more money in their pockets. On top of that, they ask us to make the visas cheaper than it is even under current law. I, of course, refuse to do that. I refuse to go below the $1 million level that's been in law since 1990. The demand for visas is there. There is no justification to further cheapen this program and cheapen the green cards that come with that program. We will have 5 months until we are faced with another reauthorization, because that's how far this continuing resolution goes. In that 5 months, I expect that proposed rules changing the investment level and stopping gerrymandering will be published by the end of the year by the Obama administration. And I will support those proposed rules. I will be asking the new Trump administration to keep those new regulations and build off them. Now, in regard to the new administration coming in, they've took a very strong position on various immigration issues. And in taking that position, I would expect them to consider very closely the fraud and the misuse of the EB-5 program. And when this administration sees things wrong with it, and they can correct those things that are wrong with it through regulation, those regulations are some that should be backed up very solidly by the new administration coming in. Now, next year, we'll have to start over again. So, as you heard Senator Leahy speak about this, and you know, his feelings and mine are very similar, and I've already referred to the House Judiciary Committee. We will continue to work in a bipartisan and bicameral way to ensure this program. Now, I want to speak about the new ranking member, Senator Feinstein. I intend to continue this work as closely with her as I did with Ranking Member Leahy, and Ranking Member Leahy will still be involved in this process. I want to point out that she's not a fan of this program at all, and she's been very vocal about closing this program down. because of all the fault we find with it, whether it's fraud, or whether it's misuse of the program, or whether it's possible terrorist activity taking advantage of it, or whatever national security reasons, all of those. And some of these have been pointed out by law enforcement agencies at the federal level. So I want everybody to know that change is coming. Now, I've always wanted to reform the program, but I'm not sure that the industry will ever come around. The leadership of this body and the other body could help by ending this program in a continuing resolution, let it sunset, and all these people will come to the table with a more compromising point of view to correct everything that's wrong here. But the industry loves the status quo, and of course they love the billions of dollars that pour into affluent areas, and consequently the money's not directed where it was intended to in 1990 when this legislation was passed, which was to rural areas and high unemployment areas. So I'm not sure, with the attitude of the industry, that reforms are possible. So, just leaning on Senator Feinstein a little bit and considering her point of view, it may be time to do away with the program completely. I said that same thing a year ago, and I repeat, maybe we should spend our time, our resources, and our efforts in other programs that benefit the American people, as opposed to benefiting the well-heeled and the well-connected. Maybe it's time this program goes away. I yield the floor and thank Senator Leahy for his speaking on it.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, my understanding is that I was going to go next, but my distinguished colleague from West Virginia has important visitors with him, miners who help fuel our country, and so I would ask unanimous consent that after he is recognized, that I be recognized immediately thereafter.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, first of all, let me just say to my dear friend from New Jersey is that I appreciate so much, and his support too. He's been right with me from day one, basically for the working men and women of this country, but most importantly for the miners who have given us the country we have today. I've been doing this for quite some time now. We started 2 years ago, so it's nothing new. This is not new to anybody. This has not been sprung on somebody at the last minute, what we're fighting for and what we're trying to do. As of October, we had over 16,000 of our retired miners and a lot of elderly women, widows whose husbands have passed away. They were notified that they would be losing their health care benefits December 31st of this year. And we had been working for a permanent fix called the Miners Protection Act. And if that Miners Protection Act, if that bill was brought to the floor today, it would pass. It would pass. We have all of the Democrats, Caucus, all 46 of us, and we have at least 15 who've committed to voting for it from our Republican colleagues. But that's not to be. That's not going to happen. So we've been working everything we can. We've gone through regular order. That means it's been to the Finance Committee. It's gone through and been debated and vetted, and it came out of there with an 18-8 vote. Very strong in a bipartisan way. So now, what do? We're not going to get a vote on the floor, so we thought, well, let's attach it. So the Cures Act came over, and it's a health care act, and it was germane to that bill. It should have fit in perfectly. They said, no, we can't put it in there. The only thing we have left is what we're doing now as a CR. And this is something that I've never done. I've been here 6 years and never used this procedure to say, wait a minute. If we don't stand for the people that have fought, worked, and died for us, and basically given us the country we've had. We've won 2 wars with the domestic energy that's been mined right here in America, an awful lot of it in West Virginia, I might add. And we have the strongest country in the world with a superpower, but that would never happen. We'd have never had the military might that we have today. We would never have the middle class that we've had. We just wouldn't have the quality of life we have in America if it hadn't been for the domestic energy that our miners have given us. So what we're asking for is that all they're saying is this is a promise that was made in 1946 that President Truman said, listen, we're going to commit to you that every ton of coal mined from this day forward, and the coal companies you work for will put money aside to make sure that you have lifetime benefits for health care and for your pension. Now, these are not big, elaborate pension plans. They're very small. They're a subsistence, if you will. But the health care has been very important to so many people. And this thing has been going on for quite some time, and you know what? We've been involved many times. So yes, the federal government has been involved to make sure that the companies put that money aside so they would have their health care and their pensions. Then, lo and behold, Congress basically passes bankruptcy laws that lets people walk away from their obligations through bankruptcy. So now the promises were made, and the promises that were kept by Congress was done away with through the bankruptcy laws that were so lenient that people could declare bankruptcy and say, listen, I'm sorry, we're just not going to fulfill that commitment. That legacy goes away. That's somebody else's problem. To fast forward to where we are today and why we have the problems we have, let me just bring you to speed with what we are dealing with. We've asked for the Miners Protection Act, which was a permanent health care fix and a permanent pension fix. These are for the retirees. We have another group of retirees out here that basically have gone through bankruptcy, and there was money set aside, about $47 million. Now, that was supposed to run out in June, so we were going to bring all them together, so we took care of everybody. Now, with the bill that they put in front of us, that this House of Representatives have given us, is this horrendous, and it's inhumane. They gave us a bill and said, take it or leave it on the CR. And they want to say people want to close. Nobody wants to close this great institution, this government down, not a person. But you've got to stand for something, or surely to God you'll stand for nothing. And that's what we find ourselves. They gave us a 4-year extension. Now, if your aunt or your mother was getting a notice in October that she would lose it in December, they want us now to say, okay, we're going to be so sympathetic, we'll give you 4 more months through April. That same person is going to now get another notification in January that she's going to lose it in April. On top of that, she won't even be able to meet her deductibles. So there's no insurance. There's nothing. And you remember the money I said they set aside, $47 million, for the miners who basically have gone through a bankruptcy and lost their jobs and retired? They were going through June. Those same miners now are going to lose May and June, 2 months. They're going to lose 2 months. And there's going to be a $2 million surplus goes back to the Treasury. I had one woman call me and she says, Senator Manchin, I don't know, but you know, back home where I come from, they call that thievery. And she's absolutely correct. So this is why we're so committed and we're so dug in on this issue. It's just a fairness. It's a right thing to do. And all we've asked for is to take care of our miners' health care. We'll come back and fight another day for pension. But give us the health care that's been promised and committed time after time again. I've never seen anything this calloused in my life that we weren't willing to fulfill a promise that we have made and the federal government has put its stamp of approval on. So for those who are saying that it's inconvenience, and the procedures that I've been using and my other colleagues with me, I've had everybody, and I appreciate so much, and for them to say, hey, you've held up a lot of good bills, yes. A lot of bills that I've worked on for a year or more I've held up. But if we can't pass forward on this and walk out of here basically knowing that we did the right thing, what's our purpose for being here? Why did we come? If we all talk, I've seen everybody's election, all of our election advertisement, whether it be Democrat or Republican, is we're all for the middle class. We're all for the working class. We're going to make sure that the working men and women really get a fair shake. They've been screwed and left behind, so let's do it. Okay, we're all for that. All of our advertising and our campaigns say that. We're committed to it. Only thing I'm saying is now, fulfill it. It's either put up or shut up. That's all. You've already told them. You've asked them to vote for you because of this reason. Now you have a chance to show them that's why you're here. I came here to do exactly what I told you I was going to do. Fight for you. Make sure you're treated fair. And we have pay-fors. This is not coming out of taxpayers' money. This is AML, abandoned mine land. The abandoned mine land money comes from every ton of coal. There's a certain percentage of that ton of coal, money from that coal, that goes into a fund that's put aside to do reclamation. Now I've got some of my western states that don't have quite the reclamation that we've had. And I'll tell you, in the eastern part of the country, in West Virginia, and Pennsylvania, Ohio, and southwestern Virginia, there's an awful lot of work to be done, and we do that work. And we have done that for quite some time, and we're saying, listen, we're not denying you're all getting your money, but you shouldn't get first dibs on it and then hinder us from taking care of the responsibility we have to the miners that have given you the opportunity to live in this great country.
Leukemia in that small town.
Hillary Clinton speaking at a Harry Reid event now.
To worry about so-called cancer clusters. And on that trip and on many occasions, I saw firsthand Harry's deep commitment to the state and country he loved and served so well. No matter how high he rose here in Washington, he never lost touch with the people and values he grew up with back in Searchlight. In the little house where he was born, there was an embroidered pillowcase with a quote from Franklin Roosevelt that embodied Harry's life and career. We can, we must, we will. I've walked the neighborhoods, sat in union halls, met workers in casino kitchens, and everywhere I went, Nevadans told me how much it meant to them to have Harry Reid as their corner man. We've seen the strength of that bond in election after election. I've benefited from it, and so have many Democrats. Harry's commitment to our country runs just as deep. Throughout his career, he's fought tirelessly to protect America's public lands and natural beauty, from protecting the Great Basin National Park to restoring Lake Tahoe to leading the way on clean energy. Harry's legacy is embodied in landmark legislation that made life better for American families, like the Affordable Care Act, which wouldn't have passed without his leadership and now provides health coverage to more than 22 million people. Millions of young people can stay on their parents' health plans because Harry Reid fought for it. And that's not all. Millions of seniors rely on Social Security today because Harry led the fight to stop it from being privatized. He fought to pass comprehensive immigration reform and got it through the Senate. If it had been signed into law, millions of families would not be living in fear of being torn apart, and our economy would benefit from the millions of workers coming out of the shadows. As a senator, I learned a lot from Harry about how actually to get things done in this place. He's not a man of many words, but when he uses them, he always tells it as he sees it. He's never afraid to speak out, even when it's not easy or popular. Harry has fought for the simple but powerful idea that, yes, we are all created equal. He understood that all our leaders and all of our citizens alike have a responsibility to defend the rights of every single American. After the Constitutional Convention, it's well known, Benjamin Franklin was asked what form of government the new nation would have. A republic, he replied, if you can keep it. Well, that's still our charge, and it's as urgent as it's ever been. We must stand up for our democracy, just as Harry has done his entire career. Let me just mention briefly one threat in particular that should concern all Americans, Democrats, Republicans, and independents alike, especially those who serve in our Congress. The epidemic of malicious fake news and false propaganda that flooded social media over the past year. It's now clear that so-called fake news can have real-world consequences. This isn't about politics or partisanship. Lives are at risk, lives of ordinary people just trying to go about their days, to do their jobs, contribute to their communities. It's a danger that must be addressed, and addressed quickly. Bipartisan legislation is making its way through Congress to boost the government's response to foreign propaganda, and Silicon Valley is starting to grapple with the challenge and threat of fake news. It's imperative that leaders in both the private sector and the public sector step up to protect our democracy and innocent lives. Harry Reid and Vice President Biden may be stepping back from the daily scrum of politics and governing, but I know I speak for them as well as tens of millions of Americans when I say that we are all counting on those of you who remain, counting on you to defend this institution that all three of us love so much and the democratic values it embodies, counting on you to carry forward Harry Reid's legacy, to stand with working families and fight the good fight for a better, stronger, fairer America. Harry, my friend, thank you for your service and your friendship. I can't help but think of that wonderful song, The Boxer. You left your home and your family when you were no more than a boy. Now in the clearing stands a boxer, a fighter by his trade. You carried the reminders of every glove you faced, but even more, we carry the reminders of every fight you waged for us, and we will never, ever forget. I wish you and your family all the happiness in the world. You have earned it. Thank you, my friend.
My name is Joe Biden, and I work for Harry Reid. Harry, I gotta admit, or Landry, I should say, I gotta admit, years to come, every time I hear a dial tone, I'll think of Harry. He doesn't do that to you girls, does he? He stays on the line longer, right? Please, talk to me more, honey, right? He tells you that, right? What a beautiful family. What an incredible family you've both raised. And I also want to point out, Nancy, that gracefulness is more abundance in San Francisco than it is in Brooklyn. When you said that nice thing about me in the Senate, he looked at me and he said, yeah, Schumer said, yeah, it could have been Aaron Burr. So you know what I mean? I don't get it, you know what I mean? One big play on Broadway and everything changes, you know? Oh, man. Mitch, I know your reputation is now in tatters, having said nice things about me yesterday and being here today, but on a serious note, you remind me of what this room reminds me of. The great traditions of this body, the great traditions of the United States Senate, the way in which we all, Democrat and Republican, would use this place as ultimately a sort of a healing room at the end of the day. Some of the biggest in the 44 years I've been here, some of the most monumental fights and debates and arguments, as John Breaux can tell you, occurred right here in this room. Most controversial Supreme Court hearings in history, the whole Watergate era. But every single time as the nation seemed so divided, there were a few Democrats or a few Republicans who crossed over and embraced one another. Whether it was Howard Baker and Bill Cohen in the House during Watergate, or whether it was, I could go down the list. And so it seems appropriate, Mitch, and I want to personally thank you for it. Landra, you know, when we honor members of the Senate, we really don't spend much time taking the time to honor their spouses. No man or woman with a spouse or significant other has a right to run for office in the United States Senate without it being a joint agreement. Because there's no way, no matter what we say, no matter what we do, that you can avoid being caught in the crossfire, that you can avoid being called upon, that you can avoid becoming a subject of scrutiny yourself. And you have been an enormous, enormous asset, not only as a partner, but in your own right. Your work on...
Uh-oh, guys. Looks like we have lost that feed of Joe Biden speaking about Harry Reid. It's unclear why we've lost that feed. Stand by while we work to get something working again. In the meantime, I do want to show you guys Harry Reid giving his farewell address earlier today.
Leaders of countries, and anyway, it's completed now. I take some credit for that. The stimulus, American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, we got that done. Yesterday, the presiding officer was the senior senator from Maine. Oh, she was so helpful. I hope it doesn't get her in trouble to boast about her here today. But she and her colleague from Maine, Olympia Snow, and Arlen Specter, we only had 58 votes as Democrats, and they were the difference. We were able to get that passed only because of them. And it was so good for our country. Obama, his first 2 months after having been elected, the country lost 800,000 jobs. Can you imagine that? A month. But that, because of the stimulus bill, we're able to reverse that. We did a lot of wonderfully good things in that were important for the country. Travel Promotion Act. Amy Klobuchar is here. She worked so hard on helping get that done. It promoted travel of foreigners to come here, come to America. And it's worked out so well. 7 different cloture I had to file on that to get it done. But we got it done finally. And it's been remarkably good for America. Other countries, you'll see them on TV, they're always advertising about come visit Australia, come visit the Bahamas, come visit England, come visit every place. But now there's advertising going on around the world. Come visit America. Now everyone knows that Las Vegas gets more than its share probably of visitors. But it was good for Nevada, but it was also good for the country. Nevada test site workers. We were the Cold War veterans in Nevada. That was a big project. We had 12,000 workers there at one time. We had above ground tests. I can remember seeing them. We were a long ways away in searchlight, but you would see that flash and you wouldn't always feel it. Sometimes it would bounce over searchlight, but it was really a big deal. We didn't know that it was making people sick, but they were good enough to make sure the tests didn't go off when the wind was blowing toward Las Vegas. They blew up toward Utah, and Utah suffered terribly bad because of those above-ground tests. And so we worked to make sure the test site workers, who were part of our reason for winning the Cold War, because it was dangerous what they did. And that we passed that number of different segments to get it done, so we've done a lot to protect people. Nevada transportation. McCarran Airport field. I've tried for years to get the name taken off that. He was a Democratic senator from Nevada who was an awful man. I tried to get his name off that. It didn't work. I tried to get J. Edgar Hoover's name off the FBI building. That didn't work. But we had a vote here. I can still remember how mad Orrin Hatch was when I did that. But anyway, everybody had to vote on it. I think I made a mistake. I tried to name it after Bobby Kennedy. That was the mistake I made, I think. Anyway, McCarran Airport. It's, I think, the 5th busiest airport in America now. We've gotten money for a new traffic control center. It's one of the largest structures in western United States. We've gotten we've done a good job taking care of McCarran. All kinds of construction funding for runways and rehabilitation of runways. In the stimulus bill, one of the last things we put in that was bonding capacity that allowed McCarran Field to build a big new terminal. More than $1 billion we got in that legislation, and it was really important during the recession to have all those workers there, thousands and thousands on that new terminal, which is now completed. Reno, well, I was also able to direct money toward getting a new traffic control center there, new air control tower. We've done all the construction funding, a lot of stuff, good stuff for the airport in Reno. So I feel good about what we've done to help Nevada transportation, not the least of which everybody is billions of dollars in directed spending for roads and highways in Nevada. And it's really made a change in northern Nevada and in southern Nevada. And it's important for us to be able to bring people to Las Vegas. So we made deals with the California State Department of Transportation, and we participated in big construction projects that took place in California. Barstow, San Bernardino. We did that because it would make it easier for people to come to Las Vegas. So I wasn't just giving money to Las Vegas, to Nevada. We also did it, of course, for California because it helped us. Healthcare. Affordable Care Act, I've talked about that a little bit. It would have been wonderful if we'd had something like that around to help my family when we were growing up. I have worked hard to help a number of you on the Children's Health Insurance program. Warren Hatch was certainly involved in that. Just like I had trouble coming to grips with my home in Searchlight, I had trouble coming to grips with the fact that my dad killed himself. I was like most, we're called victims. We shouldn't be, but that's what we're called. This year, about 32,000 people will kill themselves in America. That doesn't count the hunting accidents or are really suicides. The car accidents are really suicides. So I couldn't get my arms around the suicide. Republican Senator Cohen from Maine was a chairman of the Aging Committee upon which I served. And we were doing a hearing on senior depression. And Mike Wallace came, the famous journalist. And here's what he said. I have wanted to die for years. I would take the most dangerous assignments I could, hoping I wouldn't come back. He said, I'm okay now, though. I want to live forever. He said, I take a pill once in a while. I see a doctor once in a while, and I'm good. I'm okay. And I said for the first time publicly, Mr. Chairman, my dad killed himself. That was a long time ago. But I think it would be extremely important for this committee to hold a hearing on senior suicide, because we've learned since my focusing on suicide, we've done some good things as members of Congress. We've directed spending to study why people kill themselves, because we don't know for sure. Isn't it interesting that most of the suicides take place in the western part of the United States? You would think it would be in those dark places like Maine, Vermont, where it's so dark and cold, but no, it's in the bright sunshine of the West. And so we're learning a lot more. And that has been so good to me as a person, and we have now funded projects around America where there are suicide prevention programs that are extremely important. There are suicide victims programs where people can get together after someone, a loved one, kills themselves. So that's something that I'm glad I worked on. Finally, healthcare. 24 years ago, one of my friends from Las Vegas called me, Sandy Jolly, and she said, I would like you to look at this film I'm going to send you. She said, you won't want to watch it, but I want you to watch it. And what it showed was a beautiful little girl from in Africa, in a party dress. It was white. She looked so pretty, it was a party. And suddenly, two men grabbed her, spread her legs apart, and cut out her genitals, right there, with a razor blade. I thought, man, that's hard to comprehend. And my staff said, no, it's something that you shouldn't deal with. It should be for a woman. But I went ahead and I did something about it. We haven't done as much as we should do, and I would hope that we have people who will pick up this issue. I had a meeting last Friday, the biggest audience I've ever had. Just people, they were there. There was a conference on female genital mutilation. I say that word because that's what it is. Millions of little girls have been cut. That's what it's called, cut. Last year, no one knows for sure, but probably 250,000 little girls were cut. And last Friday, I had 200 people there. I said, this is wonderful. I said, I've had 10 people a couple times, but 2 or 3 of the people were lost and really didn't want to be there. It's really important that we do something about this. We have some laws now. It's against the law in the United States. You can't go away and for purpose of being cut. But there's a lot more needs to be done. Our government has done almost nothing. Spent a little bit on environment. I've been chairman of the Environment Public Works Committee twice. Not for very long. I gave it up once because I had to because of control of Congress. And one time I gave it away, as some will remember. I gave it away. I gave up my chairmanship and my committee spot to Jim Jeffords. But I love that committee. I've been involved in environment and energy things since I came here. The state of Nevada is 87% owned by the federal government. 87% of the state of Nevada is federal land. The rest, 13%, is private land. So that, of course, I should be concerned about it. Yucca Mountain, I'm not going to get in a long dissertation about that, but because of, we spent about $8 billion there so far, maybe more. It's gone. Someone asked me the other day, well, Republicans are in power now. They're going to come back with Yucca Mountain. I said, well, they better bring a checkbook with them because there's nothing there now. They'd have to start all over again. The big auger that spent well more than $1 billion was digging that tunnel. That's ground up for scrap metal. There's nothing there. So you could probably get it going again now for $10, $12 billion. So if you got a way to pay for it, good luck. But if you were smart, what you would do is leave it where it is in dry cask storage containers, which is proven to be extremely safe and effective, and that's what should be done. Renewable energy transmission. Part of the stimulus bill said, one of the problems we have with energy is that we don't have a way of transmitting electricity to where it should go. We talk about all this renewable energy, which is produced in places where there aren't a lot of people, but you can't get it any place where there are a lot of people. That's been changed with the stimulus bill. For example, in Nevada, we have Line 1, it's called, and that, for the first time in the history of the state of Nevada, we can move power from the north to the south of Nevada. Part of that legislation, and that's underway now, that line will also go up into the northwest. So that was good legislation. I've had clean energy summits for many, many years. We bring in national leaders, Democrats and Republicans to focus attention on the problems America has with energy. Clintons have come, Obama's been there. We've had Republicans of many, and here's one that came, he did a great job, Tom Donahue. Everybody knows him. We Democrats know him for sure. Head of the Chamber of Commerce. Coal. I have no problem with coal. I helped fund clean coal technology. One of my directed spending was a Tracy power plant outside Reno. That was a clean coal plant, except it didn't work. And so they had to go to another type of fuel. So I have nothing against coal. However, I do have something about, I was upset about this. Nevada is very pristine. I've told a couple people this. People don't understand Nevada. Everybody thinks it's the deserts of Las Vegas, but it's not. Nevada is the most mountainous state in the Union except for Alaska. We have 314 separate mountain ranges. We have a mountain 14,000 feet high. We have 32 mountains over 11,000 feet high. It's a very mountainous state. And so
Harry Reid speaking live now at the unveiling of his portraits. We're going to cut out of this to go there live.
I gave a long speech this morning, and so everybody just relax. This isn't going to be a long one. As most of you know, I don't talk long. I probably talk too much, but not long. But as I look around the room, I have such warmth for so many different reasons. My wife, my children, my grandchildren down to the front row. Beautiful human beings, inside and out. I look around this room and see my staff, former staff. They have made my career. I take the credit for it, but they've made my career. I look over here at senators I serve with now and senators I have served with. Oh, I feel so bad about John Glenn. He was such a hero. I can remember the first caucus I attended. John Glenn said, I'm going out on the aircraft carrier Kennedy Friday or Saturday, whenever it was. Anybody want to go with me? Not a person raised their hand except me. And as I said this morning, I don't go to a lot of stuff. One Super Bowl, one World Series, that was enough. Never been to a congressional White House ball. Went to one state dinner. That's because of Rory. Spent 2 years in Argentina. Went to one congressional picnic. That's because of Key. Wanted to show off for Miley, and he did a good job because they're married now with 4 children. But I went out on the aircraft carrier. Once was enough for me. Boy, that was rough. But I was there with John Glenn. I want one more story about John Glenn. He called me when I decided I wasn't going to run again. He said, I'm so damn mad at you that you're not running again. I said, John, I hurt myself and I'm not going to be able to do that. He said, I'm still mad. He was so good to me. But as I look over here, I'm not going to go through the roll call, but gee whiz, what memories. Ben Nelson. Ben, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Ben Nelson gave up his career for something he believed in. I call him once in a while just to remind him. Because if there was ever anything that brings a tear to my eye, it's Ben Nelson and the sacrifice he made for the country. And he was right, it was the end of his career. So Ben, the nation owes you a lot. The people of Nebraska owe you a lot. And you've heard about the Screw Nevada bill? He's here that did it. There he is. Bennett, stand up. But I'll tell you, We are the reason, you and I and a few others, why earmarks should come back. Because when we work together, Barbara Mikulski, when we worked together, we did what the Constitution said we should do. We had congressionally directed spending. They were earmarks. Why should we, as members of Congress, give that authority to the White House? That's what's happened, and it's brought the Congress to a standstill. Bring back the earmarks. And one of the great earmarkers of all time is right down there, with the red tie. So Bennett, thank you very much. You were a friend. I have so many fond memories of you. We did a lot of stuff together. Pete Domenici, we worked together. We got things done. Paul Sarbanes, the sage of the Senate. I'm not going, I would love to talk about each one of you because there's so many memories I have of everyone. I've served with 281 senators. Joe, you served with more than that, but I served with 281. And I say this without any reservation. There's not a single senator that I didn't like. It was hard to get here. You had to admire them just for that alone. And I said this morning, and I'll say it again, Mitch McConnell and I are lawyers. I was a trial lawyer. I went to court a lot, over 100 jury trials. And you know, I would be so upset at my lawyer opponent. How could he talk this way? He's wrong. He's wrong on the facts. He's wrong on the law. But when the case was over, that day of court was over, we walked out and we're friends. Everyone, I know you don't like the story, but Mitch McConnell and I are friends. We work together. We do our best to enunciate our cause, and I don't like what he does a lot of times. He doesn't like what I do most of the time, but that's okay. We understand what our jobs are. Now, Nancy, thank you so much. I know that someone mentioned that I killed a privatization of Social Security, but we did it together. I have found her to be so thoughtful, so kind, and so considerate, and Landra and I love her and love Paul. When Landra took over the spouses operation, they had a what is it called? Show off your clothes. What's it called, Len? Fashion show. And she, of course, if I do so say myself, she looks pretty good most of the time. And the only time she doesn't is when I catch her in her pajamas sometimes. But anyway. Anyway, Paul Pelosi, this handsome man, would you be part of our fashion show? Of course. He walked down there just with everybody else. He got the biggest applause of anybody. So Nancy and Paul are good sports. They're good people, and I'm going to miss you so very much, Nancy. Hillary Clinton. There's no way that I, in the brief time I have here today, can adequately pay tribute to Hillary Clinton as a person, as a leader, as a role model, and friend, a loyal person. She's one of the finest public servants in the history of our great country. She's a skilled statesman, or should I say a skilled, how do you put statesman, woman, whatever, but and of course, dignified legislator, a good legislator, and a wonderful diplomat. So thank you very much, Hillary, for being here. But I do have to say, I mentioned her loyalty. My son, Rory, basically took a year and a half off work to work on her campaign 8 years ago. She has never forgotten that. When she comes to town, or Bill comes to town, Rory is part of the entourage that goes to dinner that night. So thank you for being who you are. I mentioned my staff, and the one person I didn't mention, and I should, because he devoted such loyal service to me, was so good to me and to Landra and to his staff. A lot of my staff that's here today were hired by David Crone. So David, thank you very much for all you've done. Now, did Rahm Emanuel show up? Where is he? Mayor, has your finger ever grown back? No. Rahm Emanuel, in case you don't know, on this little private joke, he was cutting meat and whacked off his finger. And I guess I shouldn't joke about that, but he's done okay with missing part of a finger. Rahm, I know you have some real obligations as mayor of that huge, very, very beautiful city. But I want everyone here to know that he was President Obama's first chief of staff, and he took no prisoners. We worked so hard. That was during the first Obama Congress. You remember that, Joe? And we delivered big time. We worked hard together, and I was always a nice guy. He was not. Oh, he could be so tough. And as far as the language, we all know Rahm's language. He tried to convert me to a lot of those words, but I didn't fall for it. Rahm, but thank you very much, because that Congress that we worked with the president, the vice president, our Congress, was the most productive in the history of the country, more so than the first Roosevelt administration. And I'll never forget, we did a lame duck. That was a lame duck we'll remember, because Lindsey Graham was so impressed with what we did that he said numerous times, Harry Reid ate our lunch. And of course, you were behind a lot of that, Rahm. So thank you, Rahm, for being here. That means so very, very much to me. Chuck Schumer. He's my friend. He's going to be my successor. He's going to talk to us a little bit. And I appreciate the friendship that he's shown me, the sacrifices that he's made for the country, for Democrats, and for taking positions that he didn't want to take. He had the Democratic Campaign Committee twice. Wow. Well, Chuck, so thank you very much. I'm not going to tell you everybody how smart you are, because we already know that. Okay, I'll tell them. Everybody here, those of you who have taken the LSAT, you hate to hear that, huh? Yeah, I'll bet. Perfect score. SAT, perfect score. And he has a perfect score with me. Dick Durbin, what a great guy. We came together. We came to the Senate together. He, Schumer, and Murray, my leadership team, we've done it here together. I so admire Dick Durbin for the person he is, the sensitive man. He legislates. There are very few people legislate as much with their heart as he does. He legislates with that heart. He has a heart as big as his chest. Dick, thank you very much for being the friend that you've been to me. Patty Murray has been indispensable to me during my time as leader. Her counsel has always been private, it's always been sage, and it's been direct. Not a lot of words. I appreciate it very much. And I'm very happy to know that Senator Schumer is going to have them as part of his leadership team, and it's something you'll never regret. I talked this morning about majority leaders. Well, one of them's here that is as responsible as anyone for allowing me to be a leader, Tom Daschle. Tom, thanks for being here. Shortly after I was elected the assistant leader of the whip, I went to him to complain about something. I thought he'd given one of the other senators a little too much. He says, stop that. He said, the whip's job, you're going to make it what you want it to be. And I did, didn't I? Yeah. So thank you a lot, Tom. Thanks for trusting me. You gave me the privileges of the floor. I was there when the Senate opened and when it left. Thank you so much. John Boehner was going to come. Did John show up? Well, good. Speech is getting too long anyway. You know, I can't thank everyone who's here today, but please know how much you've meant to me. I wish I could talk to each of you, but I can't. I talked this morning about my family. I love my boys and my girl and my 19 grandchildren, 5 children Landon and I have had. And as indicated this morning, we learned from them when we were, the first 2, we were children raising them. And then we call them the big kids and the little kids. And then we waited 6, 7 years and had 3 more. And we've learned with them, just like we did with the big kids. So I told everyone this morning that my desire in life has been and always will be to make sure that I let you know how much I care about you, how much affection I have for you, how proud I am of you, and the wonderful parents you are to my grandchildren. Landra and I have had a love affair for more than 60 years. She was a sophomore in high school. I was a junior. And we've been inseparable. We've done it together. I mean, I would have dropped out of law school so quickly to go back to my friends in Nevada, but not with her. Mm-hmm. It was hard, but she knew what we wanted to accomplish together in life. She helped me always. Always has been my rock. And above all, my lover and my friend. So, this room is filled with leaders of the Senate, leaders in the House, Vice President, former Secretary of State, the Majority Leader of the Senate. We all know what leadership entails. It's not easy and not glamorous a lot of the time. Leaders understand the highs and the lows. As I said this morning, it's joy and then, wow, what are we going to do now? As much as I love my job as leader of the Senate, there have been times when I've been terrified, frustrated, but you know, the terror and the frustration passes quickly. And Chuck, that's what you have to realize. We've had a lot of issues, and we're not going to go through them, but we've made it through them. So I feel gratified that someone with my background could be a leader for our country. So now I'm going to introduce the person that's painted my picture. This young man worked for me. I first saw him when he was a little boy. His dad, who's here, worked for Senator Stennis in the Appropriations Committee. And Gavin can still remember. He was there drawing pictures. And I went up to him and said, "What are you drawing?" and talked to him a little bit. Well, he worked for me. He was 22 years old. He'd been with me a year and a half or 2 years. And he got sick, really sick. He had a tumor in his chest the size of a tennis ball. And we weren't sure he was going to make it. His parents weren't sure, and he certainly wasn't sure. Well, they're wheeling this young man into the operating room for this stunningly terrorizing event in his life. He says to himself, nobody's there to listen. He said, if I make it out of this, I'm not going to work in some office. What I'm going to do is draw pictures and paint. That's what I've done all my life, and I'm going to try to do that. And his good parents, when he got out of the hospital and was well, he moved in with them and spent years in their home perfecting his craft. Gavin Galakis is a great painter. He painted a portrait of my wife. Many of you have seen it in my office. He has paintings all over America. He's a portrait painter, a landscape painter, and above all, he's my friend. Gavin?
Thank you so much. Senator and Mrs. Reid, thank you so much for choosing me to paint your portrait. This means such a great deal to me on both a personal and a professional level, and I will always be proud of this. Senator Reid told the story, I didn't know if you remembered, but when I was a kid, my dad worked for the Appropriations Committee, and one day I went with him to work, and I was sitting in the corner of a room like this. It seemed like there were hundreds of people in there, and I was drawing in my sketchbook, and when it finished up, the hearing finished up, and everybody filed out, a nice gentleman in a suit came over, and he sort of took a knee, and he said, "Hey, son, what do you have there? Did you do those drawings? How about that?" And he made a really big deal out of the drawings that I was doing. And when he walked off, my dad came up to me and he said, "Do you know who that was?" That was Senator Reid. So fast forward 10 or 12 years, I was getting out of college, and I decided not to pursue art full-time. Enough people told me how difficult it is. So the plan was to go to law school and to paint on the weekends, and I actually got a job working for Senator Reid on his staff. And it was a great experience. I should say that I was the lowliest of lowly LCs. But one of the highlights of my time on the Hill is that I used to meet with Senator Reid once a week for 5 minutes to go over something. And we developed a really nice relationship. I was the low man, I was the lowest man on the totem pole, and he was always really sweet to me, and we always got along really well. And I'd go over to his whip office, he had just become the whip, and I'd go over to the Capitol, and as I was going through the Capitol, I was just in awe of all the great paintings in the hallways. Now, I've always loved portraits. I've always loved history and psychology and politics, and I've always thought it was just a great challenge to give yourself as an artist. But those paintings were a constant reminder that I simply didn't have the courage to pursue the only goal that I'd ever had. So after about a year and a half, I made my decision. I drove over to my parents' house, and I sat them down, and a very curious thing happened. As Senator Reid told you, I got very sick. Now, I asked the doctors, and they told me that that could have happened to me at any point in my life. And it happened exactly when I made that decision. And I spent about 6 months in and out of the hospital, and they eventually took a tumor out of my lung, and I've been fine ever since. But at the risk of sounding melodramatic, there were some moments where I wasn't sure I was going to make it, and that's when I realized life is short. I only have one goal. It's the goal I've had my whole life. I have to throw everything I have at it. And that was 15 or 16 years ago. And I consider that by far the most fortunate thing that's ever happened to me in my life. So now at this point, I've painted some portraits of some people that a lot of you probably know and recognize. I was elated early in my career when Senator Reid asked me to paint a portrait of Mrs. Reid, and then he took it and he hung it up in the United States Capitol next to a portrait of Mark Twain. But the fact of the matter is, there are portrait artists out there who are older and farther along than I am, who have painted every president and every crowned head of Europe and every titan of industry. And Senator Reid could easily have chosen one of them to paint his portrait. And as far as I can tell, the reason why he didn't is that underneath it all, underneath the great statesman and the brilliant strategist and the hardscrabble kid from Searchlight who boxed his way through college, and the man who's fought his entire life for people who aren't strong enough to fight for themselves. Underneath all of that, and the bedrock of all of that, is a sweet, sweet person who, when given the opportunity to walk on by or to stop and help someone up, has spent his entire life stopping and helping people up. Senator, I can't tell you how much I enjoyed working with you on this. If you want to spend Sundays next summer watching baseball while I paint, I'm in. I will be proud of this for the rest of my life. Mrs. Reid, Senator Reid, thank you so much.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's been an amazing afternoon. Harry, you're going to be a hard act to follow this afternoon, and even a harder act to follow as leader. And I want to thank the Vice President and Secretary Clinton, Majority Leader McConnell, Leader Pelosi, all the great family, so wonderful and beautiful and cute. I see how excited you are. Landra, as he says, you're his rock, his strong, quiet, always there rock. My great colleagues, past, present. It's just
All right, guys, so as you can see, they are feeding tape playback back. Let's listen into Chuck Schumer.
But I also know you're a good sport. I've seen that over and over again. One of my favorite memories is on a congressional trip, actually the only Codell I've ever gone on. Harry kept bugging me to go. And it was to China, and there were a group of 10 of us, and it occurred in the spring break. It was very ecumenical. So we spent Easter Sunday at an evangelical church in China that was sort of being oppressed by the Chinese government. But it was also Passover, and there were a few Jewish members, and so we had a Seder. Harry, actually, with his always spirit of looking out for someone else and generosity, we had it in Macau. Now, on the trip were Frank and Bonnie Lautenberg. They were to conduct the Seder. But they spent the whole time, Seder's pretty long, Passover Seder, before you eat. And Frank and Bonnie prolonged it by arguing with each other about how to conduct the Seder. Frank, you don't do it that way. Shut up, Bonnie. It's this way. And it went on and on and on. I saw Harry. He was seated next to Iris and me. He was squirming. I know him well. Steam was coming out of his ears. He wanted to get on with it and get back home. It was getting late. But, impatient as Harry was, the Seder always wins. And so it did. But God bless his heart, Harry sat there for a whole hour, another hour, very polite, never said a word. And that's who he is. He's always been a good sport. He takes what comes, doesn't complain, doesn't whine, just does the best with whichever situation he's in. So, Harry, while you're in a sporting mood, I'll try to add a few words to what has already been said. He's not only somebody who can be quiet and take it as it is, he can at times be passionate. And I'm going to let some of you know this story, but I'll let many of you in on a secret. Other than Landra, there's another woman that he gave a big, fat, wet, sloppy kiss on the lips to in this room. Yep. Harry and I were sitting there at the election night of 2006. It was all hanging in the balance, whether we'd get the majority. And when the TV from Missouri came on, and Claire McCaskill came out as the winner, Harry, in front of hundreds, marched up to the TV and just started kissing Landra. Not Landra, Claire, over and over again. I had to go up and wipe off the TV. Now, I got to know Harry when he came to the Senate in 1999. Here was this man, soft-spoken Mormon from Searchlight, Nevada, a town that was miles from nowhere, and here I was, a brash Jewish kid out of Brooklyn, a match made in heaven. I quickly learned that soft-spoken didn't mean that he would keep his opinions to himself or sand down the rough edges. We've all heard him on the floor. He's never been cagey with the reporters. Harry would look at my shoes every so often when I'd walk in the room and pull me aside in the corner and slip $20 to me and said, "Get a shoe shine already." He was blunt even about his bluntness. He once remarked about some political flare-up. Could I have couched my words more carefully? Maybe. But I said it, and I meant it, and I'm not apologizing for it. It's just the truth. That is vintage Harry. Now, if you've heard about Harry's childhood, as we all did today in his final speech, you begin to understand why he is so plain-spoken. He's a product of his environment, like we all are. But with Harry, it's not exactly the way you'd expect. Hardscrabble childhoods like his, especially when they produce a person of such prominence, tend to instill in a person that mythology of rugged individualism, picking yourself up by your bootstraps, going at it alone. And Harry learned that lesson, but he had such a big heart, he also learned a much different lesson, and that is that in tough circumstances, we need each other more. He wrote about how he and his brother would stick together to stand up to their father if he was being rough on their mother. As a young lawyer, he would take cases that no one else wanted, defending folks he knew were guilty, but he also knew they were treated unfairly by the system in some way. He abhorred that unfairness and injustice in life, no matter who it afflicted. Ultimately, the lesson Harry carried with him throughout his life was that no one goes it alone, and was part of his responsibility to stick up for those caught in, quote, the tentacles of circumstance, as LBJ put it. It was that same instinct that led him to take a hard-charging freshman from New York under his wing. I'm telling you, there is no one better to have in your corner than Harry Reid. Much has been made of his boxing career, and it's true, he's a tenacious fighter, tough, smart, and relentless. But what these descriptions often miss is that the important thing is not that you fight. The important thing is what and who you fight for. Harry fought for people. He fought to protect seniors from the privatization of Social Security and Medicare. He fought to get the ACA over the finish line, providing health care to 22 million Americans who never had health care before, just like his family. He fought for the environment. He had one of the most illustrious records when it comes to clean energy, land conservation, and preserving historical landmarks. He had a passion for them. I remember when he visited Hyde Park in New York for the first time, and he talked to me about it for about a half hour, on. And that was it, until one day, about 7, 8 months later, I got a call from the head of the Hyde Park Monument. He said, thanks for that $15 million earmark you put in the appropriations bill. I didn't even know it was there. It was Harry M. Reid. He fought for the things he cared about, and though he didn't always prevail, he always kept fighting. And honestly, in the true tradition of Harry honesty, I had the exact same lines from The Boxer that Nancy Pelosi read. I think I'll read, that Hillary read, but I'll read them again because they're so apropos. In the clearing stands a boxer, a fighter by his trade, and he carries the reminders of every glove that laid him down, but the fighter still remains. Harry's the third longest serving Senate leader, and as we all know, the higher you go, the more fiercely the winds blow. You can easily lose your way, get blown off course, beaten down. Your fighting spirit can flag. What keeps people going is their internal gyroscope, their sense of right and wrong. No one has a better internal gyroscope than Harry Reid. So while Harry carries the scars of tough legislative battles, hard-won victories, heartbreaking setbacks, Harry Reid, the fighter, has always remained. He was always guided through those fights by his internal gyroscope, and that's why, having talked to him, I know he has very few regrets. Watching him, working by his side, it taught me how to be a senator and a leader. He taught me that our Senate caucus is a family. He taught me how we all look out for each other's back. He taught me to stay true to myself. Despite the obvious differences, we're both from these remarkably defining places, and Harry Reid goes by the same credo I do. I'm from Brooklyn. Sometimes it helps me, sometimes it hurts me, but I'd be a lot less of an individual if I tried not to be from Brooklyn. The same exact thing could be said about Harry and Searchlight, Nevada. In fact, writing about his hometown, Harry said that, quote, much attention is paid in public life to the importance of the collection of attributes that we call character. He wrote, somewhat less attention is devoted to consideration of where character is born. Character and values come from places you wouldn't necessarily think to look, because some of the men and women of greatest character that I will ever meet in my life came from this place of hard rocks and inhospitable soil. He was talking about his friends and family and the people he knew growing up, but I don't think truer words could ever be spoken about the man himself. In my life, he is one of the men of greatest character that I have ever met. Powerful, but with uncommon humility, honest and loyal, unsparingly funny, a scrappy fighter with this great, big heart, a titan of the Senate. He's one of the most unique men that any of us will ever meet. Truly one of a kind, and I've been lucky to call him my colleague, my mentor, my friend. Harry, I would not be the senator nor the man I am today without you. I can only say thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I'll miss you. So, folks, it'll be quite some time until we see another like Harry Mason Reid. Until then, this portrait will have to do. Thank you. And folks, please remain in your seats after the portrait is unveiled until Vice President Biden and Secretary Clinton depart the room following their photo with Senator Reid at his leader portrait. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, it looks like we have lost that feed now, so what we're going to do is take you to some live breaking news out of Paynesville, Ohio. A 50-car pileup out of Paynesville, Ohio. I know some of you guys have been with us throughout the day are wondering, are you serious? Another pileup? That's right. So earlier today we told you about a 40-car pileup in Michigan. Not too far, Paynesville, Ohio, a 50-car pileup. This is breaking news. This is a live look at the scene in Paynesville, Ohio. We're going to bring you some updates here on News Now regarding this breaking news situation. All right, everyone, this is what we know so far from our Fox station out there in Ohio. This crash involves more than 50 vehicles. The Lake County Sheriff's Office says there are people trapped in their vehicles and there are multiple injuries. This is on Interstate 90. A very involved accident, according to Lake County Sheriff's Office. Multiple injuries, over 50 vehicles. This will not be cleared at this time. Lots of traffic as a result. Earlier today, the Lake County Sheriff's Office had reported there were about 5 jackknife semi-trucks and multiple accidents around the area due to the icy roads. You're looking at the scene of a 50-car pileup in Paynesville, Ohio. This on the same day as a 40-car pileup in Michigan. This is a separate pileup. I know some of you were with us earlier today when we were reporting on a 40-car pileup in Michigan. This incident, completely unrelated, a 50-car pileup, more than 50 vehicles involved, multiple injuries in Paynesville, Ohio. The Michigan pileup involved about 40 cars, 3 people killed in that pileup. Multiple pileups in the Midwest. We know that drivers are trapped and there are multiple injuries after this massive pileup involving more than 50 vehicles on an icy road, Interstate 90 in Ohio. This comes after a massive pileup in Michigan just outside of Lansing. Both of these pileups believed to be weather-related. The pileup we saw in Michigan this morning was massive, about 40 cars, 3 deaths. Now an even bigger pileup, 50 cars on Interstate 90 in Paynesville, Ohio. We know that eastbound and westbound lanes on I-90 have been closed as a result of this crash. Scene's not expected to be cleared for some time, and according to sheriff's officials, people are trapped inside their vehicles. There are multiple injuries. The Sheriff's Department, the Lake County Sheriff's Department, tweeting updates. Again, icy conditions causing pileups in both Michigan and Ohio.
Ohio, and we just saw the victims and the families, and we were really, I mean, these were really brave people, amazing people. The police and first responders were incredible. The job done in particular by one young gentleman was incredible, and I got to meet him, and he was very brave. The families have done so well to come through this so well, and so a lot of respect. And of course, Senator John Glenn today, the passing of Glenn, he was really, to me, he was a great American hero, a truly great American hero. I met him on 2 separate occasions, liked him, always liked him, but he was indeed an American hero. So nice that you're here, and this was an honor for me to be here today. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
What was the status of the suspect?
All right, guys, that was tape playback of Donald Trump giving a statement following his meeting with victims of the OSU attack. There's a high likelihood they're going to feed that back to us again, so just watch and wait. We should be getting a replay of that tape playback momentarily. A high likelihood. Maybe not. Maybe they don't want to give it to us. It's very unclear what's happening at Fox National right now as far as our live feeds are concerned. I do want to go ahead and show you guys a live look at the Capitol building, though. All eyes have been on Washington, D.C. all day as we've been watching Harry Reid tributes and more. It's unclear whether we're going to get that Trump clip refed back to us. In the meantime, though, I do want to show you guys a video from earlier today, Republicans and Democrats coming together to discuss the passing of the 21st Century Cures Act. This took place this morning. Paul Ryan and others spoke out.
Diseases. I don't have to tell any of you that this moment was a very, very long time in coming. And we would not be here if it were not for the tireless, relentless work by so many people that are here standing today, like Fred Upton. And now we have a lot to show for it. I just want to say to all those legislators here, fantastic. You guys just did such a good job. Look what we had to show for it. More money for medical research, a streamlined process for approving new drugs and devices. That means millions of patients will get the treatments that they need. I'm talking about people like our good friend here, Max Schill. Speeding up medical innovation could mean fewer surgeries and less hassle for Max. Oh, it could mean millions of Americans get to live longer, healthier lives. If that doesn't convince you that we need this bill, then I don't know what will. I'd also be remiss if I did not recognize the good work of Congressman Tim Murphy. Tim Murphy, just like everybody else on Cures, works so hard on getting mental health reform over the finish line, crisscrossing America, listening, doing hearings, talking to people about how to fix these issues. He's led the charge to bring attention and the resources to mental health issues. But all of you have worked very hard to put the patient back in charge. That's what this is all about. I'm so proud of all of the accomplishments of these members, and I simply want to say thank you and job well done. Thank you.
Well, the Speaker covered the significance of this, and there are a whole lot of people here who deserve recognition, but I'm going to single out one member of the Senate who did more than anything, I think, to acquaint us all with the significance of this. This is, I think, the most significant piece of legislation passed by this Congress. It will have the greatest impact on the future. And the fellow who educated us in the Senate Republican Conference about this was Senator Lamar Alexander. And I want to single him out for special recognition. I also want to thank the President and the Vice President. You know, this is a classic example of incredible bipartisan cooperation. The President had a particular interest in precision medicine, the Vice President obviously in the cancer moonshot. I had an interest in regenerative medicine. We all kind of pulled together here. When a bill like this passes with a very big margin, I think a lot of times people think, well, that was easy. Some of the toughest things, Leader Pelosi, I think, would agree, some of the toughest things to do around here actually in the end do end up passing by a very large majority, but it was really hard to put all the pieces together. So everybody behind us here played an important role in this, and I'm pleased to be here today. I think this is an exciting way to end this session. Thank you.
The 21st Century Cures Act represents a vital step forward, one that is very important to modernize and strengthen our nation's pursuit of life-saving.
All right, guys, we're going to get a tape playback of Donald Trump's speech. They're going to send it back to us. Stand by. We're going to hear it. Stand by. We're about to hear that playback of Trump.
Well, this is a great honor for me today. We're in a fantastic state that I love, Ohio, and we just saw the victims and the families, and we were really, I mean, these were really brave people, amazing people. The police and first responders were incredible. The job done in particular by one young gentleman was incredible, and I got to meet him, and he was very brave. The families have done so well to come through this so well, and so a lot of respect. And of course, Senator John Glenn today the passing of, he was really, to me, he was a great American hero, a truly great American hero. I met him on 2 separate occasions, liked him, always liked him. But he was indeed an American hero. So nice that you're here, and this was an honor for me to be here today. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
What was the status of the suspect?
And that was it. We're going to take you back now to that bipartisan bill discussion.
A letter from the Speaker saying that, promising that Congress will meet its responsibility to robustly fund these commitments in the years ahead, not just in the 2017 appropriation. Accelerating, don't worry, okay?
Yes.
You heard it. Don't worry. I'm relieved. Accelerating development of cures and protecting the health and safety of the American people depends fully funding the FDA and the NIH. And may I say that when we make these investments and we come forward with cures or interventions, we want them to be available to all Americans. We will continue to try to work in a bipartisan way to champion the robust investment in innovation and R&D that powers new miracles, going back to that biblical power to cure. And I join the Speaker in saying I can think of no better way than to start the holidays into signing this legislation which makes America more healthy. Thank you. Yield to Mr. Upton.
Well, thank you. I'm Fred Upton. And this has been a great couple of years because that's how long it has taken. We have worked not only both sides of the aisle, but both sides of the country, from north to south, from east to west. And we did something that Congress is often accused of not doing, and that is listening. We listened to every group that was out there, the researchers, the scientists, particularly the patient groups. Clock's ticking. Folks that have a disease know that it will take them without a cure. This bill is going to fix that problem because it expedites the approval of drugs and devices, and it is coupled with literally billions of dollars in more research that will find the answer for those cures years ahead of what it otherwise would have been. I want to thank my colleagues on our committee. You'll remember that this bill passed our committee 51-0. It was no easy task. Republicans and Democrats, but particularly I want to thank my partners, Frank Pallone and Diana DeGette. I thank the leadership on both sides of the aisle, particularly Lamar Alexander, who just did an outstanding job as we cobbled this thing together to get the 94 votes yesterday, the 392 votes the week before in the House. And just want to close just saying, you know what really made this important? It's personal. It's personal to everybody out there, our colleagues, our staff, our constituents. It is going to find the answer. And it's important that we did it right. We also want to thank the administration, because without them, it would not be a reality when President Obama signs it into law next week. So thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, we're going to cut out of this and take you back now to Paynesville, Ohio. Looks like we have that shot back of that 50-car pileup again. A 50-car pileup in Paynesville, Ohio. This is breaking news there. Terrible winter weather conditions on the road, those icy roads causing people to crash. We know that there are multiple injuries, people trapped inside their cars, according to the sheriff's office, who sent out tweets to communicate with the public regarding this pileup. As a result, Interstate 90 in both directions closed in Paynesville. For those of you just joining us, this is a live look at a 50-car pileup in Ohio on Interstate 90. We've had two massive pileups in one day, both in the Midwest. Another massive pileup, 40 cars, 3 deaths in Michigan. No reports of any fatalities in this 50-car pileup in Ohio. We are hearing of some injuries. We'll let you know if we hear otherwise here on Fox 10 News. Now we know that Interstate 90 in both directions in Painesville, Ohio, closed as a result of this crash. And now they have cut out of that 50-car pileup. You are no longer looking at a 50-car pileup. You're looking at a shot of the Capitol in Washington, D.C. We will continue to stream live here on News Now. Mary Kate Gaffney joining you for the next hour for more news right here. Thanks for watching.
All right, everybody. Well, we're going to take you to a John Glenn tribute from NASA, the first U.S. astronaut to orbit Earth, who later spent 24 years representing Ohio in the Senate, has died at age 95. John Glenn was also on a space shuttle mission years after his first trip into space. Let's take you to that tribute from NASA.
I happen to have been given to the best of my ability. I think there is a power greater than I am that will certainly see that I am taken care of if I do my part of the bargain.
And if you're just joining us, this is a tribute to John Glenn. This video came from NASA. The first American to orbit the Earth has died. John Glenn was the last surviving member of the original Mercury astronauts. He would later have a long political career as a U.S. Senator, but that didn't stop him from his pioneering ways. John Glenn made history a second time in 1998 when he flew aboard the shuttle Discovery to become the oldest person to fly in space. Glenn was 95 when he died. He had been hospitalized in an Ohio State University Medical Center in Columbus. since last week. Glenn had been battling health issues since a stroke a few years ago. His death today was confirmed by Hank Wilson, communications director of the John Glenn College of Public Affairs at The Ohio State University. President Obama said that Glenn's work experience showed with courage and a spirit of discovery, there's no limit to the heights we can reach together. The president also said that John always had the right stuff, inspiring generations of scientists, engineers, and astronauts. On behalf of a grateful nation, Godspeed, John Glenn. That was from President Obama. The NASA Administrator Charles Bolden said, Senator Glenn's legacy is one of risk and accomplishment, of history created and duty to country carried out under great pressure with the whole world watching. The entire NASA family will forever be grateful for his outstanding service, commitment, and friendship. Donald Trump also tweeted, "Today we lost a great pioneer of air and space in John Glenn. He was a hero and inspired generations of future explorers. He will be missed." That was a tweet from Donald Trump at 2 o'clock today. On February 20th, 1962, when John Glenn rocketed into space, it was very nerve-wracking. Space travel was in its infancy. Every launch and mission captivated the imagination of America. A few minutes after liftoff, Glenn's Friendship 7 capsule reached orbit. People listened in with excitement and awe. Now, any trip to space is risky, and John Glenn's mission was no exception. During his 5-hour, 3-orbit flight, there were some tense moments after faulty warnings about his heat shield. At a post-flight news conference, Glenn was pretty cool about it. He said, quote, "So there were some moments of doubt there as to whether the heat shield had been damaged and whether it might be tearing itself up, and this could have been a bad day all the way around if this had been the case," end quote. After the flight, he became a national hero. He befriended President John F. Kennedy and received a ticker tape parade in New York City. Francis French is an author of many books on the space program's early days, and he said, quote, "I think John Glenn will be remembered as an actual hero at a time when heroes are often called heroes but are not." French says Glenn was basically an all-American boy with a photogenic smile and quick wit. I think John Glenn is one of those people that's going to stay in the history books, he said. And even the most cynical of history readers is going to go, hey, this guy actually is what everybody says he was. End quote. That is a tribute from NASA for John Glenn. Let's take you to a live look of the Capitol right now. Later this evening, we have Donald Trump live in Iowa, part of his thank you tour rally. Mike Pence will be there as well. And to catch up on the latest world news, let's take you to the White House press briefing right now.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you all. I do not have any comments at the top, so we can go straight to questions. Mr. Frecking, would you like to go first?
Sure. Thank you, Josh. So a Russian deputy foreign minister says Russia is close to reaching a deal with the U.S. On a ceasefire in Aleppo. Is the White House becoming more hopeful that an agreement can be reached?
Kevin, our approach to this situation from the beginning has been to listen carefully to what the Russians say, but scrutinize their actions. So, obviously that statement is an indication that something positive could happen, but we're going to have to wait and see whether those statements are reflected on the ground. Obviously, Secretary Kerry has been working tenaciously, almost around the clock, with the Russians and other countries in the region to try to reduce the violence in Aleppo so that humanitarian assistance can reach those communities that so desperately need it. And if that occurs, we obviously would welcome that development. And if that occurs, it won't be some sort of accident or coincidence or serendipity. It will be the product and result of skilled, principled, tough, tenacious diplomacy. And a bunch of the credit will go to Secretary Kerry, but we'll see what happens.
Do you have any sense of a timeline as far as how long these discussions, these negotiations are expected to continue before there is some sort of either an agreement or a non-agreement?
Well, listen, as we've said before, there's no military solution to this problem. We can certainly use our military, and we have, to go after ISIL, to take back territory that they'd previously controlled, and to take their leaders off the battlefield. But when it comes to resolving the underlying political instability that has led to the chaos, that's going to require a diplomatic solution. And this diplomacy will continue until we can start seeing the political results on the ground that we would like to see, and that will include and be characterized by a reduction in violence and enough stability in the security situation that humanitarian assistance can consistently flow to the needed areas.
I wanted to ask about the nomination of Scott Pruitt to run the EPA, and I know you're not talking about any nominations or any individuals, but in this case, would his confirmation really be game, set, match for the U.S. and other countries meeting their commitments under the Paris Agreement? Or do you still view this agreement as setting an irrevocable trajectory toward the U.S. and other countries moving to clean energy?
Well, listen, Kevin, I think this is a perfectly legitimate question. The president has himself observed that it's one thing to make grand pronouncements on the campaign trail, but once you enter the Oval Office and you're responsible for managing the affairs of the United States and being leader of the free world, reality has a way of intruding. we'll see to what extent reality intrudes on some of the rhetoric that was used by the president-elect in the area of climate change. For example, he at one point tweeted that climate change was a manufactured hoax by the Chinese government. So that obviously is not substantiated by any sort of facts or evidence or science. But as I've done, in the context of other cabinet nominees, it does seem appropriate to lay out some benchmarks and guidelines that illustrate the progress that we have made as a country and as a planet, in this case, based on the strategy that President Obama has pursued. And it will be important for the American people and for people in this room to compare the plans that are put forward by the next administration with the plans and results that were produced under President Obama's leadership. This one I think I can do in a relatively concise fashion. I think there are 4 areas that I would recommend. The first is fuel economy. President Obama, when he first took office, had to make a difficult, politically unpopular decision to rescue the American auto industry, and that included working with the industry to put in place regulations that would increase fuel efficiency standards. In the 8 years that President Obama has been in office, the average fuel economy for passenger cars and trucks has increased from about 21 miles per gallon to more than 25 miles per gallon. That's a 20% increase in fuel efficiency. That's good news. There certainly is more that we would like to see moving forward now that we've got some built-up momentum. We'll see if it continues under the next administration. The thing that I would point out, and I think this is a relevant fact, that increase in fuel efficiency was accompanied by record production by the American auto industry and record sales in the United States in 2015. So there was a sense that by increasing regulations and raising fuel efficiency standards, this was a criticism of Republicans, that the president was going to hamstring the American auto industry. The opposite has occurred. As we have seen an increase in fuel economy standards, we've seen record growth in the American auto industry. And that will be a standard that the next administration should be judged by, because that is progress that was made based on a specific strategy that President Obama laid out. The second, it's important to understand what kind of progress the renewable energy industry has made in the United States. Since 2008, the amount of energy produced by the wind has tripled, while the cost of producing that energy using the wind has declined by 40%. The numbers as it relates to solar energy is even more dramatic. Solar generation has increased 30-fold, 30-fold since 2008, while the cost per unit of producing energy through solar means has fallen 60%. And that has led to a lot of economic benefits for the American people. The renewable energy industry in the United States employs 2.5 million people. And part of that renewable energy industry benefits from the international market that is created by countries around the world agreeing to reduce their carbon footprint. It means they have to consider adding wind and solar to their energy production mix. And the United States is poised to be a leader in that industry. And it is undermined, in part, by a unilateral withdrawal from the United States from that international agreement. The third thing, CO2 emissions. Carbon dioxide emissions from energy consumption has fallen by more than 500 million metric tons per year from 2008 to 2015. That's a pretty significant reduction. And that reduction occurred even as our economy grew. There was a suggestion that we'd have to sacrifice economic growth in order to see the reduction in emissions that we had targeted. And of course, the opposite has been true. Over about that same period of time, our businesses have created 15.6 million jobs over the last 81 months. And we continue to see an unemployment rate that is less than half where it was at the peak of the Great Recession. The last statistic, and I think this is an important one too, and has profound consequences for our national security, and that is the degree to which we've been able to reduce our country's reliance on foreign oil. In 2008, the United States of America was importing a little more than 11 million barrels of oil per day. That number has been cut in half, more than in half actually, to 4.9 million barrels per day. Some of that is because of the support that this administration has shown to domestic producers of oil and gas. Some of it is because of the investments and commitment that we've made to fuel efficiency, and some of it is the investment that we've made in renewable energy that give us alternative methods of generating electricity and powering our economy. That's a strategy that's worked, and it has reduced our reliance on foreign oil in a way that has positive consequences for our national security. So I know that was a little long, but again, these are benchmarks that are relevant to illustrating the progress we've made based on the strategy that President Obama has pursued. And given the fact that the President-elect has promised to pursue a different strategy, it's worth comparing whether or not his strategy will yield results that are as good as what we've been doing. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity, Kevin. Tim, nice to see you.
Along those lines, are you suggesting that some of these advances, like the sort of conversion to natural gas and turning away from coal, and to some extent that these are tamper-proof by the next few years, by the next administration?
Well, there clearly are market forces that are involved here. There are market forces that you're seeing other countries around the world, in part because of the important international climate diplomacy that was led by the United States under President Obama's leadership, has them considering a more diverse array of energy generation sources. And the United States is poised to benefit from that. The best example I have of this is actually with regard to China. China made a significant commitment to cap their emissions. And part of that will mean decommissioning or sort of putting out of business some of their coal-fired power plants and investing in and building nuclear power plants. Those nuclear power plants are going to be, at least in part, built by American companies. That's American economic growth and American jobs that are the result of China making an important self-interested decision to reduce their emissions and consider an alternative form of energy, in this case nuclear energy. And Westinghouse stands to benefit from that rather significantly, a great American company. So there are significant market forces that do counter the argument that's not rooted in science that's being made by the other side.
Of the 4 points, one thing you didn't mention is that sort of the president pushing the American people to pressure on this, like starting from the 2012 inauguration speech, and then you had a few years later the Keystone protests, and then environmental lawyers basically being the final straw that stopped Shell from drilling in the Arctic. The finding that they found that pressured Shell. So, is there a feeling in the White House that that's going to continue this swell of pressure, and also make these things more tamper-proof?
Well, it's also, in addition to market forces that are already at work here, that are moving our economy and our country and our planet in a more healthy direction. That's not a historical mistake either. It has required presidential leadership by President Obama. It has also required the commitment and action of people all across the country who want to make sure that our planet is protected for future generations. There's people in both parties. Plenty of social conservatives are quite interested in making sure that we're good stewards of God's creation. And it turns out there's a way to be good stewards of God's creation even as we look for smart ways to grow our economy, and that's exactly the strategy that President Obama's pursued.
Do you know how the president feels personally? I mean, since well before the first election, when he was a senator, this was a big issue for him.
Yeah.
and he was the first to go to the sitting president to go to the Arctic. How does he feel that the Clean Power Plan and Paris Agreement could be vulnerable?
Well, the president talked about this at some length in the context of the election, and the president is quite proud of the legacy that he's established in focusing not just America's attention but the world's attention on taking action to fight climate change. And the historic agreement in Paris is certainly a good, tangible example of what the world can accomplish when the United States is committed to playing a leading, principled role in solving problems. But ultimately it'll be up to the next president to decide, and there's no denying that that progress is at risk because we've got a president-elect who has identified different priorities and has even been critical of some of this progress, and that's unfortunate. But elections have consequences.
What are the chances that the president will be active in climate after January 20th?
Well, as you've heard the president say a number of times now, I think immediately after leaving office, the president's looking forward to taking some time off and catching up on some sleep, as he regularly tells Mark Knoller, taking his wife on vacation, and and maybe even putting pen to paper and writing a book. So I wouldn't expect aggressive public advocacy on January 21st. But is this an issue that the president cares about? It absolutely is, and it's not hard to imagine. President Obama finding an appropriate way, as a former president of the United States, continuing to encourage people to advocate for building on the momentum that we've already achieved under the president's leadership in fighting climate change, and doing it in a way that ends up being good for the U.S. economy. Okay. All right, Dave.
The Senate is voting right now on the NDAA, which, of course, forbids the administration from closing Guantanamo. Assuming that it passes, is that the last word on the president's efforts to close Gitmo?
Well, Dave, I would expect the administration to continue to pursue the strategy that we've been pursuing for almost 8 years now, which is being engaged in an effort to reduce the population of the prison at Guantanamo Bay, even as we do so in a way that we believe is good for our national security. Continuing to operate the prison at Guantanamo Bay only gives terrorist organizations a recruiting tool, and what the president and his team have structured is a process for 6 different national security agencies to come together to review the individual case files of the prisoners, determine which of those detainees can be transferred to other countries, and under what conditions. And once those transfers are approved, the State Department has to go to work in negotiating with other countries to ask them to accept these detainees and to apply these security restrictions. And ultimately that strategy has worked to reduce the prison population by more than 175 since President Obama took office, and to make the American people safer. But the president still believes that the prison should be closed. Doing so would make our country safer and would save taxpayers a significant sum of money. But there are obstacles to doing that have been erected by Congress that remain in place.
On the 58 or so detainees who are still there?
I don't have any updates at this point, but as we make transfers, we always announce those transfers publicly, and we make public the name and destination of the detainee that's been moved.
Gitmo was something the president has been trying to do since day one. Why was
almost literally.
he able to make the case?
Look, I think that he and others, including myself, have repeatedly made the case. It's a case that Democrats and Republicans alike, who are national security experts, have served in our military, have worked in the intelligence community, they don't just understand the argument that we're making, they agree with it. But the politics of this are potent. And Congress, in response to those politics, has made this a very difficult task. Okay, Ron.
Just to follow up on the questions about appointments and policy changes that they seem to be signaling. Is it fair to say that an advocacy by the president, you seem to suggest that we're not going to hear anything from the president in terms of advocacy or pushing back before January 20th. Is that fair?
In terms of
Reacting to what appears to be changes in the direction the country's going to go on major policy issues like climate change, the Affordable Care Act, education, other areas where there have been appointments that seem to suggest, that clearly suggest that there's going to be a different direction than what he would like to.
Look, I think on November 9th, we knew that the country was going to start moving in a different direction, even before any of those personnel appointments were made. So, look, I recognize that, why they come up in a setting like this, where you guys are interested in a reaction to those nominees. So I'm not suggesting that that's an inappropriate line of questioning, but it's certainly not a new one.
But I guess what I'm trying to understand is there a line? The president in Lima said something about how if questions are raised about our core values and ideals, is I think the way he phrased it, that he would respond, and I think he was talking about in the post-January 20th
That's
period.
right. As a former president.
Right. So it seems that there is no line that could be crossed before January 20th that would motivate the president to engage in some kind of discussion about these issues, because he is so committed to the idea of a smooth transition. But I guess the question I've asked it before, is that desire for a smooth transition, is there anything that the president could foresee happening where he would want to speak out more forcefully about the direction that the new administration is moving?
I think particularly since November 8th and the morning of November 9th, I think we've gotten out of the business of predicting or foreseeing what may or may not happen based on the outcome of the election. So what our approach has been and will continue to be to prioritize the smooth, effective transfer of power, and that will require the president and a number of other officials in the U.S. government setting aside their own personal political views and putting the interests of the country first. And that's a difficult thing, particularly when you consider the stakes of the election, and particularly when you consider how invested senior officials in the Obama administration have been in our success. But it's what the Constitution requires. It's what the American people have said is their preference based on the election. And we're going to fulfill the institutional responsibility of the executive branch to give the next president the best possible opportunity to get off to a running start.
Is there anything new you can say about any conversations the president-elect have had, and the level of engagement, advocacy, without talking about the substance of it?
I don't have anything new on this. They've engaged in some consultations, but I
understand the questions.
Sure.
Clearly,
sure.
I think we all understand the idea of smooth transition, but they're clearly the country's going in a different direction that threatens so much of what the president and the team have done over the past 8 years. That seems just obviously clear to most observers.
It was clear before the election.
Right.
And the president made a forceful case before the election.
And
the president's candidate didn't win.
It would seem very difficult to just not stand by idly by, but obviously you're doing some advocacy by listing all these accomplishments that you see in the area of the environment.
Sure.
I would just think it's very difficult for the president to watch this happen, to watch what seems to be his legacy unraveling, and the things he cared about so passionately.
I think you might have slightly overstated it there, but look,
I guess that's the argument. Am I overstating it, or is he so convinced that as he's put it, the realities of the office and the realities of the world are going to be such a difficult inertia to push back at, that much of what he has done will stay in place?
We'll see. I think that really is the answer. We had an opportunity to have this argument, and the president made it forcefully. I think a lot of people were persuaded by the argument. The fact is, the candidate he supported actually got more votes than the next president. So I think a lot of people were persuaded. Most people were persuaded by it. But that's not the way that our system is structured. We're following the rules of the Electoral College. Those are the rules we signed up for. Many analysts actually expected that the rules of the Electoral College would actually give Democrats a built-in advantage. Didn't turn out that way.
You know, the time for these kinds of debates, at least on the part of those of us who serve in the executive branch, has passed, because we've got a more important responsibility, and that is doing the will of the American people and ensuring a smooth and effective transition to the next administration, because that's what's in the best interest of the country.
Is he having any conversations with Mrs. Clinton while she's in town?
None that I can report, none that I'm aware of, but I can't rule it out. Okay, Kevin.
Thanks, Josh. I want to ask you about the president's thoughts about the Dreamers. Is there anything that he can do to protect their future vis-a-vis commutations or pardons? There's been some talk that that's something that he would strongly consider. And it's sort of a secondary question on the same topic. Is it fair to say that the president is strongly considering perhaps pardons or commutations for other high-profile individuals, Manning, Bergdahl, Snowden, and others?
I don't have a whole lot to say about the clemency process. The president has talked about this at some length earlier this year. A couple things I can say. The first is the president cannot use his clemency authority to legalize the immigration status of anybody. And that is why we pursued the executive actions that we did, and is why the president was such a forceful advocate for legislation that would correct so many of the injustices and implement so many of the reforms that would improve our immigration system in a way that would enhance our national security, improve our country's fiscal situation, and obviously ensure that we're treating people fairly, and giving America the benefit, the upside of immigrants who come to this country and create jobs and serve in our military and live in our communities and make the United States the great country that it is. With regard to other clemency measures the president may be considering, what the president has said previously is he does not expect to essentially ram through any pardons at the last minute. There's an established process, and the president believes that's a process that's worth following.
Let me just drill down a little bit on that. Given his appreciation, if you will, for history, and the understanding of how his reputation would certainly be impacted greatly, depending on who might receive some clemency. Be that, if you want to look back at Clinton and Mark Rich, if you want to look back at Ford and Nixon, how much of that is a consideration, do you think, for the president as he considers clemency for some of these higher profile figures?
I guess you'd have to talk to him about sort of to what extent history factors into his decision. What I know factors into his decision is the fact that we have worked very hard, particularly in the last couple of years, to stand up and expand the capacity of an existing process at the Department of Justice to consider clemency petitions that have been filed. And that has resulted in the president being able to offer clemency in the form of commuting sentences of more than 1,000 people now. That is more than the past 11 presidents combined. And that is an effort on the part of the president to use his executive authority to reform some aspects of the criminal justice system that don't seem particularly just. The president would have preferred a more sweeping solution to that problem that only legislation could bring about, but that is not something that Congress was able to succeed in passing, despite the fact that there were high-profile Democrats and Republicans who supported that principle and did even support some pieces of legislation. But it is another criminal justice reform, common sense criminal justice reform that would be good for our economy, as another victim of Republican dysfunction in Congress. And unfortunately, there are numerous victims, and that's one of them.
You mentioned solar a bit earlier. How much of the growth of the use of solar power subsidized by the federal government?
We can get you the metrics here, but the performance of the loan program at the Department of Energy was remarkably successful, and I think the growth of the solar industry overall, the fact that solar generation in this country has increased 30 times, 30, since 2008, I think is an indication that is an industry that's taken off, and that is an industry that is now not just competing in the United States for business, but they're competing around the world, and that's a good thing for our economy.
Lastly, yesterday it was interesting. You said the kinds of people President-elect Trump has chosen to appear, have in many cases different priorities, different styles, and in some cases starkly different bank accounts. I thought that was a pretty interesting take by you. Obviously, talking today.
Not the first person to make that observation.
But perhaps not. You've heard the former Ford CEO is someone that is also having a conversation perhaps with the president-elect. Does bank account matter, or was that just sort of a off-the-cuff comment? How do you square that?
Yeah, well, as I mentioned yesterday, I was just trying to get you guys to laugh. And again, if the joke requires explanation, it probably was not particularly successful.
Last one I have for you. There's a very interesting person in the room. What have you been able to draw from your friendship with the former press secretary who happens to be in the back of the room today, and how have things changed?
If I seem a little nervous today, it's because one of my predecessors is actually in the room today. Look, Dana did this job for President Bush for the last couple of years of his presidency. Look, and she was widely acclaimed by people on both sides of the aisle for her integrity, her seriousness of purpose in doing this job, and she won a lot of admiration from people in the Obama world by the way that she handled herself in the context of that transition in 2008 and 2009. That surely must have been a very difficult thing to do, given the degree to which President Obama was promising to change many of the policies that President Bush had sought to implement. But she did a noble and, in some ways, uniquely American thing, which is that she set aside her own political views and actually was committed to ensuring that President Obama's press staff could understand how the White House works and can get off to the best possible start. And there is a tough learning curve when you walk through that door for the first time, and understanding exactly what the expectations of the press corps are, and understanding how to operate all the levers of government in order to get the information that we need in order to come out here and make the president's case. But she gave us, she was certainly more than an honest broker. She was somebody who was determined to try to help us understand exactly what the job required and what resources were available to us to do that job as well as we possibly could. And so that's why a lot of us have enduring respect for Dana and the way that she did her job, and it's been fun having her around here today. Okay, Chris, go ahead.
I don't think you should comment on a specific case. The ACLU is leading LGBT groups in calling for clemency for Chelsea Manning, who's in the 7th year of a 35-year sentence for leaking classified information and has served in jail time longer than anyone else for that offense. Will the president commute the sentence for Chelsea Manning?
Chris, I'm not going to discuss individual cases. There is a process that's been established at the Department of Justice, and for the way that those applications, whether or not those applications have been filed and how they're being processed is a question you should direct to them.
Manning is a transgender woman serving in a men's prison, was initially denied transition-related care before the Army agreed to it, and has a history of suicide attempts in prison. Would those be factors the president would weigh in deciding whether to grant clemency in this case?
At this point, I wouldn't speculate on what factors the president may consider. So there's a well-established process for considering these clemency petitions, and I'd refer you to the Department of Justice for an update on where that may stand.
The president has, of course, commuted a lot of sentences for a lot of individuals. Would there be some point at which they would stop, or do you expect that to continue to happen right until January 20th?
I would anticipate that the process will continue to run until the end. But this is a process that cannot be done overnight. That these kinds of applications have to be filed well in advance, and there's a lot of background work that has to be done before decisions on individual cases can be rendered. So I would not envision a rush of the exits here, but I would anticipate that the process will continue until the last day. Okay. Jessica.
Question on trade.
Okay.
The WTO makes a decision on Monday about whether China should be rated a market economy status. I wanted to see what the White House position on that is and what your concerns are for the ramifications for U.S. companies.
Well, this is a determination that's actually made by the Department of Commerce. And so we'll let the analysts at the Department of Commerce take a close look at the at the Chinese economy and come to a decision based on the merits. Okay, Margaret.
Josh, real quick, fine point. NDAA, the president will sign it as written.
I don't have a position on that to disclose at this point, but why don't we consult with our staff and we'll get back to you on that.
On the CR, apparently Nancy Pelosi just said she's going to oppose it. We've got the congressional ball here today. Are you going to be sending everyone home to finish their work?
Maybe they'll negotiate in their gowns and tuxedos.
Well, some arm twisting, perhaps.
That would make
but
for quite a picture, wouldn't
is there going to be a government
No coverage.
shutdown?
Well, maybe we should change it here for the end, huh?
Here, here.
Are you confident there won't be a government shutdown?
Well, again, as I told Kevin, when it comes to predicting the behavior of Republican politicians in Washington, I'm not going to do that. Right, but ultimately we've got Republicans in charge of the House, Republicans in charge of the Senate, and if they want to get any bill passed and signed into law, they're going to have to work with Democrats to get it done, in part because there are recalcitrant Republicans in the House, that many of whom appear opposed to any kind of CR, so it's possible they may need Democratic votes to pass it. When you consider the well-chronicled and widely discussed rules in the Senate, it's likely that Democratic votes will be needed to advance the legislation. And of course, the bill has to be signed into law by a Democratic president. So Republicans are in charge of those two branches of Congress. Congress has one basic responsibility. Well, they've got many basic responsibilities, but among the more important basic responsibilities is passing a budget for the U.S. government and making sure that the government can function. And it sure would be a shame to shut the whole thing down just a couple of weeks before Christmas.
And on Syria, you said you're hopeful, but you don't know about a deal yet. Riyad Hijab was the Syrian prime minister who defected and is now the political leader of the opposition that the U.S. and other powers recognize, had some blistering criticism that I want you to be able to respond to. He told the Wall Street Journal in an interview that history will never forgive Obama for what he has done to the Syrian people. He's raised their expectations, and then he gave Bashar al-Assad the green light, talking about strengthening Iran's position in Syria, saying that Assad must go and not doing anything to oppose him. How do you respond to that?
Well, listen, given the tragedy that has befallen his country, it's not surprising to me that he's using some rather pointed rhetoric to make his argument. But ultimately, the President of the United States has one overriding responsibility, and that's to look out for the interests and safety of the American people. And that's what President Obama has prioritized over everything else. We certainly have been deeply concerned about the plight of the Syrian people, and that's why the United States has devoted significant time and attention and resources to trying to bring that violence to an end. The President and the United States have played the leading role in the international community to reach the kind of negotiated diplomatic solution that will be required to bring that violence to an end. And there's just no military solution that would work. And I think my evidence for that is that there are some people who hint that the President should ramp up military operations, but there's no real coherent description of a military solution that anybody's really described. And I think that, and I certainly don't mean that as a criticism of the gentleman that you cited, I mean that as an illustration of just how complex the situation is. And the President at every turn has put the interests of the United States first. That's the responsibility of the Commander-in-Chief.
But to his point on history not forgiving the President, is the President certain that history will see his side of things and his view of this?
Listen, I think if we know anything about history, it's that historians tend to disagree about history. And I think this may be an area where historians do end up quibbling just a little bit. Again, I think the one thing that historians on both sides will acknowledge is the military solution that many people seem to wish for, including people with the best of intentions, simply does not exist. It has not been presented for any sort of public consideration. And diplomacy can be hard, it can be frustrating, it can take far longer than we would like. And I think there's probably no better illustration of diplomacy fitting that criteria that I just laid out than with regard to the situation in Syria. It has been hard, it's been frustrating, and it's taken far longer than we would like. But that's the only solution. That is the only way we can bring this violence to an end. It's the only way we can address the underlying chaos in Syria, and it's the only way we can expedite the provision of badly needed humanitarian assistance. And the United States has done more than anybody else to try to find that diplomatic solution, but we haven't found it yet. Okay? Kenneth.
Thank you, Josh. Leading up to the election, the president was quite vocal about President-elect Donald Trump's use of Twitter and how he communicated on Twitter. And you've said the president knows it's his responsibility to look out for the interests of the American people, look out for the American people and business. So is this White House and the president concerned about the president-elect targeting certain businesses, i.e. Boeing, or individuals, American citizens, on Twitter, i.e. the union leader of Carrier factory jobs that was in the news last week? Any concern, any thoughts? Obviously, I'm sure you heard about the union leader being targeted this morning and the criticism there.
I've got lots of thoughts, and as tempting as it is, I'm going to refer questions about the Twitter handle of the president-elect to the president-elect's team. Okay.
Josh, also back to Dreamers, we asked about it yesterday and again today, but is there a message for those who came out of the shadows at the urging of this administration? Is there a message to those folks who are now nervous about what's going to happen after January 20th? I feel like the White House hasn't put out that message or spoken directly to those dreamers who feel that what the information that they've given to the government coming out of the shadows is now in jeopardy.
Well, Kenneth, I think there are a couple of things about this. The first is that the White House has been in close touch with a number of advocacy organizations, even in the aftermath of the election, to talk to them about the facts of immigration policy, and to try to offer some reassurance. Certainly, the president and his transition team have gone to great lengths to describe and explain the policy that we have pursued to the incoming administration, so that when they begin the process of making some decisions about what our immigration policy should look like, they can have the benefit of understanding exactly what our approach has been and what the benefits of that approach are. We're also continuing to encourage Congress to take action. Ultimately, the kind of executive action that President Obama has pursued was largely pursued because of congressional inaction. We would much have preferred Democrats and Republicans in the Congress to capitalize on the obvious bipartisan ground that exists to implement common sense immigration reform that would strengthen our economy, that would reduce the deficit, that would strengthen our borders, and ensure that we were treating fairly the hundreds of thousands of people in this country that are American in every way but their papers. These are hundreds of thousands of people who were brought to the United States as children and have grown up in America, enmeshed in our communities, going to our schools, attending our churches, serving in our military. So the president believes that we certainly are a nation of laws that should be enforced, but we're also a nation of immigrants, and our policy should reflect that as well.
And finally, when the president told CNN that the strength of ISIL or ISIS, quote, wasn't on his intelligence radar, was he faulting the intelligence that he was getting or the failure of the intelligence?
Well, I'm glad you asked. I know that some have perceived it that way, but the fact is, back in September of 2014, the director of the Office of National Intelligence, Jim Clapper, told David Ignatius, a writer for the Washington Post, quote, in this case, we underestimated ISIL and overestimated the fighting capability of the Iraqi army. He continued, I didn't see the collapse of the Iraqi security force in the north coming. I didn't see that. So the president's comments to Fareed Zakaria for that documentary are consistent with the comments that you heard from the Director of National Intelligence more than 2 years ago about how difficult it would have been to accurately predict the effectiveness of ISIL on the battlefield and the ineffectiveness of an Iraqi security force that essentially had been hollowed out by the corruption and failed leadership of Prime Minister Maliki. Those are the facts, and the president discussed them in that interview, not for the first time. Okay, Mark.
Yeah, Josh, sort of a looking forward question. I know we had this week in McConnell Air Force Base a speech framing the president's record on counterterrorism, lessons learned, et cetera. Does he envision a sort of more expansive farewell speech talking about lessons learned and what his legacy ought to be?
There certainly is a possibility of that, so stay tuned.
Holidays, maybe?
Not before the holidays. Okay, good. Michelle.
We've had a lot to say so far about the Pruitt appointment, and you made those environmental points. But we've also seen Donald Trump meeting with Al Gore, most recently Leonardo DiCaprio, and apparently he's had these long, wonderful conversations with President Obama. So what would you say your confidence level is that the environment will be a priority? How would you sort of describe your view of, I don't know, I guess what these signals mean?
Yeah. Well, clearly the signals are mixed. I would assume that the kinds of conversations that the president-elect had with the Nobel Prize-winning former vice president were different than the kinds of conversations he had with the Attorney General of Oklahoma, who has been working hand in glove with the energy industry to call into question the science of climate change and to fight in a court of law, tooth and nail, against the kind of common sense rules that we've put forward that have strengthened our economy and improved the health of our planet. But how all of that comes out in the wash, so to speak, I think is something we'll all be watching over the next couple of years. But hopefully the metrics that I laid out earlier can be useful to all of you as you measure the results of the policy that the next administration chooses to pursue.
Vice President Biden today, talking about the campaigns, called them ugly, coarse, dispiriting, a battle of personalities, not of ideas, and he said that he was embarrassed by it. What does the administration think of those comments, and do you agree with them?
Well, I think you heard me say on many occasions, you certainly heard the president say on a number of occasions, how concerned and even disturbed at various points many Americans were by the rhetoric and tone of the election. There was a willingness to engage in some rather cynical tactics that was dispiriting. But the election's over. The American people have decided. They cast more votes for Hillary Clinton, but they elected Donald Trump President of the United States. And the time for that debate has ended, and the institutional responsibilities of the executive branch require all of us, including the president, setting aside his political preferences and focusing on the responsibility that he has to ensure a smooth and effective transition to the incoming president.
Do you think the president agrees with Vice President Biden that this was embarrassing?
Look, there are plenty of times where I think all Americans, certainly a large number of Americans, were disturbed by what they saw. And but our opportunity to have that debate has well, first of all, there was ample opportunity to have that debate, and I don't think there was any mystery in the minds of too many voters about who they were voting for, but they decided.
Okay, and we keep hearing more calls for briefings by members of Congress want to be briefed on that Russian intelligence on hacking. So what is the status of that?
Yeah. I can tell you that those kinds of briefings and the provision of that information continues on the part of the intelligence community to members of Congress who seek it out. They obviously have a direct responsibility to those congressional committees that are charged with providing oversight over certain elements of the executive branch, but there are other members of Congress who are interested in this issue who have also received briefings and information from the administration. And we're going to continue to cooperate with Congress, and there is some classified elements of this analysis that can be shared with some of those members. But if there are additional intelligence conclusions that can be released, I wouldn't rule out future releases, public releases of of information about this matter either. Okay? Tolu.
Thanks, Josh. Yesterday, the Russian government completed the sale of a stake of its largest oil producer, Rosneft, to Qatar and to Glencore. And there are some who are watching this deal saying that this $11 billion deal is a way that Putin has been able to get around the sanctions. Do you believe that this sale violated the sanctions in letter or in spirit?
Well, the thing that there's not much that I can say about an individual financial transaction, even one as large and as significant as this one. The thing I can confirm for you is that the experts at the Department of Treasury that are responsible for constructing and enforcing the sanctions regime will carefully look at a transaction like this. They'll look at the terms of the deal and evaluate what impact sanctions would have on it. But you know how all that shakes out is something that you should ask the Treasury Department about.
Human Rights Watch just put out a report saying that a couple of the airstrikes in Yemen in September and October by the Saudi-led coalition killed dozens of civilians, and the weapons that were used were American weapons that were given to the Saudi-led coalition after the conflict started. And the report, it says that these new findings put the U.S. at risk of complicity in unlawful attacks. Do you have a reaction to that report?
Well, Tolu, I'd say something similar to what we said before, because we've heard reports like this in the past. And the U.S. review of assistance to the Saudi-led coalition in Yemen is ongoing. And the United States continues to have grave concerns about coalition strikes that have resulted in civilian casualties. Even as the United States assists Saudi Arabia regarding the defense of its territorial integrity, we will continue to press the Saudi-led coalition to remediate the flaws in its targeting cycle and take other immediate steps to mitigate against future civilian casualties. We've spoken out about our concerns in the past, and we'll continue to do so moving forward, even as we review the kind of assistance that we provide to the Saudi-led coalition in Yemen.
And, one more on the life expectancy in the U.S. There was a report that said that for the first time since 1993, life expectancy has declined in 2015. I know you usually talk about all the ways that the economy and the U.S. Political system has improved since 2008. What's your reaction to the fact that life expectancy seems to have gone down at least slightly last year?
I haven't seen that analysis, but why don't we take a look and see if we can get somebody to follow up with you. That's okay. I didn't really answer that one, so.
Donald Trump is going to Louisiana to stump for the Senate candidate down there. There's going to be a Senate race that concludes on Saturday. There's been some concern that Democrats don't seem to be, at least national Democrats don't seem to be rallying behind the candidate down there. Is the president aware of this race? Is he involved in any way? Does he have any reaction to how national Democrats are engaging in that race?
Yeah, listen, Louisiana has a peculiar election system that results in these kinds of runoffs occurring quite frequently. And it's a process that results in a pretty important election, like the one that they're expecting to hold here this coming weekend, taking place just a few weeks after a national election that captures everybody's attention. So it's not the first time that there's been a discussion about whether one national party or the other is giving short shrift to the outcome of a runoff in Louisiana. I'll admit that I've been a little busy here lately, and I haven't been following the contours of the race. But look, so I don't know to what extent President Obama has weighed in or supported a candidate. I know that there are some Democrats across the country that have been supportive of the candidate down there, but I can't speak to anything that the president's done. Okay, Gardner.
Just quickly, Josh, when is the president going to sign the 21st Century Cures Act and in a ceremony? Can you give us any hints about that?
Yeah. I can't at this point. I don't know that we've actually even received the bill at this point. Sometimes it takes a little while to work its way through the bureaucracy of Congress and arrive on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. But the president does intend to sign the bill. He was obviously pleased to see a rare moment, a rare bipartisan display that resulted in the passage of this bill that will increase funding for those fighting opioid addiction and increase funding for the cancer moonshot that the Vice President has been tasked with leading over the last year or so. So obviously that's good news, but I don't have any update on the President's schedule in terms of how he'll sign it, but I can assure you that he will. Okay? All right. John?
Specific issues that kind of have the CR stalled right now.
Yeah.
The big one looks to be the coal miners' health benefits. Where does the President stand? Does he stand with some Senate Democrats who emerged from a meeting and said they're united on that issue?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you asked about this. The truth is, it's quite cynical that Republicans in the Congress would adopt a position of only extending these benefits for the 5-month life of the CR. These are lives and livelihoods that hang in the balance. And there should be bipartisan common ground to address the needs of these 20,000 coal miners who are slated to lose their health insurance at the end of the month. So Democrats are ready to solve this problem, and it's not lost on me, the irony, that Republicans are bragging about the kind of support they have from workers in coal country, particularly retirees in coal country. And now we're prepared to just extend their health care for 5 months. So, you know, we'll have to see exactly whether or not that's something that Republicans in the Congress can fix before they send the bill to the White House. You know, there's one other aspect of the CR that you've heard me talk about before, but, you know, I think it merits repeating. When the problems with the water supply in Flint, Michigan first became public, there was a hue and cry among Republicans on Capitol Hill about how the federal government had let down the people of Flint, Michigan. The study commissioned by the governor of Michigan tells a somewhat different story. The cause of this problem notwithstanding, there has been a robust response from the Obama administration to work closely with the Republican governor of Michigan, to work closely with the community in Flint, to expedite relief and response resources to the community. So you had FEMA passing out millions of bottles of water. You had the Department of Health and Human Services standing up new operations so that additional health care could be provided to kids in that community that could be affected. There were other community development resources that were mobilized to try to support the community that was going through this crisis. The Obama administration even expedited some of the previously approved funding from Congress to address some of the more immediate infrastructure concerns of the community. But all along, we've said that Republicans in Congress have a responsibility to do more about this problem than falsely accuse the federal government of malfeasance. They've got a responsibility to try to solve the problem. And there is a role for the United States Congress to play in terms of appropriating necessary resources to the community in Flint so that they can fix their water system, so that the children in that community are not drinking poisoned water. Finally, in the fall, we did see a promise from Republicans that they would act on this. But according to what you read in the newspapers, well, let me just clarify one thing. They, in the fall, promised to act on this before the end of the year. But what we're seeing is that Republicans in Congress are actually planning to leave town for the year tomorrow. And hopefully they're not going to do that without fulfilling their promise to the people of Flint that have already endured so much and are just asking the United States Congress to do something other than falsely criticize their political opponents on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue.
Take a stand on one or either issue to shut this thing down tomorrow night to force Republicans
Well,
to act?
I think it is our steadfast hope that it's not going to come to that. and that the kind of cynicism that Republicans have displayed with regard to coal miners and the cynicism that they've displayed when it comes to playing politics with trying to solve the problems in Flint, maybe a little of the holiday spirit will encroach. Maybe it'll even happen at the congressional ball tonight. Maybe getting all gussied up in the tuxedos and the gowns will remind those Republicans of the responsibility that they have to look out for the interests of working people while they're here in Washington. We'll see.
Are things stalled or dire enough that it might be Biden time? Might be time to send the vice president up to get
To
involved?
borrow a phrase. Look, I know that the Vice President of the United States has certainly time and time again over his 4-decade career in Washington, D.C. and his 8-year record as Vice President of the United States weighed in to try to get Congress to look out for the interests of working people. I don't know if that will be required this time, but I know he stands ready to serve if he's called. All right. Okay, thanks everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, everybody. Well, that was the White House press briefing, and right now this is live on Capitol Hill, where they are raising the flag for John Glenn, or they were. Let's see what this is. Oh, looked like they were showing us something for a second there. Now this is a live look of Capitol Hill, everybody. Coming up in a little bit later on this evening, President-elect Donald Trump is holding his rally in Iowa. This is the third stop on his thank you tour, and his vice president-elect Mike Pence will also be joining him there. Donald Trump just held his recent thank you tour rally in North Carolina. Let's show you that so you get a better idea of what these thank you rallies are like, and then we'll take you live to his event in Iowa.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Wow, thank you. Thank you. So the weather was really bad. Really bad. And they said, you know, these are great people in North Carolina. They won't mind. No, but they said they won't mind, sir, if you canceled and made it another time. And I said, what? And they said, we have a big crowd, but they won't mind just because the weather was so terrible. So I said, you got to be kidding. So we've been driving for 2 hours. We landed at like a long ways, but there was no way that we weren't showing up tonight. That I can tell you. That I can tell you. Yeah, we couldn't land at your local airport. We landed a long ways away. I said, boy, let's put it this way. The drive was about 3 times longer than the flight. But we made it. That's all that matters, right? We made it. And I'm here today for one main reason, to thank you, the people of North Carolina, for being so incredible. We want to thank you. You went out and pounded the pavement. You organized your fellow citizens and propelled to victory a grassroots movement, the likes of which nobody has ever seen before. And that's beyond our country. And I want to give a special thank you to the incredible military families, service members, and veterans of North Carolina. And they were great. You saw what happened with the military. I got such numbers. Oh, those numbers are good. I won't talk about, we don't talk about numbers. We bring people together. But boy, were those numbers good. And our veterans, do we love our veterans? We love our veterans. But your state's legacy of service is an inspiration to us all. North Carolina has produced many of the finest soldiers, airmen, sailors, and Marines the world has ever seen. So true. Our men and women in uniform represent the absolute best of us. We must follow their example, working in unison toward a shared goal across every social, racial, and economic line. They understand that to accomplish the mission, we must all be pulling in the same direction. We have to get together. They know that we must leave no man or woman behind. These patriots have shed their blood to defend our country in distant fields of battle across the earth. Our debt to them is eternal and everlasting. Amazing people. Amazing people. And you know, we have a very special person here tonight who we're going to introduce very shortly. Boy, it's been such a popular choice. We salute their sacrifice and we salute the flag they fought to protect. We love our flag, right? We love our flag. We love our flag, and we don't like it when we see people ripping up our flag and burning our flag. We don't like it. We don't like it. And we'll see what we're going to do about that, okay? We're going to see. Tomorrow is the 75th anniversary of Pearl Harbor. It's a milestone that marks the ultimate sacrifice of those who wear the great uniform. It's a reminder, too, of the valiant efforts of America's fighting men and women who have liberated millions from tyranny and oppression. Now today, our brave men and women are the first in line defense against radical Islamic terrorism, words that some people don't like to say, an ideology of death that slaughters innocent men, women, and children. We're going to protect our people. We're going to protect our country, believe me. In every generation, a new threat to freedom arises. And just as we defeated these threats, we faced generations in the past, and you understand that, so too will we defeat the forces of terrorism. It's unseen in many cases, but we're going to defeat that force, and we're going to defeat it strongly and quickly. Believe me. We will prevail. We stand here today just miles from Fort Bragg, the home of heroes. It's a home of heroes. Our special forces at Fort Bragg have been the tip of the spear in fighting terrorism. The motto of our Army Special Forces is to free the oppressed And that is exactly what they have been doing and will continue to do. At this very moment, soldiers from Fort Bragg are deployed in 90 countries around the world. Can you believe that? 90 countries. Based in Fort Bragg is the 82nd Airborne Division, also known as the All-American Division. We stand in awe of their achievements. We really do. Not far from here sits 45% of the entire United States Marine Corps at Camp Lejeune. I've been to Camp Lejeune. We love Camp Lejeune. 12,000 citizen soldiers fill the ranks of the North Carolina Army and Air National Guard. The National Guard rushed to the scene to help the victims of Hurricane Matthew and so many other catastrophes. And we continue to send our thoughts and prayers to those recovering in its wake. The military families in North Carolina are a national treasure, and it will be the duty of my administration to ensure that we protect those who protect us. And I just want to tell you that we are going to be taking care of our veterans. And I'm right now working. These are great, great people. And they haven't been treated fairly. And I'm right now working on picking the people that are going to be helping our veterans, and they are really outstanding. We have some of the great people, and a lot of people making great sacrifices to do this, but they're going to be unbelievable. You're going to see such a change. You're going to see such a change like you've never seen before. We're going to protect and help our veterans, believe me. That brings me to the second reason that I'm here, to discuss our action plan to make America great again, beginning with the rebuilding of our military. And we will. You're going to see it. I'm so looking forward, probably next week, you're going to see what we're going to do to take care of our vets. It's going to be announced. A lot of things are going to be announced. Stay tuned, folks. Here are the priorities that will guide our military and veterans policy. All men and women in uniform will have the supplies, support, equipment, training, services, medical care, and resources they need to get the job done incredibly well and perfectly. You watch. The best care in the world for our veterans, both at public and VA facilities, as well as the right to see a private doctor when the lines are long. I've been saying this for the last year and a half. You know, people are waiting in line for 7 days, 8 days, 9 days. Longer. He just said longer. Longer than that. And when that happens, you're going out to see a private doctor, a private hospital, a public hospital, somebody that can take care of you, and we're going to pick up the bill. And it's going to be, not only is it going to be great for you and life-saving in many cases, it's going to be less expensive. And I'm saying, why didn't they do this in the past? Why didn't somebody do this? There's not going to be any more waiting for our great people online for weeks to see a doctor. And finally, a commitment to only engage the use of military forces when it's in the vital national security interests of the United States. We don't want to have...
All right, you guys, well, this is the live event happening right now with Donald Trump about to speak in Iowa. We'll keep his latest thank you tour rally in the upper right-hand corner from North Carolina as we wait for him.
Yes, why didn't somebody do this? There's not going to be any more waiting for our great people online for weeks to see a doctor. And finally, a commitment to only engage the use of military forces when it's in the vital national security interests of the United States. We don't want to have a depleted military because we're all over the place fighting in areas that just we shouldn't be fighting in. We're going to have such a strong, powerful military. It's not going to be depleted any longer. I mentioned equipment previously, and I said equipment. We're going to have the finest equipment in the world. It's going to be new. It's going to be modern. It's going to be clean. It's going to be the best. That's what we're going to have. We're not going to be a depleted military anymore. From now on, it's going to be America first. America first. We will stop racing to topple foreign, and you understand this, foreign regimes that we know nothing about, that we shouldn't be involved with. Instead, our focus must be on defeating terrorism and destroying ISIS.
Miles, what an introduction. How are you guys? We did it, Iowa. We did it. I am so excited. I am so honored that you guys are all here tonight to just be a part of making history with our President-elect Donald Trump. Doesn't that sound so good? We always want to kick off our rallies with the Pledge of Allegiance. So would you guys please put your hands together and help me welcome U.S. Army Airborne Infantry veteran and my good friend Jeff Brooks to the stage.
Good evening. You know, do we live in the greatest nation in the world or what? Huh? I'm telling you, it's such an honor to be here this evening in front of you, but it's even more of an honor for me to be here as a veteran, representing other veterans. As we join together in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight, I want you to think about the many people that are deployed this evening as we're here, that are laying their lives on the line so we have an opportunity to do just this, to make America great again. Would you join me? Thank you. Would you please remove your hats, face the flag, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless you. Thank you.
And keep your applause going for one of my dearest, most favorite friends. She started out as a volunteer during the primaries for us, and we loved her so much that we brought her aboard to be part of our campaign. Would you put your hands together and welcome my good friend, Christy Gibson, to the stage?
Well, I hope you will join me in singing the national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
Thank you. Isn't she beautiful? Give it up for Christy. Wow. I gotta say, Iowa, you guys, you impress me every single day. As you heard, I'm Tana Gertz. For those of you who don't know me, I was on Mr. Trump's show, or excuse me, President-elect Donald Trump's show 11 years ago, and I met the real man. I met the man who's got the strength and the power and the endurance to be the next president of the United States. And what I met in him that first day in his boardroom is the same man who is amazing us every single day. And I am so honored to be a part of this movement. I am so honored, as is our entire Iowa staff. We are so thrilled that you're here tonight because we are so excited that Donald Trump is coming to Iowa to say thank you. Thank you for all of the calls and all of the door knocking and all of the movement for every single thing that you've done, for wearing the hat and branding yourself to say, I vote for Donald Trump, for putting up the yard signs. How many of you in here volunteered for the campaign? Raise your hand. Wow. Well, you see why they're all in the VIP section, right? Wow, thank you guys so very much. We are so humbled. We are so honored to be a state that works so hard with all of you. And we turned this state from blue to red. Who's excited about that? I am too. Well, President-elect Donald Trump and Vice President-elect Mike Pence aren't going to all of the 50 states. They're going to the states that showed up and turned out on election night. So you guys are in for such a treat. He's here to thank you. He's here because he's doing this for your kids, your grandkids, my grandkids that I don't want in a while. And he's here to say thank you. He's spending his own money to do this tour. No other president has ever done anything like this. But there's never been a president that's going to be just like Donald Trump. He's already, I know, he is already honoring some of the promises that he has made. Did y'all hear about what he did at Carrier? 1,100 jobs? Yeah. A lot of those people get to have a Christmas now because of Donald Trump and his word. And President Obama wants to know, what's Donald Trump's magic wand? You remember that? What's the magic wand that he thinks he can keep companies in the United States and he can keep Americans back at work? What's that magic wand? Well, I'll tell you what that magic wand is, President Obama. It's called the telephone. And Donald Trump knows how to use it, and he knows how to negotiate, and he knows how to make America great again. And he will. Yes, he will. Well, I just want to let you all know, if you are a veteran like my dear friend Jeff, and you have served this country, Donald Trump told me a long time ago, he said, Tana, you know, freedom isn't free. When he said that, I went, wow, you're so right. He said, brave men and women put their life on the line for you and me and for all of us. And for that, he's taking care of you, veterans. I can promise you that. He will take care of you. He will make sure that you're taken care of, and it's not easier to get food stamps than it is to get our veterans cared for. He's the only one that'll take care of you. And what he wants to say tonight, I'm pretty sure, is to say, hey, guess what, folks? The world didn't think I could do it. All the media didn't think I could do it. But what I did is I took the power out of Washington, and I put it in states like Iowa. And he did. So I couldn't be more excited to have you guys experience what you're going to experience with Mr. Trump, President-elect Donald Trump. You're in for a treat, so relax. He'll be here shortly, and I just want to say from all of us at the Iowa staff, thank you so very much. You made history with us. Oh, and also, I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas, because when President Trump is our president, it's going to be okay to say Merry Christmas.
All right, everybody. Well, let's continue to play that Donald Trump thank you rally from North Carolina from earlier this week in the upper right-hand corner while we wait for the next speaker.
It's going to be America first. America first. We will stop racing to topple foreign, and you understand this, foreign regimes that we know nothing about, that we shouldn't be involved with. Instead, our focus must be on defeating terrorism and destroying ISIS. And we will. Any nation that shares these goals will be our partner in this mission. We won't forget it. We want to strengthen old friendships and seek out new friendships. Rather than a rigid dogma, we're guided by the lessons of history and a desire to promote stability all over, and strength in our land. This destructive cycle of intervention and chaos must finally, folks, come to an end. Come to an end. We've spent, at last count, $6 trillion in the Middle East. And our roads have potholes all over. Our highways are falling apart. Our bridges are falling. Our tunnels are no good. Our airports are horrible, like third world countries. We got to start spending on ourselves. But we've got to be so strong militarily, like we've never, ever been before. Remember that. Like we've never been before. We seek harmony and goodwill among the nations of the world. And we believe that respect for mutual sovereignty helps form the basis of trust and understanding. But we don't want people taking advantage of us anymore. We don't want countries taking advantage of us anymore. We don't want that. We don't want that. We want to be the smart people. We don't want to be what we've been over the last long period of time. We build up our military not as an act of aggression, but as an act of prevention. We pursue and build up arms not in order to seek conflict, but in order to avoid conflict. We want to be strong. In short, we seek peace through strength. That is why in my first budget report to Congress, I am going to ask for the elimination of the defense sequester. It's enough. Depletion, I call it depletion. Gets worse and worse every year, not for our military. We will show the world that America is going to be strong again, stronger than ever before. We're going to be stronger militarily than ever before. And hopefully we don't have to use our military. But we're going to be stronger than ever before. And there's rarely been a time when we've needed this strength more than we have right now. But in order to succeed with our defense policy, we must find the right person to lead our Defense Department. Is that right? This is why I'm proud to formally announce today my intention to nominate General James Mad Dog Mattis as the next Secretary of Defense for the United States of America. Jim is a Marine Corps four-star general, the former commander of U.S. Central Command and NATO's Supreme Allied Commander. For transformation, this is going to be so great for us. He led an assault battalion in Operation Desert Storm, and you saw what that happened. That was the way you're supposed to lead it. There was no games. Mad Dog plays no games, right? Led the forces that went after the Taliban and commanded the 1st Marine Division in Iraq. He is one of the most effective generals that we've had in many, many decades. An extraordinary leader of our time who has committed his life to his love for our country. General Mattis is the living embodiment of the Marine Corps motto, Semper Fidelis, always faithful. And the American people are fortunate that a man of this character and integrity will now be the civilian leader atop the Department of Defense. Under his leadership, right? Under his leadership, such an important position, we will rebuild our military and alliances, destroy terrorists, face our enemies head on, and make America safe again. It is now my honor and privilege to welcome to the stage your next Secretary of Defense, General Mad Dog Mattis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, President-elect, for the confidence that you have shown in me. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm grateful for the opportunity to return to our troops, their families, the civilians of the Department of Defense, because I know how committed they are and devoted they are to the defense of our country, the defense of our Constitution. And with our allies strengthened, with our country strengthened, I look forward to being the civilian leader so long as the Congress gives me the waiver and the Senate votes to consent. Thank you very much.
What a great guy. He's going to be incredible. He'll get that waiver, right? He's going to get that. Oh, if he didn't get that waiver, there'll be a lot of angry people. Such a popular choice. I believe we're in the process of putting together one of the all-time great cabinets that has ever been assembled in our nation's history. We have some great, great people going to be named over the next couple of days, too. But to accomplish our goals, we must reject the failed approaches of the past. We must move past the tired conventional thinking of Washington, D.C. As Abraham Lincoln said, as our cases new, so must we think anew and act anew. My plan begins with bold structural reform to create millions of good-paying jobs and even great-paying jobs. You've been seeing what's been happening over the last couple of weeks. And we haven't gotten there yet. We haven't gotten there yet. We were very proud of saving 1,100 jobs in Indiana with the help of Mike Pence, Vice President-elect, who's incredible. We're very proud of Mike Pence, by the way. Whether it's producing steel, building cars, or curing disease, we want the next generation of innovation and production to happen right here in America and right here in North Carolina. And don't forget, when we started, even 4 weeks before, they said, well, we're going to have an awfully hard time winning Florida, an awfully hard time winning North Carolina. We're not going to win Pennsylvania. We're not going to win Michigan. We're not going to win Wisconsin. We're not going to win Iowa. And Ohio's going to be tough. So it started out, we won Ohio by more than 8 points. We won Iowa by a massive number, 10 points. Then we went down and we won Florida. Remember that fantastic evening? We have breaking news. Donald Trump wins Florida. Donald Trump wins North Carolina. We won so many states. We won 30 states, 32 states. We won so much, and we just kept winning. And then we topped it off by winning Pennsylvania, winning Michigan, winning, right? Winning Wisconsin. States that hadn't been won in 38 years, a lot of states. And it was a fantastic evening, and that's why we're here tonight, because we want to thank you. We want to thank you, especially. First, on taxes. We're going to undertake one of the great tax reforms and simplifications in American history. This includes lowering the tax rate on business from 35% all the way down to 15%. And massive tax cuts, by the way, for middle-class workers. Massive. The biggest. Biggest since Reagan, actually bigger than Reagan. On regulations, we're going to eliminate every single wasteful regulation that undermines the ability of our workers and our companies to compete. The regulation business is a disaster in our country. We're going to get rid of all of the unnecessary regulations. On energy, we will cancel the job-killing restrictions on the production of American energy and pursue American energy independence, and we'll be able to do it. Honoring the legacy of Theodore Roosevelt, believe it or not, one of our great environmentalists, we will also conserve and protect our beautiful natural resources for the next generation, including protecting lands and anglers and hunters and all of those who enjoy the outdoors, like my sons, Don and Eric. They enjoy the outdoors. They enjoy it. They love it. On infrastructure, I will ask Congress to pass legislation that produces $1 trillion of new investments in America's crumbling infrastructure, including major projects in our inner cities. We're going to take care of our inner cities. We're going to get the inner cities going again. Remember, I used the expression, what the hell do you have to lose? I'm telling you, you're going to see. And I want to thank, we did so well, so much better with African-American communities, with Hispanic communities than anybody ever anticipated. So much better. Better than has taken place in years back. So I want to thank the African-American communities. I want to thank the Hispanic communities. And we're starting to work already. We're working already. And the appointment today of Ben Carson has been very popular, very well received. Dr. Ben Carson. Good guy. Great guy. We will have two simple rules when it comes to rebuilding this country. Buy American and hire American. All right? Buy American. On trade, our trade deficit, now nearly $800 billion a year. We have a deficit, think of it, of almost $800 billion a year. You always say, who's negotiating these deals? Is a chronic drag on the growth and a destroyer of jobs and wealth in our country. In the month of October alone, our nation racked up more than $40 billion in trade deficit. $40 billion, including more than a $30 billion trade deficit with China alone. All right? Think we're doing a good job in negotiating? I don't think so. How many business people do we have in this audience that could have done a slightly better job of negotiating, right? Yeah, you can. North Carolina has lost nearly half of its manufacturing jobs since NAFTA. America has lost 70,000 factories. Think of it, 70,000 factories since joining the World Trade Organization. Or think of it. So China joins the World Trade Organization, and since that time, we've lost so much. 70,000 factories. We're living through the greatest jobs theft in the history of the world. There's never been a jobs theft like what's happened to this country. And we stopped some of it a little bit because we just started, but we haven't really started because we don't really start till January 20th, but we're stopping. And one of the wealthiest men in the world, you saw it today, maybe, did anybody see it? Masa, right? Masa, great guy of Japan. He's pledged that he's going to put $50 billion into the United States because of our victory. He wasn't investing in our country. 50 billion. 50,000 jobs. 50,000 jobs he's going to be investing in. He's a great guy. A Trump administration will renegotiate our terrible trade deals, stand up to foreign cheating, and defeat every last American. And we will do this. We will defeat the enemy on jobs, and we will defend American jobs. We're going to defend American jobs. And we have to look at it almost as a war, because that's what's happened to us. That's what's happened to our workers. These are great people. And boy, did they come out to vote. Remember they said they don't exist? They existed. They existed. Believe me, in millions and millions of people poured out to the voting booths, and they voted. Big league. That's why we had these kind of victories. We had states where we would win by 30 points, 35 points, 40 points. Amazing. And if a company wants to fire their workers, leave our country, and then ship their products back into our country, there will be consequences. I'm sorry. There will be consequences. Big consequences. On health care reform, every day, the law known as Obamacare is destabilizing our health care, really destabilizing it, surging premiums and forcing providers out of the market. If we don't act, the damage will be irreversible. We're going to act. That is why we're going to repeal and replace Obamacare. We have no choice. We have no choice. We have absolutely no choice. So we're going to repeal and replace Obamacare, and you're going to get health care at a much lower price with a much lower deductible. It's so high now, you really can't, and for the most part, you can't use it. But we are going to have great health care at a much lower price. On child care, I'm asking Congress to pass legislation to make safe and affordable child care accessible to all, and people like that. That's something that Ivanka Trump, did anybody ever hear of Ivanka Trump, right? Ivanka Trump has been fighting for a long time, and I have, and I agree with her. On crime, the murder rate has experienced its largest increase in 45 years. We are going to support the incredible men and women of law enforcement, and we are going to bring this terrible crime wave to an end. Highest in 45 years, the murder rate. On immigration, we will be the administration that ended illegal immigration. We will construct a great border wall, dismantle the criminal cartels, liberate our communities from the epidemic of gang violence and drugs. We will get rid of the drugs that are pouring into our country. We will ask Congress to reform our visa and immigration programs to protect jobs and wages for American workers. And we will be appointing very shortly somebody to head up our program. And I will tell you, this person, like General Mattis, will do a phenomenal job, because we're going to stop people from coming into our country illegally, but we're going to have people come into our country, and they're going to come in by the thousands and the hundreds of thousands, but they're going to come in, they are going to come in legally, right? But by the hundreds of thousands. We want people to come in, but they have to come in legally. To protect our country from terrorism and extremism, we will suspend immigration from regions where it cannot be safely processed. Right now, thousands and thousands and thousands of people are pouring into our country. We have no idea who they are, where they come from, do they love us, In a lot of cases, no, they don't love us. A Trump administration will always put the safety and security of the American people first. Okay, remember that. Safety of the American people. Ethics reform will be a crucial part of our 100-day plan as well. We're going to drain the swamp of corruption in Washington, D.C. We're going to. I will impose a 5-year ban on executive branch officials becoming lobbyists and a lifetime ban on officials becoming lobbyists for a foreign government. We face many, many challenges, but this is truly an exciting time to be alive in our country and hopefully to be alive in many other locations, because we are representative to a large extent of what's happening in the world. The world is looking up to us, but they haven't been looking up to us much. And they are going to start looking up again. We're going to be good for the world, not just good for our country. The script to what we're doing is not yet written. Remember, this has been a great, great movement, the likes of which they've never seen before, the likes of which those folks back there that write the stories, no, I'll tell you. And they're saying it. They've never seen anything like this before. It's one of the great political phenomena of all time. And we're going to show them. We're going to do a great job. We're going to create a safe country. We're going to create a prosperous country. We're going to have jobs again, great jobs, not bad jobs, real jobs. And it's going to be something special. And hopefully they're going to write the truth. We do not know what the page tomorrow will read. But for the first time in a long time, what we do know is that the pages will be authored by each and every one in this room and in our country, by you. It's going to be authored by you. Together, we will raise incomes and create millions and millions of new jobs. It's going to happen. It's already happening. You see what happened today. We will reestablish the rule of law and defend the Constitution of the United States. And by the way, we will be appointing great, great Supreme Court justices, you see. We'll be starting very soon with one to replace Justice Scalia. Great man. We will protect the right of every American to live in safety and peace. We will restore and respect, and we will respect people's rights. We will respect constitutional rights. And for all America, we will respect our great American flag again, believe me. We will heal our divisions and unify our country. When Americans are unified, there is nothing we cannot do. Nothing. No task is too great, no dream too large, no goal beyond our reach. My message tonight is for all Americans, from all parties, all beliefs, all walks of life. It's a message for everyone. No matter your age, your income, your background, I'm asking you to join us in this great, great adventurous world that we're living in. We're going to make it less adventurous. We're going to make it safer and better than it's ever been before. I'm asking you to dream big again as Americans. I'm asking you to believe in yourself, to believe in your country, and to believe in your future. So we've got a great future. What I've seen more than anything else is how great the future of our country is going to be. And if we do that, then all together, we will make America strong again, stronger than ever before. We will make America rich again. A lot of people don't like the sound of that, but we need that to take care of our military, to take care of our veterans, to take care of all of the things that we have to. We're going to be a rich nation again. We're going to be a wealthy nation again. We're going to make America. We're going to make America, like it says on all of those caps, those millions and millions of caps. that have been sold all over this country and all of those signs. We are going to make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you, North Carolina. Thank you. We love you. God bless you, everybody. We'll be back soon. Thank you, North Carolina. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, we are just waiting live for Donald Trump to speak here in Iowa tonight. This will be his third thank you rally on his thank you tour. We just showed you him speaking at his latest one, which was in North Carolina, and his first one was in Cincinnati. Mike Pence will be speaking tonight as well, and you're watching this live on the Fox News Now stream. And in case you missed his first thank you rally in Cincinnati, Ohio, we're going to put that in the upper right-hand corner to play for you guys while we wait for the next speaker.
And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. That I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Wow. Thank you. So, I didn't know this. I love you too. Look at this place. So I didn't know what came with this position. And I didn't know that they closed down the roads around the stadium for an hour and a half. We got to work out a new deal with our Secret Service, but we love them, right? Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being so patient. Thank you. Oh, you're going to be happy. We're all going to be happy. I'm here today for one main reason, to say thank you to Ohio. Thank you. We won the state by almost 10 points, which they say is totally unheard of. In fact, I don't know if you know, but at the beginning, they say you have to win Ohio. You must win Ohio, right? You heard it over and over and over. And we started off sort of even, and then we were 1 up and 2 up. We didn't have much help at the top levels, you know that, right? And that turned out it didn't matter. But we had help with the people, and that's what really did matter. So I kept hearing, you must win Ohio. You cannot win the presidency without Ohio. So we started really, we were about even, right, at the beginning. And then point by point by point, And then we had a couple of little troughs. But with Ohio, there was no trough. It just kept getting better and better. Just better and better. And the end result is incredible. I love you, Ohio. This is a great place, great people. I have so many friends. Thank you. Thank you. In the true sense, history called and the people of this great state answered. And you're going to be very happy. We're going to say right now, what are we going to do? We're going to make America great again. You watch. You went out and you pounded the pavement, organized your fellow citizens, and propelled to victory a grassroots movement, the likes of which the world has never seen before. This is what they say. Today on one of the networks, they said, maybe Andrew Jackson? I said, when was that? It was like in the 1838? And then somebody else said, well, that was great, but nothing like what happened here, okay? So it really has been fun. And more importantly, I heard Mike saying about what happened today in Indiana. We're going to do that all over the country. We're going to do it all over the country. Carrier, thank you, Carrier. Today we made history, and now the real work begins. That is the second reason that I'm here today. I'm going to discuss our action plan to make America great again. We're going to discuss. Although we did have a lot of fun fighting Hillary, didn't we? Right? And by the way, the people are continuing to pour in, so let them come in. We could wait a half hour, an hour, but I don't think we're going to do that, right? Let them pour in. Let's blame them for being late, right? But as I said, just now I was in Indianapolis to announce that we're saving the jobs at the Carrier plant from going to Mexico, 1,100 jobs. And I'm asking all companies to keep their jobs in America, and we will work to make America a better environment for workers and businesses. And we will crack down on all foreign trade abuses that undermine your ability and your company's ability to compete. Those days are over when those companies are going to leave. We have so many problems to fix in our country, but I know that if we set aside our differences, and we do have differences, we're a very divided nation, but we're not going to be divided for long. I've always brought people together. I know you find that hard to believe, although this group probably doesn't find it hard to believe.
All right, everybody, here he is, live in Iowa. Mike Pence.
Wow. I'm Mike Pence. I'm from Indiana. And because of the support and hard work and prayers of the people of Iowa and people all across America 42 days from today, I'm humbled to say that I'll take the oath of office to be the next Vice President of the United States of America. My family and I are grateful and deeply humbled that we'll be standing on that day on January the 20th. And I came here today on behalf of my family to just say thanks. But mostly I'm here tonight as a fellow American to say to the people of Iowa, thank you that 1 month ago today you voted to elect a president who will make America great again. So thank you, Iowa. Thank you for doing your part to make Donald Trump the 45th President of the United States of America. He did it. He did it. And we have all of you to thank. Thanks to you, America will finally have a president who will rebuild our military, provide our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guard with the resources and the training they need to accomplish their mission. And we will finally have a president who will name our enemy and marshal the resources to hunt down ISIS and destroy it at its source. And thanks to you, after a heartbreaking day in Des Moines, with the people of this community and in the law enforcement community, thanks to you, we will have a president who supports the men and women in our law enforcement community at every level. We will have a president who provides the men and women in law enforcement with the resources and tools they need to protect our families and go home safe to theirs. And he will restore law and order to every city and every community in this land, thanks to you. And thanks to you, we'll have a president who will make this American economy great again. We'll have a president who will repeal Obamacare lock, stock, and barrel and replace it with free market health care reforms. We'll have a president who will cut taxes, roll back excessive regulations, repeal every single unconstitutional executive order signed by Barack Obama. And thanks to you. And thanks to you, we will have a president who will put American workers and American jobs first. We will have trade deals that will mean American jobs and American prosperity. Thanks to you, we'll have a president that fights for American jobs. We saw that in the Hoosier State just last week. Because of the leadership of our president-elect, a company that had announced that they were pulling up stakes from Indiana and going all the way to Mexico, closing their doors, because he reached out, because he described a vision for a growing America, an America that puts American workers first. Carrier decided to keep more than 1,000 good-paying jobs in the state of Indiana. And make no mistake about it, Carrier decided to stay in America because Donald Trump was elected President of the United States. Thanks to you. And thanks to you. Thanks to you, we're going to have a president who is going to enforce the laws of this nation on behalf of the citizens of this nation and all who are legally here. We're going to build a wall, enforce our laws, and we're going to end illegal immigration once and for all. And thanks to you. And thanks to you. Thanks to you, we're going to have a president of the United States who will make appointments to the highest court in the land that will uphold the sanctity of life, our Second Amendment, and all the God-given liberties enshrined in the Constitution of the United States. Thanks to you. So Iowa, thanks to you, you've made a difference in the life of the nation. And I'm here just as a fellow American from the bottom of my heart to thank you for what you've done in this great state. Thank you for giving America a new president whose strength, whose vision, whose leadership will make America great again faster than you could possibly imagine. So I say with a grateful heart and with real pride that it is my high honor and distinct privilege to present to you the President-elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. That I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt
What
I
a
love
crowd.
this
Beautiful. Wow. Wow. What a crowd. Ooh. What great people. Great people. I'm here today for one main reason, to say thank you to the great, great people of Iowa. You went out and pounded, and I mean pounded, the pavement. You organized your fellow citizens and propelled us to victories at a grassroots and every other level. We have a movement the likes of which this world has never seen before. Never seen before. I also want to give a very special thanks to our veterans. A lot of veterans in this room. Thank you. Thank you. Service members, military families, unbelievable people. Yesterday was the 75th anniversary of Pearl Harbor, and a reminder of the countless Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice for this and our country. America's men and women in uniform are the finest and bravest the world has ever known. And by the way, folks, we are going to be building up our military. It will no longer be a depleted military, I promise. So to all serving in our military, and to all veterans who wore the uniform before, I say to you now on behalf of a very, very grateful nation, thank you, thank you, thank you. We're in your debt. And we will never, ever let you down. Never. We'll honor your service, your sacrifice, and that really begins with defending and respecting our American flag. I think you'll be liking some of the things we'll be putting forward in the not too distant future. Do you know what I mean? Yes? Do you know what I mean? When Pearl Harbor was attacked, one man who immediately enlisted to defend his country was John Glenn. For the next 7 decades, he devoted his life to serving the American people, which he did from the cockpit of his bullet-riddled fighter jet, tough times, in the weightless silence of his Mercury space. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. We have to respect John Glenn. That's all right. I think they're actually on our side. They just don't know it yet. They will be soon. But John was also in the weightless silence of his Mercury spacecraft and later in the halls of the U.S. Capitol. Our nation mourns the passing of one of our great heroes. He was a giant among men and a true American legend who inspired generations of explorers and dreamers, and we will honor his legacy by continuing to push new frontiers in science, technology, and space. In filling my cabinet, I'm looking for people who fully understand the meaning of service and who are committed to advancing the common good. One such man, who, by the way, our country has fallen in love with, is General James Mad Dog Mattis. He doesn't lose. He doesn't lose. We were together last night. He's a great guy. A general's general, they call him. Earlier this week, I formally announced my plans to nominate him as your new Secretary of Defense. I believe we're in the process of putting together one of the great cabinets that has ever been assembled in the history of our nation. Do you like it so far, everybody? I also want to take this opportunity to thank your great senators. Chuck Grassley, great guy, really great guy. And a woman I've gotten to know very well, a tremendous woman, phenomenal person. That's right, Joni Ernst. They're going to be tremendous partners in the Senate. And they're right now in Washington, D.C., working very hard on something that's very interesting. But they are tremendous, two tremendous people. They never wavered. You know, we had some people, they would waver, right? Waver. And as long as they came back sometime prior to the vote, they're all right. But we don't like people that waver, right? Those two didn't waver. I'll tell you who else didn't waver. Your governor did not waver. I want to tell you that. He didn't waver. Not even a little bit. And soon I'm going to invite onto stage one of the newest additions to our administration, a man you know well. One of the most important relationships we must improve, and we have to improve, is our relationship with China. The nation of China is responsible for almost half of America's trade deficit. China is not a market economy. They get a lot of help. And that's why we designate them as being a non-market economy. Big thing. They haven't played by the rules. And I know it's time that they're going to start. They're going to start. They've got to. Gotta start. We're all in this thing together, folks. We got to play by the rules, folks. You have the massive theft of intellectual property, putting unfair taxes on our companies, not helping with the menace of North Korea like they should, and the at-will and massive devaluation of their currency and product dumping. Other than that, they've been wonderful, right? But I have to tell you, the man that is going to be coming up here very soon, every single time I've spoken, as I'm going onto the stage, he'd said, please, Mr. Trump. See, then he could call me Mr. Trump. Now he just called me President-elect. Can you believe that? If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't be President-elect. But he always would say, Mr. Trump, Donald, don't say anything bad about China when you're in Iowa. Okay? I said, why? Because I have so many friends there. I like them and they like me. And we do well with China. We do well with China. So when it came to thinking about the ambassador to China, right? I started saying, now wait a minute, this is big stuff. And I can't tell you how many people wanted that position. You know, it's not bad. You go over there, you live like a king. But he's not looking to live like a king. He and his beautiful wife came to my office the other day. They're looking to work on that relationship because he knows the people and the leaders in China for so many years. He knew your current leader years ago, and he said he will be the ultimate leader when he was just a young guy. But you have a very special man. And I just want to tell you officially, the man I have chosen as our ambassador to China is the man who knows China and likes China. It's better to like China if you're going to be over there. Do we agree? And knows how to deliver results. And he will deliver results, just like he's been delivering results for 23 years for the great farmers and for the people of Iowa. He's been on 6 trade missions to China and is highly respected by all of the Chinese officials. He's also a native of Iowa, America's longest-serving governor in the history of our country, 23 years. Think of that. In the history, you don't know what it is. To be a governor for 4 years is tough. 23 years, and has done an incredible job. He's also become a great friend of mine. I am now honored to welcome to the stage our next ambassador to China, your governor, and I can truly say your great governor, Terry Branstad. Come up, Terry. This is a big room.
Wow. President-elect Trump. Fellow Iowans, it has been a great honor and privilege to serve the people of this state, and thanks to our great new president who's going to make America great again, I am very proud to serve America in this very important role. Thank you very much.
He's going to do so great. With Terry on our side, I know we will succeed in bringing our jobs back And I also know that China, who's been so tough and so competitive and frankly dealing with people that didn't get it. But I'll tell you what, we're going to have mutual respect. We're going to have mutual respect. And China's going to benefit, and we're going to benefit, and Terry's going to lead the way. So I just want to congratulate him. But to accomplish our goals, we must reject the failed approaches of the past. Government must stop listening to the special interests and start delivering for the national interest. It's time to deliver for you, the American people, just like Iowa delivered for me. Boy, did you deliver. Boy, did you deliver. You know, just to go into this for a second. So we won almost every single county in the state. We won by over 10 points. We won one county that wasn't won since Dwight D. Eisenhower. Anybody know the name of their county? Correct. And we had a great night. And Iowa was announced very early. And so was Ohio. And we won Ohio by almost 9 points. And we were expected to win Ohio by 2 points or 3, so we won by 9. That made the other side a little bit nervous. And then my friends right in this room got announced, right? And we won by 10 points. And then when they looked at the map of Iowa, and they saw almost every single county, and it was incredible. And the other side would say, well, maybe those two are flukes. And then we won Florida, and we won South Carolina, and we won North Carolina, and we won Pennsylvania, and we won Michigan, and we won Wisconsin, and we won Georgia, and Texas, and Utah. Remember Utah? Remember Utah? Where they said this guy, this unknown person, that he's doing so well. Remember? They said, Utah is in play. Now, no Republicans ever lost Utah. And I went to my people, I said, we got problems. Utah's in play. And there's a guy that, I mean, I never saw this guy. He's supposed to be doing well. And it was like, we're tied. And they had Hillary actually in 3rd place. And this is a case where I wanted her to be in 2nd place, to be honest. So this guy supposedly was in 2nd place. And they said Texas, right? They said Texas, very close. Georgia, very close. And they had it so close, too close to call. This is before the election. And then the election, it's a joke, he just said it. No, well, there's a lot of dishonesty out there. So now the polls open, and they go, Texas goes to Trump. Georgia goes to Trump. Utah, right at the beginning. I won them in like landslides. I'm saying, what's been going on, right? I said, what's been going on for the last 10 weeks? They're in play. You know, the expression they use is they're in play, meaning they're very close. They weren't supposed to be in play. Guess what? They weren't in play. So it was sort of nice. So the polls opened up, and immediately they said, Trump wins Texas. Trump wins all of them. But they said, very important to me, Trump wins Iowa. That was a big one. That was a big one. That was a big one. And the numbers were so big that, you know, for the rest of the night, the other side's going around and said, that's a big number. That's a lot more than we were supposed to lose by. So I love you folks. I really, this is sort of a, you know, this is a thank you. And it's a thank you, Iowa. And it's a thank you, Ohio and Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Florida and a lot of the states that were so, so crucial. And we won everyone, and Nebraska, a guy from Nebraska. Actually, we won Nebraska too, right? We won, boom. Nebraska goes twice, so we won it twice. And we had a lot of people in Nebraska, a lot of good, wealthy people fighting us, right? That didn't work. But those wealthy people aren't so unhappy now because the stock market's gone up so much because of us that those wealthy people just got wealthier, right? No, they had a lot of buses. They were busing people from all over the place, so we still won both of them. The American worker built this country,
And now it's time for American workers to have a government that, for the first time in decades, answers to them. We're going to answer to them. My plan begins with bold structural reform to create millions of really good paying jobs. Jobs. Whether it's agriculture, medicine, or military technology, we want the next generation of innovation and production to happen right here in America and right here in Iowa. You're going to be big beneficiaries. Big beneficiaries. First, on taxes. We're going to undertake one of the great tax reforms and simplifications in American history. It's got to be simpler. Too much work, too complicated. At the center of this plan is massive tax relief for the American middle class. Has been forgotten. Forgotten. Boy, did they come out and vote, huh? They came out and vote. You know, I think both parties to a certain extent, but especially the other side, they forgot about those people. That's why I call them the forgotten men and the forgotten women. They're not forgotten anymore, folks. They're not forgotten. They're not forgotten anymore. We're also going to lower our business tax rate from 35% all the way down to 15%. That's going to be great. Going to prime the pump. Got to prime the pump. Got to get the jobs. Got 96 million people out there. We got to get them going, and they want to work. They gave up looking for jobs. They're going to have their choice of jobs now. You watch. They're going to have their choice. Wouldn't it be nice if you went around and you go home to your wife or your husband and you say, Harry or Sally? I don't know which one to take. I've got so many options. I've got so many options. Please, Sally, help me choose. But you're going to have that. You're going to have now options. You haven't had that for a long time. You take whatever you can get. We're going to have options. On regulations, we're going to eliminate every single wasteful regulation that hurts our farmers, our workers, and our small business. And you saw today Scott Pruitt, who's a tremendous guy, who has been met with tremendous applause from the business community. We're going to protect the family farm, and we are going to end the EPA intrusion into your lives. On energy, we will cancel the job-killing restrictions on the production of American energy. And that means lower energy prices for farmers, households, and small businesses in Iowa and, frankly, all over the United States. We will also pursue an agenda of conservation, protecting our beautiful natural resources for future Americans, your family, your children, and lots of other people. And we're going to ensure clean air and clean water for all of our people. Regulations, by the way, will be cut down to a fraction of what they are now. And believe it or not, environmentally, you'll be protected better and we'll have jobs, okay? We'll have jobs. On infrastructure, I am going to ask Congress to pass legislation that produces $1 trillion of new investment in America's crumbling infrastructure, and it is indeed crumbling. That includes major new projects for both our rural communities and our inner cities, which have also been forgotten. And we will put our people, not people from other lands, our people back to work in the process, okay? It's time to help Americans get off the welfare and get back into the labor market, and they're going to want to do it. They're going to want to do it. Rebuilding this country with American hands by American workers. We're going to do it. We're going to have people that haven't worked for years. They're going to love working. They're going to love it. They're going to be incentivized. My administration will follow two simple rules. Buy American and hire American. Remember, years ago, we used to proudly display Made in the USA. You'd go get a car, right? And we'd have it say Made in the USA. We don't see it. Have you ever seen it? I don't see it anymore. We ought to start doing that. Any of the manufacturers, and we're doing a lot of talking to a lot of companies that we're thinking about leaving. And I'll tell you, I don't think they're going to be leaving so fast anymore. They're not going to be leaving so fast anymore. Because we love our companies, and we love it when they're employing thousands of people. But we don't love our companies when they leave and go to another country and think they can make their product and sell it back into our country like we're a bunch of fools, like they've been getting away with for the last 35 years. Not going to do it. No, there are going to be consequences. When they want to leave, I wish them well. I always say, enjoy your new plant, enjoy the very hot weather. But if you think you're going to be coming through what will soon become a very, very strong border, no, not going to happen so easy. We're not going to be the stupid people anymore, folks. We're not going to be the stupid people. Because from now on, it's going to be America first. Going to be America first. Very simple. You know, some of the deals made, and I've been studying them. I actually like reading deals. Do you believe this? I don't know what that is. But I've been studying some of these deals. They're horrible. They're inconceivable. But we're going to have some great news for you in the very near future. On trade, our trade deficit, now nearly $800 billion a year. Think of that. We trade. Everyone says, oh, we want to trade. I want to trade. I'm a free trader. But it has to make sense. You don't want to trade if you're going to lose $800 billion a year. It's a chronic drag on growth and a total destroyer of jobs and the wealth of our country. So we don't want that anymore. And by the way, some of the people I put on to negotiate, you've been noticing, are some of the most successful people in the world. And one newspaper criticized me. Why can't they have people of modest means? Because I want people that made a fortune, because now they're negotiating with you. Okay? It's no different than a great baseball player or a great golfer. I mean, we want the people that are going to bring, and they're so proud to do it. These people have given up fortunes of income in order to make $1 a year. And they're so proud to do it. And you watch what's going to happen. It's going to happen fast, too. It's going to happen fast. It's going to happen very fast. And we've been given tremendous reviews on the people that we've gotten. That's why we will renegotiate our trade deals, stop the product dumping, the currency manipulation, which is totally out of control, which, by the way, makes it impossible for our companies to compete, and defend every last American job. But we're going to do it. It's going to be fun. I actually love calling these companies. I said, give me a list of 10 companies that are leaving. And I actually love calling these companies and saying hi. And I get the president of this company. And I say, hi, how you doing? Oh, hello, Mr. President-elect. Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. By the way, while we're on the phone, don't leave. Please don't leave. Please. And we've had great success. You'll be seeing a lot more success. On the military, we will show the whole world that America is strong again. We're going to have a very strong military. I mean, there's rarely been a time when we needed a strong military and a smart military more than we have now, right? There's rarely been a time. We will rebuild our badly depleted military and ensure that our service members have the equipment, training, technology, and resources they need to get the job done. To get the job done. Now, I have to say this. Hopefully, we will never have to use the power that we're building We don't want to use it. We believe in peace through strength. We don't want to use it, but it's got to be there. It's got to be there. At the same time, we will ensure our veterans have the best medical care in the world, including the best health care for our female veterans who have also been the forgotten people. Got a lot of forgotten people in this country. A lot of forgotten people. We'll be very strongly focused on female veterans who have really had it tougher than almost anybody. On child care, thank you. That's very nice. On child care, I'm asking Congress to pass legislation to make safe and affordable child care accessible to all, while fighting to get higher pay for women in the workforce. That's what has to happen. And ensuring women-owned small businesses can access the capital they need. We're going to be working on plans for companies, not only women, but for companies to access the capital from banks. Right now, there is no capital. You can't get a loan. And we will open it up, and you'll be able to get loans, and you're going to do great, and we're going to hire a lot of people, and you're going to expand your businesses. It's going to be a beautiful thing. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Has to happen. So many people can't get jobs. The unemployment number, as you know, is totally fiction. If you look for a job for 6 months and then you give up, they consider you give up. You just give up. You go home, you say, darling, I can't get a job. They consider you statistically employed. It's not that way. But don't worry about it, because it's going to take care of itself pretty quickly. We want to support every young woman in America who dreams of starting and owning a small business, because that dream has not been a dream for the last long period of time. On health care reform, and I want to tell you, and I want to thank the women, because I kept hearing for months, I'm not going to do well with women. I kept saying, why? What's wrong with women? I think women have, I said, I'll trade the men for the women, right? I'll trade the men. I wanted them. And then we had the election. I did great with women. I led in many categories. And every time we'd have a rally, I'd have those beautiful pink signs up, right? Women for Trump, women for Trump. Then I'd go home, I'd turn on the television to see how massive my crowd was. And you'd never show it. They'd never show it. But they'd talk about women. Guess what? We did great with women. African American, the African American community's unbelievable. Much, much more than in the past for other people. I heard that was going to be off, and it was fantastic. Plus, a lot didn't go out and vote for Hillary, in all fairness. Hispanic community, incredible. Now, with the males, I set records, but who cares, right? Who cares about the males? I'd like to switch it. I'd rather set the records with the women, but we did very well with women. We did well with all groups. I'll tell you where we really did well. An all-time world record, not even close. Evangelicals, I love you. Evangelicals. We had such great help. The pastors, the ministers, we had such great help. And I won't go into great detail, but we will get rid of the Johnson Amendment, okay? I promise you that. The Johnson Amendment, the disaster. On health care reform, every day, the law known as Obamacare is destabilizing our health care system, surging premiums, and forcing providers out of the market. They're out of the market. Nobody to talk to. Nobody to talk to. If we don't act quickly, the damage will be irreversible. And our country can't afford it. Not only can't you afford it, our country can't afford it. That's why we will and must repeal and replace Obamacare. We have no choice. You know, premiums in some states, great state, Arizona, another one I won by a lot that I was supposed to be like really close. what he states. I mean, at the beginning of the evening, I'm saying, this is like a lot of fun. But Arizona was great to me. But Obamacare is up 116%. 116%. And it's going much higher. So we're going to get that taken care of. On crime, the murder rate has experienced its largest increase in 45 years. We're going to support the incredible men and women of law enforcement. And we are going to bring this terrible crime wave to an end. On immigration, we will build the wall. And we will put an end to illegal immigration and stop the drugs from pouring into our country. The drugs are pouring into our country, poisoning our youth and plenty of other people. We will stop the drugs from pouring into our country. We will stop the drugs from poisoning our great and beautiful and loving youth, okay? We'll do it. And we have a man that we'll be introducing pretty soon, next week, who is going to do a phenomenal job called Homeland Security. Used to be a political appointment. Now it's like the most important appointment. And he's going to do a terrific job. And he and his people are going to keep you safe. They're going to keep you safe. Not going to be games. These are no longer political appointments. These are talented people, smart people, where they have to be. They're tough people. Is it okay to have some tough people when you need them, you know? Because the enemy is tough, right? I think the enemy's pretty tough, right? So I think we need some tough people. But we have smart people and great people. During this campaign, I had a chance to meet the incredible family of Sarah Root, an Iowa native killed at the age of 21 by an illegal immigrant who was released from custody 2 separate times. A Trump administration will stop the violence that is spilling across our border. And believe me, you've seen now, it is unbelievable how much there is. And we will fight to protect every last American life and life and life. During the campaign, I also spent time with American workers who were laid off and forced to train the foreign workers brought in to replace them. We won't let this happen anymore. Can you believe that? You get laid off, and then they won't give you your severance pay unless you train the people that are replacing you. I mean, that's actually demeaning, maybe more than anything else. And you know the name of one of the companies that's doing it. I'm going to be nice because we're trying to get that company back. Don't forget, it's much harder when a company announced a year and a half ago. Some of these companies, like Carrier, they announced long before I even knew I was going to be running for president. By the way, are you glad I ran for president? I think so, right? What the heck? It's a movement. It's a movement. But that's a lot hard. It's very hard to tell somebody, we don't want you to leave. We don't want you to go to Mexico or wherever you're going. And they say, but sir, we've already built our plant. That's not a great position. And yet we still kept so many of those workers. So that was a good job. And I'll tell you, our governor, who will soon be our vice president, Indiana, we call him Indiana Mike. He is a great guy. It's one of my great decisions. He's a friend of mine, but he's a great guy. Hasn't he done a good job? Mike Pence. He's done such a good job. One of my first executive orders will be to ask the Department of Labor to investigate all visa abuses that undermine jobs and wages for the American worker. To protect our country from terrorism and extremism. We will suspend immigration from regions where it cannot be safely processed or vetted. You know, I've used the expression extreme vetting. Extreme, oh, it's got to be extreme. We want people coming into our country. We want them coming in legally. But we want them coming in legally. But we want them coming in. You know, when I talk about we will build the wall, we will. There's going to be doors on the wall, big, beautiful doors. We're going to have people coming into our country, but they're going to come in through a process. They're going to come in legally. And we're going to see that these people have true capability to love us, not to hate us, to love us. Earlier today, I visited the campus of Ohio State University, great, great place, to meet with the victims of the terrible attack that occurred only days ago, along with first responders who were terrific. One young man did a phenomenal job, saved a lot of lives. Our whole nation extends our prayers. It's true, that man was a young guy. Give him applause, come on. He might be watching. So our whole nation extends our prayers, our support, and really our solidarity, because we are solid. We are going to be together. We're going to be a strong, strong, together nation. You know, I was lucky enough to receive the Time Person of the Year. They used to call it Man of the Year, but they can't do that anymore, so they call it Person. They want to be politically correct. That's okay. And they talked about, heads up, a divided nation on the cover. They give me this honor, then they have to go a little bit of this stuff. A divided nation. I said, I haven't been president. What are you saying that for? But you know what? We're going to bring the nation together. We're going to bring the nation together. We're not going to have a divided nation. And I want to applaud the university leadership and students for their response to the attack, and their police department really have done a terrific job. And it's swift, life-saving work. I mean, they have really been. It was incredible. I met them today. They were great people. This horrific assault is yet one more tragic reminder that immigration security is now national security. No more games, folks. No more games. No more games. A Trump administration will always put the safety and security of the American people first. It's going to be the American people first. It hasn't been that way. Hasn't been that way. You know, when I look at these trade deals that I've been studying so much over the last little while, I actually think that they meant to make them good for other nations. Now, maybe that was a concept. Because I say, how could agreement be so bad? Is it possible to be so bad? I really believe that they meant to make it good, maybe to help the other nation. But they're killing us. Are we tired of this? They're killing us, okay? How many of these can you do? So we'll change them around and we'll get it going. And you see what's going on. You see what's going on Wall Street. It's a beautiful thing. All over the world, they're talking about our country. And we haven't even started yet, right? Wait till we start. Wait till we start. Such potential. Thank you. We want to see Apple, and we want to see these great companies start building plants in the United States. That's what I want to see. Big plants. Their biggest plants. Ethics reform will be a crucial part of our 100-day plan as well. We're going to drain the swamp of corruption in Washington, D.C. Funny how that term caught on, isn't it? I tell everyone, I hated it. Somebody said, drain the swamp. I said, oh, that's so hokey. That is so terrible. I said, all right, I'll try it. So like a month ago, I said, drain the swamp. The place went crazy. I said, whoa, what's this? Then I said it again. Then I started saying it like I meant it, right? And then I said it, I started loving it. And the place loved it. It's drain the swamp. I mean, it's true. It's true. It's true. Drain the swamp. I will impose a 5-year ban on executive branch officials becoming lobbyists and a lifetime ban on officials becoming lobbyists for a foreign government. Can't do it. Can't do it. Not going to help. We face many challenges, but this is truly an exciting time to be alive. The script is not yet written. We do not know what the page will read tomorrow. But for the first time in a long time, what we do know is that the pages will be authored by each and every one of you. You, the American people, will be in charge. Your voice, your desires, your hopes and aspirations will never again fall on deaf ears. You will be the captains of your own destiny. And that's what happened during this election. People came down and people came out. Great Americans, they love the country more than anyone. But they haven't voted in 20 years and 30 years. Some of them have never voted at all. And they came out and they stood in line for 4 hours and 5 hours. And all of these geniuses said, where did these people come from? Where did they come from? Oh, where did they come from? Where? We didn't know they existed. Where did they come from? Now they know, right? Together, we will raise incomes and create millions and millions of new jobs. We will lower taxes, unleash American energy, and bring thousands of new companies to our shores. And we won't let our companies leave. We will reestablish the rule of law and appoint justices to the United States Supreme Court who will uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. So important. You don't know what you did when you put me in this position, because now we are going to have just that one subject was so important. If nothing else, Supreme Court. I used to say, if nothing else, you know, they have the never Trumps, right? Never Trumpers, never Trumpers. By the way, they're on respirator right now. They're for the most part gone. We had a few never Trump, and now they call themselves only Trump, right? But I will tell you, I used to go into a room early on, and I had some never Trumpers in there. I'd say, if no other reason, the Supreme Court of the United States, nothing else, forget about everything else, right? She knows. We will fight for great schools and safe neighborhoods. We will restore respect for America and for the American flag. We will heal our divisions and unify our country. When Americans are unified, there is nothing we cannot do. No task is too great, no dream too large, no goal beyond our reach. My message tonight is for all Americans, from all parties, all beliefs, all walks of life. No matter your age, your income, your background, I am asking you to join this incredible movement. I am asking you to dream big and bold and daring things for your country. I am asking you to believe in yourself, and I'm asking you to believe again in America. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. And if we do that, then all together, we will make America strong again. We will make America rich again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you, Iowa. God bless you. Thank you.
Well, that's Donald Trump's third rally, part of his thank you tour. He'll be visiting all the states that he won during the election and the states that he was able to turn red. This is in Iowa, live right now on the Fox News Now stream.
At her feet was footloose man. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want.
Looks like quite a crowd there tonight in Iowa. Again, this is his third rally, part of his thank you tour to thank all the states that voted for him during the 2016 election. We appreciate you watching with us. If you're enjoying this live streaming show, go ahead and hit that subscribe button on our YouTube page or that like button on our Facebook page. That way you'll always be able to see these events as they come through. If it's breaking news, we're streaming it. Take you to a live look of the Capitol right now. And earlier we were showing you Donald Trump holding his first thank you rally in Cincinnati, Ohio. Let's take you back to that.
Thank you, everybody. Wow. Thank you. So, I didn't know this. I love you too. Look at this place. So I didn't know what came with this position. And I didn't know that they closed down the roads around the stadium for an hour and a half. We got to work out a new deal with our Secret Service, but we love them, right? Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being so patient. Thank you. Oh, you're going to be happy. We're all going to be happy. I'm here today for one main reason, to say thank you to Ohio. Thank you. We won the state by almost 10 points, which they say is totally unheard of. In fact, I don't know if you know, but at the beginning, they say you have to win Ohio. You must win Ohio, right? You heard it. Over and over and over. And we started off sort of even, and then we were 1 up and 2 up. We didn't have much help at the top levels, you know that, right? And that turned out it didn't matter. But we had help with the people, and that's what really did matter. So I kept hearing, you must win Ohio. You cannot win the presidency without Ohio. So we started really, we were about even, right, at the beginning. And then point by point by point. And then we had a couple of little troughs. But with Ohio, there was no trough. It just kept getting better and better. Just better and better. And the end result is incredible. I love you, Ohio. This is a great place, great people. I have so many friends. Thank you. Thank you. In the true sense, history called and the people of this great state answered. And you're going to be very happy. We're going to say right now, what are we going to do? We're going to make America great again. You watch. You went out and you pounded the pavement, organized your fellow citizens, and propelled to victory a grassroots movement, the likes of which the world has never seen before. This is what they say. Today on one of the networks, they said, maybe Andrew Jackson? I said, when was that? It was like in the 1838? And then somebody else said, well, that was great, but nothing like what happened here, okay? So it really has been fun. And more importantly, I heard Mike saying about what happened today in Indiana. We're going to do that all over the country. We're going to do it all over the country. Carrier, thank you, Carrier. Today we made history, and now the real work begins. That is the second reason that I'm here today. I'm going to discuss our action plan to make America great again. We're going to discuss. Although we did have a lot of fun fighting Hillary, didn't we? Okay. Right? And by the way, the people are continuing to pour in, so let them come in. We could wait a half hour, an hour, but I don't think we're going to do that, right? Let them pour in. Let's blame them for being late, right? But as I said, just now I was in Indianapolis to announce that we're saving the jobs at the Carrier plant from going to Mexico, 1,100 jobs. And I'm asking all companies to keep their jobs in America, and we will work to make America a better environment for workers and businesses. And we will crack down on all foreign trade abuses that undermine your ability and your company's ability to compete. Those days are over when those companies are going to leave. We have so many problems to fix in our country, but I know that if we set aside our differences, and we do have differences, we're a very divided nation, but we're not going to be divided for long. I've always brought people together. I know you find that hard to believe, although this group probably doesn't find it hard to believe. But we are going to bring our country together, all of our country. We're going to find common ground, and we will get the job done properly. We'll get it done properly. And so importantly, America will start winning again, big league. We're going to win again. But to succeed, we must enlist the effort of all Americans. For too long, Washington has tried to put us in boxes. They separate us by race, by age, by income, by geography, by place of birth. We spend too much time focusing on what divides us. Now is the time to embrace the one thing that truly unites us. You know what that is? America, America. It's America. Because when America is unified, nothing is beyond our reach. I mean that. You're going to see. You're going to see. We're going to have a country that was never so great. You watch, in so many different ways. You hear a lot of talk about how we're becoming a globalized world. But the relationships people value in this country are local. Family, city, state, country, they're local. We'll compete in the world. We want to compete in the world. But we're going to compete in the world where it's a two-way road, not a one-way road. The advantages are going to come back to our country, and they haven't for many, many years. There is no global anthem, no global currency, no certificate of global citizenship. We pledge allegiance to one flag, and that flag is the American flag. From now on, it's going to be America first, okay? America first. We're going to put ourselves first. We seek peace and harmony with the nations of the world, but that means recognizing the right of every country, including our own, to look after its citizens. We would put other countries first. We had people running our country that truly didn't know what the hell they were doing, okay? Didn't know what they were doing. We're going to defend the American worker. Look what's happened right here. They forgot about the American worker. They forgot that it was the American worker who truly built our country. We are not going to forget, believe me. One of the reasons we're so divided today is because our government has failed to protect the interests of the American workers and their families, making it too easy for us to see ourselves as distinct groups and not unified as a whole. We're not unified. We're going to be. Washington's politicians have spent so long appealing to competing interests, they've forgotten how to appeal to the national interest, combining the skills and talents of our people in a common cause. And we have unbelievable talent. But that is all about to change. Our goal is to strengthen the bonds of trust between citizens, to restore our sense of membership in a shared national community. Global is wonderful, but right now we want to focus on our national community. Never again will anyone's interests come before the interests of the American people. It's not going to happen again. And over the last 2 weeks since our victory, I've spoken to many foreign leaders. And I will tell you, they have such respect for us. They all tell me how this was amazing. They all tell me how they sat in their magnificent rooms in different countries throughout the world. These are the leaders, the prime ministers, the presidents, all of them. How they sat in their magnificent rooms watching in wonderment and hearing how people came to vote that didn't vote in 20 years. People came to vote that haven't voted before. And they had Trump shirts on, and they had Make America Great hats on, and they had buttons pouring off. And they thought it was amazing. And honestly, one of them told me, I truly respect the United States again because of what happened. We're going to seek a truly inclusive society where we support each other, love each other, and look out for each other. And that means that people coming into our country have to be people that have the potential to love us, not to hate us. We condemn bigotry and prejudice in all of its forms. We denounce all of the hatred, and we forcefully reject the language of exclusion and separation. We're going to come together. We have no choice. We have to, and it's better. It's better. We seek a future where every American child is fully included in the American dream. We're going to have our own American dream. And we're going to bring back the American dream. The problems that plague our inner cities or that afflict poor rural communities, that we do have, those rural communities, some of them are poor. We're going to help those people. We're going to rebuild those communities. They're not permanent features of American life. They can be fixed, and together we're going to fix them. We are going to fix them. We've spent, as of this week, according to the latest count, we've spent $6 trillion in the Middle East. And the Middle East today is far worse than it's ever been. You will see changes very quickly. A shrinking workforce, you will see it. A shrinking workforce and flat wages
are not the new normal. And we're not even talking about flat. We're talking about wages where some of you in this audience, hardworking, incredible Americans, were making more money 20 years ago than you're making today. And today, you're older and you're working harder. And in many cases, you have 2 jobs. Some of that's because of Obamacare. And by the way, we are repealing and replacing Obamacare. We can reverse the stagnation and usher in a period of true opportunity and growth. Endless gridlock is not a way of life any longer. We don't have to accept that. Government can be responsive, and we can become proud again of how Washington works. And I've spoken to Democrats, and I said to them, look, we can't go on with this gridlock. It's gone on for so many years. It's gone on for so many years. They can't get together. We're going to get together. And I believe they want to get together. You know why? Because it's time, and the people are angry. They're angry. And they're going to get together. We're going to make joint decisions. We are, and the nice part, our victory was so great. We have the House, we have the Senate, and we have the presidency. But we want to get them on board also. People are constantly telling me and telling you to reduce our expectations. Those people are fools. They're fools. But this campaign proved that the old rules no longer apply, that anything we want for our country is now possible. Anything we want, right? Now is not the time to downsize our dreams, but to set our sights higher than ever before for our country. Now is the time to push for real, profound change that restores the full promise of America for all of its people. And those people are great people. I got to know them, believe me, over the last 18 months. And what we've created is a movement, and it's a beautiful thing. You take a look here, the roads are all gridlocked, all locked down, all secured up, and people pour in. It's an amazing thing. Now is the time to unlock the potential of millions of Americans left on the sidelines, their talents unused, their dreams unrealized, and their aspirations totally forgotten. And these are people of great talent. This is the moment. This is our chance. This is our window for action. This is the hour when the great deeds can be done and our highest hopes can come true. We're going to do it, folks. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Thank you. I love you too. Guy. Some guy. Look at this guy. And I do love him. He's a rough-looking cookie, though, I'll tell you. We love. We have a lot of love, believe me. Going to be a lot of love in our country. Driven by these goals, I'm working to assemble a detailed action plan for America. My plan begins with a bold structural reform to create millions of new jobs and rapidly expand our economic growth. And you see what's happening with taxes. You see what's happening with regulations, which are totally out of control. Right now, we punish companies for doing business in America. They're actually punished. That's why they're leaving. And by the way, I have to say this. We are going to reduce taxes to a point that are incredible. For the middle class in particular, but for our companies. And we're going to reduce the regulations. But if a company wants to still leave the state of Ohio or Pennsylvania, or how about North Carolina? How well did we do in North Carolina, right? Remember when they said he cannot win North Carolina? So we had just won Ohio, Iowa, and we had just won Florida. Breaking news, Donald Trump has won Florida. They say, whoa. And we won it big. But then the people back there, the extremely dishonest press, said, right? Very dishonest people. How about, how dishonest? How about when a major anchor who hosted a debate started crying when she realized that we won? How about that? Tears. No, tell me this isn't true. And you know what she doesn't understand? Things are going to be much better now. She doesn't understand. I mean, think of it. We won in a landslide. That was a landslide. And we didn't have the press. The press was brutal. You know what? Hey, in the great state of Ohio, we didn't have the upper echelon of politician either, did we? But I will say this. I will say this. And it was very nice. Your governor, John Kasich, called me after the election and was very nice. He said, congratulations, that was amazing. He couldn't believe how much we won Ohio by, or the election by. Remember, you cannot get to 270, the dishonest press. There is no road. Folks, how many times did we hear this? There is no path to 270. There is no path. There is no path. There is no path for Donald Trump. Texas is in play. Do you remember that one? Now, as a Republican, I'm supposed to win Texas. As a Republican, I'm supposed to win Georgia. As a Republican, I'm supposed to win the great state of Utah. I love Utah. Love those states. Remember when they said Donald Trump is going to lose to some guy I never even heard of? Who was that guy? He is going to lose to this guy. But the people of Utah were amazing, and we trounced them. We trounced. And by the way, Hillary came in second, and that guy came in third. I was still trying to figure out. I'm still trying to figure out what was he going to prove. Did he want to? I wanted to find what the hell was he trying to prove. I guess he wanted us to lose the Supreme Court. That's about the only thing he was going to get. But think of it. They said, I'll tell you what, just 2-3 weeks before the election. And my friends would tell me just the opposite. They live in Texas and Georgia. They said, Georgia is in play. Texas is in play. That means like we're even. And then we won in a landslide, both states. I said, what happened? Right? They go, for weeks, Texas is in play. Then you turn on the television like 2 minutes later. Donald Trump has won Texas, you know. These are very, very dishonest people. Okay. I love this stuff. Should I go on with this just a little bit longer? I love it. How about It's like 12 o'clock in the evening, and Pennsylvania, I'm leading by a lot. And we couldn't get off 98%. They didn't want to call it. We're leading by so much that it's impossible. If I lost every other vote, and they refused to call. Then at 3 o'clock, I'll never forget, I watched a particular person, and we won Wisconsin, and we won Michigan, and we won Pennsylvania, right? And that person is doing the map. And that person was saying for months that there's no way that Donald Trump can break the blue wall, right? We didn't break it, we shattered that sucker. We shattered it. We shattered it. Man, that poor wall is busted up. So, I'll never forget it, though, because it felt so good. You know, more so because they kept saying there's no path and all this nonsense. So, and I go out and I see the people like this, and I'd say, how are we going to lose? I mean, how are we going to lose? But what happened? So they'd say, we win Wisconsin. Donald Trump, 38 years or so. Donald Trump has won Michigan. And then they're looking at the map, they're saying, oh, wow. There's no way for Hillary Clinton to become president. Donald Trump is president of the United States. Oh, amazing. It's amazing. Really amazing. And one of the announcers, I have to tell you, from ESPN. Now, they cover football and boxing and everything, right? And he went out, he said, I got to tell you, that event last night, meaning the election results, was better than any fight, any baseball game, any football game. He said that was the most exciting event I've ever seen, and it was politics. And then you look at the NFL. Well, now they should start recovering. But their ratings were so far down. And you know what the reason was? This. Because this business is tougher than the NFL. It's crazy. The people liked it. Their ratings were down 20 or 21%. And it was because of us. So we had a lot of fun. The bottom line is we won. We won. We won big. Whether it's producing steel, building cars, or curing disease, we want the next generation of innovation and production to happen right here in America and right here in Ohio, right? First on taxes. We're going to massively lower taxes and make America the best place in the world to hire, to invest, to grow, to create, and to expand. We're going to do that. On regulation, we're going to eliminate every single wasteful regulation that undermines the ability of our workers and our companies to compete with companies from foreign lands. We're going to do that. We have the greatest competitors on earth. And by the way, I've put on some of the greatest business people in the world. One of the networks said, why, he put on a billionaire at Commerce. Well, that's because this guy knows how to make money, folks. He knows how to make money. I'd like to put on a guy that failed all his life, but we don't want that, do we? No, I put on a killer, and I've been honest. I said, I am going to be putting on the greatest killers you've ever seen. We need that. It's time. It's time. It's time. We have a great, great cabinet, I'll tell you. It's coming, and wait till you see what we have next week. Are we doing a good job with our cabinet and our people? And I don't want to tell you this because I want to save the suspense for next week. So I will not tell you. I refuse to tell, and don't let it outside of this room. Do you promise? Raise your hand. Promise. So I will not tell you that one of our great, great generals, don't let it outside, right? And of course, the press is very honest. They'll never let this go. Even though it's all live, they got about 7 stations live. We are going to appoint Mad Dog Mattis as our Secretary of Defense. But we're not announcing it till Monday, so don't tell anybody. Mad Dog. He's great. He is great. I asked one of the generals, I love the generals, and I won't use his name, but he probably would come forward. But I said to him, "You're a good general, aren't you?" "Yes, sir, I am." I said, "So how do you compare to General Mattis? How do you compare to Mad Dog?" "Sir, he's better than I am." I loved it. I said, I love you to say that. They love him. So we're going to be announcing him on Monday of next week. Keep it inside the room, but that's what we have, and he's our best. They say he's the closest thing to General George Patton that we have, and it's about time. It's about time. Okay, so I gave up a little secret. My people over there are probably saying, "You weren't supposed to do that, Mr. Trump." On energy, we will pursue energy independence and cancel the job-killing restrictions on the production of shale energy, oil, natural gas, and clean coal, and we're going to put the miners of Ohio back to work. On infrastructure, we will build new roads, tunnels, bridges, railways, airports, schools, and hospitals, including major projects in the inner cities. There's such potential in the inner cities. We're not using our potential. Remember when I would make the speeches, I'd say, "What the hell do you have to lose?" The African-American community was so great to me in this election. They were so great to me. Amazing. I couldn't believe it. I started off at a low number, and every week, boom, boom, boom. And I got it up to a number that's higher than all of the Republican candidates for years. And it was great. The Hispanic community, I did great with the Hispanic community. Great. Higher than people that were supposed to have done well. I felt it. And is this really a big surprise? We did great with women. Can you believe it? Great with women. A couple of polls came in. A couple of polls came in the early states, and they said, "We don't believe it. He's doing well with women." But every time I went out, I saw those beautiful pink signs, right? Women for Trump, and I knew we were going to do well. So we did great with women. We did great with everybody. We will deepen our harbors and new lanes of commerce across the nation. We have harbors that ships can't even go into. We will have 2 simple rules when it comes They don't know that Hillary lost a couple of weeks ago. They forgot. I don't know. Where do these people come from? Oh, well. They're taking her back home to mom. No, it's true. It's true. They don't realize. They don't know. You know, a lot of the people that protested, we said, did you vote? No, I didn't vote. They don't vote. They never vote. And do you agree with my stance that if people burn the American flag, there should be consequence, right? That's all. Think so. We will have two simple rules when it comes to this massive rebuilding effort. Buy American and hire American. We're going to do it ourselves. We're going to do it ourselves. And that will be our new mantra. On trade, the history of nations teaches us that the strength of a country and its trade and manufacturing sector is vital to both its economic prosperity and national security, because we don't do that. Our borders are weak. Our trade is terrible. You're going to see a turn that is so big and is going to happen so fast. And we started today in Indiana. Believe me, that's just the beginning. That's just the beginning. Our trade deficit now is nearly $800 billion a year. It's a chronic drag on growth and a destroyer. It destroys the wealth of our country and jobs. And jobs. Ohio has lost 1/3 of its manufacturing jobs since NAFTA. And you know the nice part? Now I don't have to say, signed by Bill Clinton and approved by Hillary. Who cares? All I can tell you is that NAFTA is a disaster. What difference does it make? We will fix NAFTA, or we'll terminate it and start all over again. America has lost 70,000 factories. Hard to believe. I always say that's a typo. 70,000 factories since China joined the World Trade Organization. Think of it. In the year 2000, America had nearly 20 million manufacturing jobs in the Rust Belt, okay? Today, we have only 12.3 million manufacturing jobs left in the Rust Belt. We're going to bring them back. We're going to bring them back. We're going to bring them back. The Rust Belt has been hammered. And one of the reasons I won. It's one of the reasons I won. Ohio, as an example, is down from 1.2 million manufacturing jobs in the year 2000 to only 690,000 jobs today. Not going to happen anymore, folks. Or take Michigan. They're down from 900,000 manufacturing jobs in the year 2000 to only 600,000 manufacturing jobs today. I see these numbers and it's sad. But what isn't sad, because this is all about hope, but it's real hope because we're going to turn that around so fast. And we don't want Ford leaving and going to Mexico to build its small cars. We don't want it. We're going to turn it all around. We're living through the greatest jobs theft in the history of the world. I've been saying it for months. It used to be the cars were made in Flint, right? And you couldn't drink the water in Mexico. Today, the cars are made in Mexico, and you can't drink the water in Flint, Michigan. You know that, right? What a difference. But we're turning that around. What a terrible thing that was, too. Gross incompetence on so many levels. The era of economic surrender is over. We're going to fight for every last American job. It's time to remove the rust from the Rust Belt and usher in a new industrial revolution. We're going to do it. On health care reform, we will repeal Obamacare. We have no choice. And we will finally fix health care for America's incredible, staggering. For whatever reason, people in uniforms like Trump, I don't know, I have to figure that out. These are great people. We're going to take care of our veterans. And we're working right now on somebody to run the Veterans Administration who will be terrific, believe me, terrific. And I'll be watching, too. I'll be watching. On child care, I'm asking Congress to pass legislation to support the American family and make safe and affordable child care accessible to all. It's so important. Our agenda will fight to increase pay and opportunities for women in the workforce. Support women entrepreneurs. Who's a women entrepreneur here? Who's a women? A lot of them. Hate to tell you, men, generally speaking, they're better than you are. Now, if I said it the other way around, I'd be in big trouble, don't you? And we're going to make sure that no one is penalized for the decision to have a family. Right now, they're penalized. On crime, the murder rate has experienced its largest increase in 45 years in our country. Think of that. We're going to support the incredible men and women of law enforcement. They are incredible people. My administration will marshal federal resources to bring this crime wave to an end, most in 45 years. We believe all Americans have the right to live in safety and peace, and we will never back down in fighting to deliver that security to every community in our land and to our inner cities that have been forsaken. Take care of our inner cities and the people in our inner cities. On defense, we will begin a major national effort to rebuild our badly depleted military. Have no choice. We have no choice. You look at this world, it's a tinderbox. We have no choice. And we want a strong military, and we don't want to have to use it. Ideally, we don't have to use it. Although, we will destroy ISIS. At the same time, we will pursue a new foreign policy that finally learns from the mistakes of the past. We will stop looking to topple regimes and overthrow governments, folks. Remember, $6 trillion, $6 trillion in the Middle East. $6 trillion. Our goal is stability, not chaos. Because we want to rebuild our country. It's time. It's time. We will partner with any nation that is willing to join us in the effort to defeat ISIS and radical Islamic terrorism. Okay, we have to say the term. Have to say the term. In our dealings with other countries, we will seek shared interests wherever possible and pursue a new era of peace, understanding, and goodwill. On immigration, we will restore the sovereignty of the United States. We will restore the sovereignty. We will finally end illegal immigration. Have to. We will construct a great wall at the border. dismantle the criminal cartels, and liberate our communities from the epidemic of gang violence and drugs pouring into our nation. We will ask Congress to reform our visa and immigration programs to protect jobs and wages for American workers. I love American workers. I love these people. You know what I call the American workers? The forgotten men and women of our nation. And those men and women came out to vote. Nobody ever thought that was going to happen. They came out by the millions. These are great, great people. To keep our nation secure from terrorism and extremism, we will suspend immigration from regions where it cannot be safely processed. We have regions of the world, people are pouring in. I don't have to say who's letting them in anymore. I just have to say they're pouring into our country. We don't need San Bernardino. We don't need another Orlando. We don't need another World Trade Center. We don't need Paris. You look at Paris, you look at Nice, you look all over the world, look what's happening to Germany. We don't need that, folks. We have enough problems, believe me. Your state has just experienced a violent atrocity at the great Ohio State University. And that is a great place. That further demonstrates the security threats that are created. And these are just threats that are stupidly created by our very, very stupid politicians. Refugee programs. We offer our thoughts, prayers, and deepest sympathies to the victims. And our hearts go out to the entire community of Ohio State. What a great place. Great place. We're with you, and we will stand with you every single step of the way. The job of the president is to keep America safe, and that will always be my highest priority. We will do everything in our power to keep the scourge of terrorism out of our country. We're going to keep it out of our country. Just so you understand, people are pouring in from regions of the Middle East. We have no idea who they are, where they come from, what they're thinking, and we're going to stop that dead cold flat. And you just take a look at what just happened in your state. Just take a good look and really think about it. Ethics reform will be a crucial part of our 100-day plan as well. We're going to drain the swamp of corruption in Washington, D.C. Drain the swamp. Thank you. I will impose a 5-year ban on executive branch officials becoming lobbyists and a lifetime ban on officials becoming lobbyists for a foreign government. Change is not going to be easy. I am going to need you to fight as hard for these proposals as you fought for this great campaign of ours. We are going to need our government and this movement to be more engaged and more vigilant than ever before to help us accomplish the reforms and overcome decades of stalemate and gridlock. We're going to get it done, folks. Now that you put me in this position, even if you don't help me one bit, I'm going to get it done, believe me. Don't worry about it. Be easier if you help, but that's all right. Don't worry, I'll get it done. Importantly, we are all going to have open arms, and we're going to invite everyone from all political persuasions to join our movement to help us achieve our goals for this country great schools, safe neighborhoods, a thriving economy, and a government that answers only to the people, our people. We are going to have to dig deep, and I know you and I and all of the people working with us are up to the task. There are a lot of people working with us. Every single day, you will be the agents of change. Change for our country, but good change, great change. Americans must ignore the pessimists and embrace the optimism that has always been the central ingredient of the American character. We are the nation that won 2 world wars, that dug out the Panama Canal, that put a man on the moon and satellites all over space. But somewhere along the way, we started thinking small. I'm asking you to dream big again, and bold and daring things for your country will happen once again. I'm asking you to join me in this next chapter of this unbelievable and unprecedented movement as we work toward prosperity at home, peace abroad, and new frontiers in science, technology, and space. I am asking you to, is that right? Yeah. I love this guy. He's a believer. You are a believer, right? He's a believer. I'm asking you to believe in America once again.